जी हाँ, ये दूसरी मुलाकात थी और कहा ना उनको मिलके एनर्जी डबल हो जाती है, दुगनी हो जाती है और वैसा ही था। उनको मिलके ऐसा लगा कि क्या बस उत्साह टू मच था हमारे लिए।
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, उनके 2 मिनट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थे हमारे लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। बिल्कुल, कुछ और लोग यहाँ पर जैसा कि हमने आपको दिखाया, इनका बताइए एक बार। अब आवाज थोड़ी कम हुई है तो बताइए क्या बोला पीएम ने आपको?
पीएम मोदी ने पूछा कि आप छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का पोशाक पहन कर आए हैं, कोई खास बात है क्या, क्यों पहन के? तो मैंने बोला हाँ, हमारी यहाँ पे शिवाजी महाराज जी की परफॉर्मेंस है, डांस परफॉर्मेंस है, तो इसलिए परफॉर्मेंस है। तो बोले हाँ, काफी अच्छा दिख रहे हो, कीप इट अप।
तो आप खुश हो गए? सुबह से लगे हुए थे, पूरे खूब नारेबाजी की आपने।
बहुत अभी
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की जय।
अनेकों रंग दिख रहे हैं। अब आपको जरा गरबा का रंग दिखाते हैं। एक सेकंड, ये देखिए, आपने गरबा की भी धूम मचा ली थी साइड में।
बिल्कुल यार।
अब गुजरात को आप ले आई बर्लिन।
या पूरा गुजरात बर्लिन में ही है आज तो।
तो प्रधानमंत्री से फिर आप आमने सामने हुई, सुबह भी आप मिली थी?
सुबह मिले थे हम लोग यार, और अभी मौका नहीं मिला क्योंकि दूसरे को मौका दिया। हम लोग पीछे खड़े थे। और
तो ये वो जोश है जो आपने देखा तमाम भारतीयों में यहाँ पर मौजूद है। अब ये ढोल ताशा भी यहाँ पर कम हुआ है, तो आप लोग से पूछते हैं, थके वके तो नहीं है?
नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं।
We have कैसा जोश?
परफॉर्मेंस एट 4 o'clock समथिंग।
अच्छा,
तो
अभी की परफॉर्मेंस कैसे रही? पास से आपने पीएम को देखा?
इट वाज ओवरवेलमिंग। अच्छा,
अब आप लोग बात कर सकते हैं, कैसा था अनुभव? अभी तो पीएम को पास।
अभी तो अद्भुत अनुभव था। आपने एनर्जी तो देखी है हमारी सबकी, और सिर्फ पीएम के लिए बचाने की मिला, ये अब से बहुत बड़ी खुशी है। बाकी सब तो छोड़ दो।
पीएम के लिए बचाने की खुशी है। आप क्या बोले?
ये बहुत ही बढ़िया हमारे लिए अनुभव था, और अभी देखते हैं हमारा शाम को भी प्रोग्राम है, वापस हम बजाएंगे उनके लिए।
आप क्या बोलेंगे प्रधानमंत्री के सामने परफॉर्म करने का?
बहुत अच्छा अनुभव था, क्योंकि ऐसे हमने तो पुणे में गणेशोत्सव में बजाया है। हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री के सामने बजाने की हमें कभी ये मौका मिलेगा ऐसे लगा नहीं था, पर यहाँ पे आके, जर्मनी में आके उनके सामने बजाने का मौका मिला तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। उत्सव जैसा माहौल है यहाँ पे, बहुत
उत्सव जैसा माहौल है, और वही दिखाई दे रहा है। भारत के अलग अलग हिस्से जो हैं, उनकी तस्वीर आप यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं। इस बीच आपको बता दें, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अब से कुछ ही देर में रवाना होंगे। वो यहाँ से सीधा रवाना हो चुके हैं, और पहले गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर होगा, उसके बाद वो चांसलरी में जाएंगे, जहां पर चांसलर ओलाफ शॉल्स के साथ बायलैटरल मीटिंग है, आईजीसी होनी है, इंटर गवर्नमेंटल कंसल्टेशंस होना है। कुछ ही ऐसे मुल्क है जिसके साथ भारत या फिर जर्मनी इस तरह के आईजीसी करता है, और यहाँ पर जितने एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनका मानना है कि ओलाफ शॉल्स भी भारत के साथ जो जर्मनी के रिश्ते हैं उसको बहुत महत्व देते हैं, और इसीलिए उन्होंने भी चुना है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का ये दौरा हो। दोनों देशों के रिश्तों को और भी कैसे बेहतर किया जाए। ये कुछ स्टूडेंट्स हैं, आप लोग देख पाए पीएम को? कैसा एक्सपीरियंस था?
बहुत अच्छा रहा। हम उनको देखने के लिए स्पेशली आए थे।
भारत माता के, भारत माता के।
ओके, अभी बोल रहे हैं, उस तरफ जाना है।
ठीक है, चलिए अंजना जी, वही चलिए। इनका भी नाम अंजना है, और अंजना जी पूरा यहाँ पर ऑर्गेनाइज कर। यहाँ बताइए कैसा एक्सपीरियंस रहा?
बहुत अच्छा रहा, बहुत अच्छा रहा।
बहुत अच्छा रहा जी। लोगों ने जो आप, हाँ,
दोनों अंजना जी साथ में हैं।
तो आप पॉलिटिकली भी एक्टिव हैं?
पॉलिटिकली नहीं, कल्चर के उसमें मैं एक्टिव हूँ, लेकिन हाँ, क्योंकि मैं जर्मन को बहुत अच्छी तरह से जानती हूँ, तो मैं दोनों पक्षों की बात करती हूँ।
All right, getting you that ground report from Berlin, where Anjana is. The Prime Minister, remember, is meeting with the diaspora, members of the diaspora. And this continues to be, in fact, something that the Prime Minister always does in his foreign visits. I'm going to go back to Anjana.
को लेकर ये सभी जानते हैं, रूस के खिलाफ जितने भी राष्ट्राध्यक्षों से वो मिल रहे, चाहे जर्मन चांसलर हो या इसके बाद डेनमार्क, आइसलैंड, फिनलैंड, स्वीडन, नॉर्वे, उसके बाद फ्रांस, इन सब का रुख रूस के खिलाफ है। लेकिन भारत तटस्थ न्यूट्रल स्टैंड रख रहा है। ऐसे में हर देश के साथ हमारे रिश्ते अलग, देश हित में रूस को लेकर रक्षा सौदे हो या फिर तेल की खरीद हो, उनको लेकर फैसले अलग। लेकिन जब हमारा रिश्ता यूरोप से है, तो प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने डिपार्चर स्टेटमेंट में भी यही कहा था कि यूरोप is facing challenges and choices that they have to make, यानी चुनौतियां भी हैं और वो विकल्प भी हैं जो उससे चुनना है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और भारत की उभरती ताकत का ही ये नजारा है कि भारत की तटस्थ स्टैंड के बावजूद आज हम देख रहे हैं कि ये तमाम यूरोप के जो मुल्क हैं वहां पर भारत का बढ़ता कद और ये बातचीत के जरिए भी रिश्ते और बेहतर होते हुए। गौरव।
The Prime Minister is in Berlin today. He is meeting members of the diaspora. Like you can see, these are pictures of him meeting with members of the Indian community living in Berlin. He also, in fact, is then going to be moving to Denmark tomorrow. He's in Copenhagen tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, the Prime Minister is going to be in France. Remember, this is a 3-day, 3-nation tour of Europe in which he's going to be meeting 8 world leaders. He's also going to be meeting with honchos, business honchos in all of these countries. An important part of these meetings, of course, continues to be his interaction with the diaspora.
घर घर मोदी, हर हर मोदी, जय माता दी। घर घर मोदी, हर हर मोदी, घर घर मोदी।
जो नारे एक सेकंड जो नारे आप बनारस में सुनते हैं वही नारे बर्लिन में लगाए जा रहे हैं। इसी से आप अंदाजा कर रहे हैं कि
हम प्राउड फील करते हैं कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जर्मनी में आए और हमें इतना मौका मिला कि एक साथ मिलने का। हम बहुत प्राउड फील करते हैं कि हमारे मोदी इधर आए।
बहुत खुश हैं आप।
फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स इट्स अ फेस्टिवल। हमारे लिए एक त्योहार है कि मोदी जी यहाँ पे आए हैं। वी आर वेरी हैप्पी मोदी। भारत माता की। भारत माता की। जर्मनी में आज दिवाली का माहौल है।
दिवाली में दिन में मन रही है
और सब लोग इतने खुश थे मोदी जी को मिलने
का जश्न ही कुछ अलग रहता है। उसका मतलब आने का मतलब बहुत ही मजा आता है।
गुजरात से
हम गुजरात से सब गुजरात से सूरत से हम सब सूरत से। We most welcome मोदी जी to you here in Berlin।
आज जर्मनी में 5 साल बाद दिवाली बनी है। हर हर मोदी।
दोबारा दीपावली यहाँ मनाया जा रहा है। जब मोदी जी आएंगे दीपावली मनाया जाएगा।
मोदी जी के साथ हमें बहुत खुशी हुई मिलकर और उन्होंने हज़रत से हाथ मिलाया और इतना मजा आया। आज पूरे बर्लिन जश्न के माहौल में है।
बहुत खुश हैं आप लोग सब।
मोदी ऐसा लगा कि इंडिया है, हम अभी इंडिया में है। हम लोग ऐसा फील ही नहीं हुआ कि हम लोग बर्लिन और जर्मनी में है।
और आपको हाँ वो तो लगा क्या
लग रहा है दोबारा भारत में आए हुए वापस। हम अपने देश में आए हुए हैं।
ये बताइए कि क्या आपको लगता है कि भारत का बढ़ता कद, उसकी ताकत आप लोग देखते हैं विदेश में?
जिस हिसाब से इंडियन डिप्लोमेसी अभी अपने पीक पे है, बहुत प्राउड फील होता है। एज बीइंग एन इंडियन वी हैव अ रियली नाइस रेपुटेशन इन ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड। बहुत अच्छी रेपुटेशन है हमारी और बहुत प्राउड फील करते हैं कि हम इंडियन से। थैंक यू।
यहाँ देख कर पता
Live pictures on your screens of the Prime Minister receiving the Guard of Honor. Remember, he just met with members of the Indian diaspora as well. He's attended the Guard of Honor just now and then is going to be having bilateral talks with the German Chancellor. This in just a few minutes from now. The two leaders, of course, are co-chairing the 6th edition of the India-Germany intergovernmental consultations, and this, remember, is going to be the first meeting with the Chancellor who took charge of the top office from his predecessor Angela Merkel in December last year. This is Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Tomorrow the Prime Minister travels to Denmark, he travels to Copenhagen, and the day after tomorrow the Prime Minister is going to be in France, where he's going to be meeting the newly re-elected French President Emmanuel Macron. Tomorrow, the Prime Minister will also be participating in the Second India-Nordic Summit that is being hosted by Denmark. Remember, in the next few hours, 3 days or so, about 65 hours in total, he's going to be meeting world leaders, 8 of them. Apart from that, meetings with 50 business honchos, that too is on the itinerary of the Prime Minister for the next 3 odd days or so. The meeting comes at a time when India has made its intent clear about its own position as far as Russia's invasion of Ukraine, remember, is concerned. The Ministry of External Affairs has also said that we are going to be talking about our own interests and we are going to be communicating to the world leaders about the position that we have taken vis-a-vis Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In tomorrow's Second India-Nordic Summit, the Prime Minister is going to be meeting other Nordic leaders as well. In total, these would be leaders from eight world leaders essentially that he would be meeting over the next 2 days or so. Anjana Kashyap is getting us the very latest. Anjana is in Berlin right now, and Anjana has been meeting members of the Indian diaspora. Anjana, this continues to be the highlight, as always, of the Prime Minister's foreign visits. His equation, his meetings with the diaspora always hits headlines. But apart from this, this meeting of Europe comes at a very important time in the backdrop of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, in which India has taken a very different position from what each of these nations have taken, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha. And apart from the excitement that you see in the Indian diaspora here, obviously who's performed in front of the Prime Minister, what India is actually looking at, or the world in fact is looking at, is how does India balance its relationship with Ukraine, with Russia, and at the same time with the US or Europe. This Europe visit, 3 days, 3 countries, is actually a big step towards Prime Minister Narendra Modi's stand. He wants to make it clear, India has reiterated the war must stop, but we have not criticized Russia. We have stayed neutral on it. But all these European countries that the Prime Minister is visiting are countries who are against Russia, who are openly calling it an invasion by the Russian troops of Ukraine. We are trying, India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is trying to build a very fine balance between a neutral position as far as the Russian-Ukraine war is concerned and our relationship with the rest of the world, be it US or Europe. And when he travels to Germany or to Denmark, where he's supposed to meet Iceland, Norway, Swedish, Finland, all the prime ministers, and France, Emmanuel Macron, who was sworn re-elected to the president's post 10 days back. Prime Minister Modi wants to personally congratulate him in a stopover visit on his last day. It's all aimed at making one thing clear, that we have a certain stand on Russia because of all our defense deals. We have a stand with Russia because of the petroleum needs, and but we want a good relationship with these important European countries as well. And I think that is the basis of this first trip that he's made to outside India in this year. Sneha.
Yes. Also, Anjana, I think the sense really outside of India is that, and this is something that even the UK Prime Minister communicated very effectively when he came to India, is that Prime Minister Modi can in fact use his good offices and the equation that he enjoys with Vladimir Putin, for example, to build pressure on Russia, to relent, to back off. At least some of it can be achieved.
Absolutely, Sneha. And be it Boris Johnson or the rest of the world, a lot of leaders have actually come out in the open talking about this. If you remember, the Russian defense minister was in India and foreign minister was in India. And Lavrov also said that Prime Minister Modi can play a crucial role. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been talking to Putin as well as Zelensky. And his clear objective in both the conversations has been the war should stop. Both countries should take efficient and important steps that can be taken towards stopping of the war. But at the same time, India's stand is absolutely clear. But when you see the European leaders, we had an expert here from Olaf Scholz's party who told us that Olaf Scholz also made a conscious decision of doing his first bilateral talk after re-election this year with Prime Minister Modi. India's emergence as a true power in the world scenario geopolitically is established by these tours, and also when he's meeting the heads of these eight important heads he's meeting Chancellor Scholz here, and then the Prime Minister of Germany as well. And apart from that, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Sweden, Norway, all the prime ministers he'll be meeting in the Nordic Summit in Copenhagen. And after that, he travels to France. So you can imagine these are all countries which are actually very anti-Russia. They call it the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But at the same time, Prime Minister Modi and his stance and what he has to say and his take on these issues when it is discussed will be very, very crucial. Because India wants to maintain. We want the war to stop is what Prime Minister Modi has always said. But at the same time, we're neutral as far as Russia is concerned.
Also, Anjana, like always, and I spoke about this at the very outset, is that the manner in which the Prime Minister always connects with members of the Indian diaspora. It's not like previous Prime Ministers never really had, meetings with the diaspora. It's not like that. But the manner in which the Prime Minister has connected with members of the diaspora, these images, these videos, including the conversation that you had with the little girl, always goes viral. There's something very different about these interactions, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha. And even as I'm doing my live, all these people have gathered behind me. Look at this. The tricolor in their hands and what do you want?
All the way from Munich, started in the 5 a.m. in the morning to see Mr. Modi, and we're really happy to see him. We have a lot of hopes from Mr. Modi.
We are extremely happy. He was very humble to us, and he literally waved all of us, and he was... we are proud to have our Prime Minister here and we welcome him thoroughly.
Only one word, Hindustan Jindabad, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
The slogan here and a lot of excitement.
One day, one day, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
This is mini India. The emergence of India as a true power, as a soft power also can be felt. And this absolutely in front of Brandenburg Gate, as you see, Sneha. So Berlin is all colored in the colors of Banaras to South India to Maharashtra. The Maharashtra is here. All these people from Gujarat as well. Yes, we are from
Udaipur, Rajasthan.
All the colors.
Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, Bihar.
Jharkhand and Bihar. So you can see all the colors are here. And because you're live with me, quickly we can go across to the gentleman of the day who was all dressed up as Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and who had a personal conversation. Quickly, can you tell our viewers, what did the Prime Minister say to you? What was your response? Kya bola aapne?
Prime Minister came to us and he told us, he saw my complete poshak and he asked me that, are you performing or why are you dressed in a Shivaji Maharaj? So I said that yes, I'm performing one scene in here, performance, and that's why I'm dressed. And also we are here to welcome you. So he clapped on my back and he said, it's very good, keep it up. Yeah.
So, and you were the one who was screaming and shouting slogans in the morning with all the enthusiasm. Is the enthusiasm still there?
Yes, I can actually perform one performance of myself.
Absolutely, please go ahead. Yeah. Okay. Just a second, please. Just a second. Can you move aside, sir?
Phone.
हे वैर्या, एक गोष्ट ध्यानात ठेव, तू घेऊ शकतोस आमचे प्राण, पण कधीच नाही घेऊ शकत आमचा स्वराज्य. हर हर महादेव.
these true colors of India not go viral, Sneha. You see the love and the josh here is really high, Sneha.
Well, absolutely. Like you said, not surprised that these videos, some of them really endearing, Anjana, have been going completely viral. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for more on that. I'm leaving it that for the moment. Anjana Om getting us all of those details from Berlin. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. On the other side, we're getting you more details from what's brewing in Maharashtra politics. Sena and BJP Hindutva war is on. Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, says BJP cheated his father Bala Sahib in the name of Hindutva.
You are watching India Today.
Women power at India Today Group shines at 40 under 40. India Today's firebrand journalists sweep 6 awards. India Today, gold standard of journalism.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Sri Lanka is facing the worst economic crisis in its history. Inflation is high, there is shortage of basic essentials, and the government is running out of foreign reserves. Sri Lanka is not a big economy like India, so the GDP is not in trillions. The size of the Sri Lankan economy is a modest $84 billion. Even though the economy has grown from $42 billion in 2009 to near $88 billion in 2018, the growth rate of GDP has been on a decline ever since 2011. This graph shows that the Sri Lankan economy has begun to shrink after 2019. This period coincides with the pandemic and poor policy decisions. There were two major setbacks for Sri Lanka. First, the country's earnings from tourism crashed. Tourism suffered due to the Easter bombings of 2019 in Colombo, which killed 253 people, and the outbreak of COVID-19. The second setback was the decline in workers' remittances, the money Sri Lankans living abroad sent to their families back home. President Rajapaksa's government made the economic situation worse with poor policy decisions. In December 2019, the government cut VAT rates from 15% to 8%. This led to a fall.
There's nobody closer to the battle.
Massive shelling. This entire camp was attacked. And now we'll see how fierce the fighting is at the border.
Nobody closer to the line of fire. one team has the world riveted.
Visited Jonas Satya Rautre in Golvanaka, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
The never-ending Hindutva war between Shiv Sena and BJP is growing louder. On Sunday, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray launched a stinging attack on the BJP, claiming that the party duped his father, Balasaheb Thackeray, because he was gullible. Thackeray went on to say that he has been behaving shrewdly with the BJP because it can't ignore the games the party plays in the name of Hindutva. This after BJP's Devendra Fadnavis on Sunday launched a scathing attack on the Chief Minister and Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he was not a true adherent of Hindutva. Fadnavis accused Sena of skipping Babri demolition and now sitting in the lap of anti-Hindu forces. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra also attacked him and his chief Raj Thackeray, calling him a mere player who sometimes plays the game of Marathi, sometimes of Hindutva.
माझ्यावर त्या आरोप केला की ती शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना नाही. म्हटलं बरोबर आहे, बाळासाहेब भोळे होते आणि बाळासाहेबांना तुम्ही त्यावेळेला कसे वेळोवेळी फसवत गेला तुम्ही माझ्या डोळ्याने बघितले, म्हणून मी थोडासा नाही म्हटलं तरी धूर्तपणाने तुमच्याशी वागतोय. मी नाही भोळा. माझे वडील भोळे होते, ते हिंदुत्वासाठी, म्हणजे हिंदुत्व हे माझे रक्तात त्यांनीच भिनवलेले आहे. पण हिंदुत्वाच्या आडून तुम्ही जे तुमचे डाव सरत होता त्याच्याकडे ते कानाडोळा करत होते. मी नाही करणार.
तो ढाचा पाडण्याचं काम अभिमानानं सांगतो आम्ही केलं. अरे तुम्ही विचारता, माझा तुम्हाला सवाल आहे, तुम्ही सांगा तो ढाचा पडला त्यावेळी तुम्ही कुठे होतात? मी या ठिकाणी अभिमानानं सांगतो, होय मी तो ढाचा पाडण्याकरता त्याच ठिकाणी होतो.
ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि आज उनके विषय में ऐसी भाषा उन्हीं के सुपुत्र बोल रहे हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें जो समझौता उन्होंने अपने सिद्धांतों से किया है सत्ता के लिए, उसे जायज़ ठहराना है. स्वर्गीय बालासाहेब ठाकरे कांग्रेस और एनसीपी के साथ किसी भी प्रकार के गठबंधन से सख्त खिलाफ थे और उन्होंने ये बार बार कहा था. तो आज सवाल तो ये पैदा होता है उद्धव जी कि बालासाहेब ठाकरे जी को हिंदुत्व के विषय पर किसने ठगा? जो हिंदुत्व के शेर हुआ करते थे, आज वो ऐसी पार्टी के साथ गठबंधन में है जो हिंदुत्व को आईसिस और बोको हराम के तरह तुलना करती है.
ये खुली धमकी और किसी के धार्मिक मामलों में इस तरह से हस्तक्षेप करना तो एक किस्म से अपराध है, अपराध की श्रेणी में आएगा. और मैं समझता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार वो सक्षम है, वो उनकी जो व्यवस्था है वो चुस्त दुरुस्त है. और अगर कोई नियम विरुद्ध, कानून विरुद्ध कोई कार्रवाई होगी, कोई काम करेगा तो उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी. और उसमें राज ठाकरे कोई अपवाद नहीं है.
Meanwhile, AIM chief Asauddin Owaisi has waded into the loudspeaker debate, hitting out at Raj Thackeray. He's asked if Rana couple has been slapped with sedition for chanting Hanuman Chalisa, then why can't civil action be taken against those wanting to clamp down on mosques?
मैं एक संविधान के दायरे में रहकर लड़ रहा हूं, लड़ता रहूंगा. और ये सब मिले हुए हैं. और संजय राउत को समझना चाहिए कि आपकी पार्टी पावर में है, तो आपने क्यों अरेस्ट किया फिर राणा के दोनों हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ को? क्या आपके घर के सामने आके बजाए तो सडेशन लगेगा, और मेरी मस्जिद के सामने आके कोई पोंगा लगाने की धमकी देगा तो तुम खामोश बैठोगे? गुलाब जामुन है, आपके मुंह में दही जम चुकी है. जब आप नवनीत राणा और उनके हस्बैंड के ऊपर सिर्फ इस बिना पर सडेशन लगाया, जो सडेशन नहीं लगता उनके ऊपर, आपने सडेशन लगाया क्योंकि आपके लीडर के घर के सामने जाकर कुछ पढ़ना चाह रहे थे. भाई आपके लीडर के घर की अहमियत है, मेरे मस्जिद की अहमियत नहीं है क्या? औरंगाबाद की पीस की अहमियत नहीं है? अब जहां तक सवाल इनके ये स्पीच का है, तो ये तो ओपन कॉल है वायलेंस के लिए. जब वहां की मुकामी पुलिस ने इनको कंडीशन के साथ परमिशन दिया है, तो उनको चाहिए कि फौरन सो मोटो एक्शन ले कि एक बार हो जाने दो, क्या हो जाने दो. क्या एक शख्स पूरे स्टेट के पीस को दांव पे लगाएगा? क्या एक शख्स थ्रेटन करेगा औरंगाबाद की हिंदू मुस्लिम दलित के भाईचारगी को? तो पुलिस क्या कर रही है? और क्या ये क्या मतलब है कि एक बार हो जाने दो? क्या हो जाने दो? क्या सो मोटो एक्शन पुलिस नहीं लेगी? लगाइए 153 295 और अरेस्ट करके जेल को भिजाइए, जेल में सड़ने दीजिए, 5-6 दिन उनको बेल लेने दीजिए, तो दिमाग हल्का हो जाएगा। क्योंकि शिवसेना की सरकार है और वो अपने भाई के खिलाफ एक्शन नहीं लेना चाहते हैं। वही एक नवनीत राणा अगर उद्धव ठाकरे घर पर जाकर कुछ पढ़ना चाहती थी तो आपने उसको अरेस्ट करके सेडेशन लगाया। या आपके भाई का मामला आ रहा, वो बकवास कर रहा है, पूरे पीस को बर्बाद करना चाहता है, धमकी दे रहा है। भाई 4 तारीख क्या स्टेट को कोई रैंसम पे होल्ड कर सकता है क्या? क्या महाराष्ट्र स्टेट बड़ा है या कोई एक शख्स बड़ा है? और ये क्या बात है कि मस्जिद के सामने जाकर करेंगे? क्या करेंगे आप? क्या आप खरगोन बनाना चाह रहे हैं औरंगाबाद को? क्या महाराष्ट्र को आप जो दिल्ली में गड़बड़, उस तरह की दिल्ली की गड़बड़ करना चाह रहे हैं क्या आप? क्या हो रहा है ये तो ओपन कॉल है वायलेंस के लिए।
And staying with this, as Raj Thakre's deadline essentially comes closer, Shiv Sena hints it's going to blink in the loudspeaker dangle. Mumbai Mayor Kishori Pednekar has said no one, including Muslims, opposed Hanuman Chalisa and loudspeakers will be removed from temples and mosques. Sena has also appealed all to maintain peace, saying that if Raj Thakre said anything objectionable in his speech, then action is going to be taken against him. Raj Thakre, remember, had launched a scathing attack on the Mahavikas Aghadi government on Sunday, saying that there is an ultimatum to the Uddhav Thakre government to remove loudspeakers from mosques by the 4th of May, a day after Eid.
हनुमान चालीसा याला कधीच कोणी विरोध केला नाहीये. भोंगे डबल टेबल लावा, कायदा आहे, पुलिस आहे, साउंड सिस्टम.
These are pictures, in fact, of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He is in Germany, in Berlin, and this is a 3-day, 3-nation tour to Germany, Denmark, and then France. The Prime Minister kick-started his 3-day tour today to each of these countries. 65 hours of travel with meetings with 8 world leaders, including the German Chancellor right now. One with the German Chancellor right now. The meeting of the Prime Minister with the German Chancellor today. Tomorrow he meets with the Prime Minister of Denmark and then with French President who's just been recently re-elected. That's going to happen on the 4th of May. The Prime Minister, in fact, on Sunday night left for Berlin. Earlier today he had a meeting with the Diaspora, members of the Diaspora, always an important component of his foreign tours. This is a crucial 3-nation Europe visit, comes at a time when this entire region is still really recovering from Russia's invasion of Ukraine 3 months ago. India has made it clear that it is going to be making its own position clear vis-a-vis the stand that is taken in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is extremely different from what these nations have spoken about in their outright support, even military support to Ukraine. The Prime Minister meeting German Chancellor Olaf Scholz right now, with the Denmark Prime Minister tomorrow and French President the day after tomorrow. Post-COVID recovery is also on the agenda. The Prime Minister is also set to attend several other key events in his stay in Germany. Remember, the Ukraine war is going to be in focus during the visit, is what the government of India has made amply clear. The Prime Minister had also met the German Chancellor last year, and he spoke about the significance of the meeting in Germany, tweeting about it this morning, saying that this is aimed at strengthening India-Germany cooperation. On the right side of your screens are pictures from earlier today where the Prime Minister interacted with members of the Diaspora. Germany, remember, has a significant proportion of the 1 million population of the diaspora in Europe. And this is what the Prime Minister's office has said, that the diaspora is an important anchor in our relationship with Europe, and therefore I will be taking the opportunity of my visit to the continent to meet our brothers and sisters there. Various programs aimed at strengthening India-Germany cooperation is what the Government of India has spoken about. The PM also wrote in a late-night tweet yesterday. At the India-Germany Intergovernmental Consultation, India is going to be holding a one-on-one with Germany. The centre has said it is looking at early engagement with the new government in the European nation. Also in the year 2021, India and Germany commemorated 70 years of the establishment of diplomatic relations and have been strategic partners since the year 2000. The Government of India, the MEA particularly, has spoken about how the Prime Minister has got a tight schedule. Clocking 3 countries in 3 days is what MEA spokesperson tweeted about earlier. Prime Minister embarking on a visit to Germany, Denmark and France from 2nd to 4th of May, 65 hours where he is meeting 8 world leaders, including many more tomorrow in Copenhagen in Denmark. The government has said that this is an opportunity to deepen partnerships, expand strategic convergences and enhance coordination on regional and global issues. Prime Minister Modi arrived in Germany on the first leg of his 3-day Europe visit, got a rousing welcome from the diaspora in Berlin. Take a look at these pictures of the Prime Minister interacting with a little girl who presented him with a portrait of his picture. Later today, Prime Minister Modi is scheduled, in fact, to hold a series of meetings with members of the business community as well. Right now, he is meeting with the German Chancellor. It's time for a quick commercial break here. We'll continue to keep a close eye on that big developing story on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Yes, I call it genocide because it's become clearer and clearer that Putin is just trying to wipe out the idea of even being able to be a Ukrainian.
Since the invasion of Russia on Ukraine, more than 13,000 people have been killed. Several reports say many women have been raped. The Bucha massacre was an eye-opener to the devastation spread across Ukraine. Amid the deaths and casualties, world leaders proclaim that Putin is committing genocide. Genocide is when a mass murder is committed against a particular group of people. It's seen as the most serious crime against humanity. An example would be the killing of 6 million Jews during the World War. So can Russia's Putin be charged with genocide? American President Joe Biden has openly stated how Putin is a war criminal and cannot remain in power.
Oh, I think he is a war criminal. He's a butcher. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power. Your family budget, your ability to fill up your tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war and commits genocide half a world away.
Believe it or not, even war has rules to follow. The rules are in treaties of Geneva and in other international laws and agreements. Under war, civilians cannot be deliberately attacked. Many weapons are banned due to the suffering they cause. This includes chemical and biological weapons. Many investigations state that killings in Bucha were deliberate. Evidence states that civilians were shot dead with their hands and feet bound. Many
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. CCTV footage of Vignesh, who allegedly died in police custody, has now surfaced. In the video, 2 cops can be seen chasing Vignesh. He then falls, is beaten, held by the collar, taken away. He died on the 19th of April after being arrested by the police. His custodial death has become a big issue in Tamil Nadu. His brother Vinod has said the police tried to give him 1 lakh rupees to hush up the matter. Prabhu, an eyewitness, has said that police had stopped and checked Vignesh and Suresh using face tag app, which showed that Suresh had several cases pending against him. Prabhu said that when police questioned Vignesh, he handed over a knife he had. He told the cops the knife was to cut grass for the horse he used to give rides along the Marina beach. Eyewitnesses say the cops beat up Vignesh. The police has said Vignesh and Suresh caused ruckus and Vignesh used the knife to attack the cops, after which he was arrested. Police say that Vignesh had seizure on the 19th of April morning after having breakfast and was taken to hospital, where he was declared brought dead, leading to the suspension of the sub-inspector, a constable and a home guard.
சவாரி இவங்க யாருன்னு தெரியாது. நான் வேற சவாரி போய் ரிட்டர்ன் வந்திருக்கேன் சார். அப்படின்னா பக்கத்துலேயே இவனை என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்க, இவன் ஒரு கத்தி வச்சிருந்தான். அந்த கத்தி எடுத்து டேபிளில் வச்சுட்டான், அந்த ஜிப்சி மேலே வச்ச உடனே இது எதுக்கலான்னாங்க. நான் குதிரையை ஓட்டுறவன், குதிரையில் ஆடுறதுக்கு இதை கட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு வச்சிருந்தேன் அப்படின்னா. அதுக்கப்புறம் அவனை அடிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. இன்னொரு போலீஸ்கார் வந்தார், அவனை சர மாதிரியே அடித்தார். அன்றைக்கி நைட்டு 2:50க்கு ஸ்டேஷன் கூப்பிட்டு போகிறாங்க. ஸ்டேஷன் கூப்பிட்டு போயிட்டு 3:15 தான் என்னை கீழே இறக்குறாங்க. அவங்க 2 பேரும் லாக்கப்பில் போட்டாங்க.
நான் வீட்டில் குளிச்சுட்டு இருந்தேன்.
All these actions are under a platform that evolved called the Joint Action Against Custodial Torture in Tamil Nadu, which evolved as a result of Satyangulam. And I am forced to say that the DMK was also party to that platform. So we are not here fighting against somebody who's an enemy. We are appealing to a government who at one point in time was part of our joint platform. Having said this, the discrepancies that you're asking, on the 18th, what has been narrated is blatant, brutal torture with evidence.
Well, we are leaving you with these visuals of the Prime Minister's interaction with the diaspora. Remember, he is in Germany today, in Denmark tomorrow, and France the day after tomorrow. A series of meetings have been lined up. 8 world leaders, 65 hours, meetings with top business honchos, and of course, meeting with members of the Indian diaspora tomorrow in Denmark and the day after tomorrow in France as well. A continuous coverage on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Reliance's Mukesh Ambani is the owner of the second most expensive home in the world after Buckingham Palace. Here are the inside pictures of Antilia. Antilia is located in one of the most expensive residential areas in the country, Mumbai's Altamont Road. The property rates here are mind-boggling, 80,000 rupees to 85,000 rupees per square foot. A 600-member staff is employed to keep the 27-storied building in order. The building boasts of 3 helipads, Mumbai's skyline and the Arabian Sea. Antilia is built to withstand an earthquake of even 8 on the Richter scale. Mukesh Ambani's love for cars is behind 6 floors of Antilia being devoted to garages. This space houses several luxury cars, including his 5 crore rupees Maybach. The garage can accommodate 168 cars. There's even a service station on the 7th floor. The recreation centre spread across 2 floors has a yoga centre, dance studio, jacuzzi, a health spa and several swimming pools. Antilia is equipped with its own ice cream parlour, a mega temple, a private theatre that can accommodate 50 people and a salon. The Ambani residence has 9 elevators designed to take the residents to specific floors. All of this makes Antilia worth a whopping $2 billion. In Indian currency, it's about 14,000 crore rupees.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are
In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, Voltas Pure Air Adjustable AC.
Prime Minister Modi's big splash in war-torn Europe. Prime Minister's Atmanirbhar foreign policy in action. Massive West expectations from India's Modi. India's neutrality forges shining new path. PM tour in wake of fight over neutrality. They said India isolated, then this happened. Spotlight on Modi's India during big war.
Prime Minister Modi is in Berlin as part of a highly anticipated and hugely meaningful tour of Western Europe. Prime Minister Modi has been subject to a lot of taunts, a lot of gyan, a lot of snipes from the Western intelligentsia and politicians in the United States. But this trip that he's begun right now, and the images are plain for everyone to see, is that India will not be lectured by the West. We have our own foreign policy, we have our own reasons for neutrality, and we will not bow down to pressure from any outside party. These are the headlines at 5 p.m. Stalin government under fire for custodial deaths in Tamil Nadu. India Today accesses shocking video of victim being chased and hit by police. Family had alleged that he died of torture. Massive political face-off in Hyderabad's Osmania University after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi's entry is blocked over no political meeting policy. Day after Raj Thakre's big loudspeaker ultimatum, Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government hints at blinking. Sena Neta says loudspeakers will be removed from temples and mosques. Sena and BJP Hindutva war. Maharashtra Chief Minister says BJP cheated his father Bala Saheb in the name of Hindutva. Fadnavis says Sena with fake Hindutva skipped the Babri demolition in Ayodhya. Russia continues to pound Ukraine. Exclusive report from forward areas in Donbass. India Today travels to Zaporizhia, Europe's largest nuclear plant, now under Russian control.
This is a world exclusive. India Today is at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Energodar. This now is under Russian control.
This is a forward base of the Ukrainian military, which was recently hit by missile strikes from the Russian side. This military base, which was very critical for the Ukrainians, has been completely ruined.
Prime Minister Modi has hit the ground in typical style in Berlin. After enduring Western taunts and criticism over India's stand on the Russia-Ukraine conflict so far, this is the first international visit by the Indian Prime Minister, and India is definitely on full display. These are just some of the images that have come out from Ukraine, from Germany, I beg your pardon, since the Prime Minister landed there earlier today. Take a look at some of these viral images as the Prime Minister of India receives the warmest possible welcome, very typical Desi style, for the Indian leader as he begins a highly substantive, highly meaningful, layered and full of meaning and implication Western Europe tour, starting with Berlin. These images are from Berlin. He's in Germany today. In just a short while from now, the Prime Minister will also be with the German Chancellor, who he observed a guard of honor with just a short while ago. There will hopefully be a statement as well. But we are about to tell you why this visit is so meaningful. Watch this report.
надают четкие гарантии безопасности.
In the shadow of the Ukraine war, as conflict draws Europe and NATO into another whirlpool of uncertainty, these images couldn't possibly be speaking any louder. With fanfare typical of the Indian Prime Minister's foreign visits, Modi has begun a high-speed tour of Western Europe. While the United States has indulged in public lecturing and Gahr over India's stand in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, Germany has been praising India, recognizing just how singular India's foreign policy maneuvers on this issue have been. As head of the G7, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, like his predecessor Angela Merkel, shares a warm equation with the Indian Prime Minister. But that doesn't mean Germany isn't looking to leverage India to pile the pressure on Putin's Russia. An invitation to India to attend the next G7 summit in June as a special guest is also said to be in the offing.
Europe has specially aligned, and these are the countries which have aligned itself against Russia. They call it the Russian invasion of Ukraine. India, as of now, has always maintained a very balanced stand on the entire issue, a neutral stand. So it's a very important geopolitical, if you talk about India's power, its emerging value of its stand in the entire Russia-Ukraine war, and how Prime Minister Modi takes this relationship forward with Europe.
और फिर जब वो आए तो लगा हम अभी से इतने तरोताजा है कि हम उनका पूरे लाइफ टाइम वेट कर सकते हैं।
अभी बताइए आप मिल पाए?
हाँ मिल पाए, हम एकदम सामने खड़े थे। आते बराबर मोदी जी ने कहा शुक्रिया, आप लोग इतने सुबह से आए हुए हैं। तो हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा वो सुन के कि उन्हें भी पता है कि लोग कितने वेट कर रहे हैं उनका और उत्साहित है उनके लिए।
बिल्कुल, जैसे वो हमारे तरफ आए और नमस्ते करके जो मोमेंट था, मतलब
और ढोल, आप ढोल बजाने वाले हैं तो ढोल में इनके अब ज्यादा जोश होगा, पूरा ढोल ताशा है इंटू 200 पावर। गरबा के नृत्य के साथ जो जोश यहाँ पर महिलाओं में दिख रहा है, उत्साह तमाम भारतीयों में दिख रहा है, और इनके सब के बीच ये गरबा का वो रंग है जो हिंदुस्तान और हिंदुस्तान की बढ़ती हुई ताकत का एक नजारा है। जब आप जर्मनी में बर्लिन में ऐसी महत्वपूर्ण जगह पर, जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण इमारत एक तरह से ब्रांडेनबर्ग गेट है, उसके सामने आप मिनी इंडिया देखते हैं। सॉफ्ट पावर डिप्लोमेसी के साथ साथ ये देखिए अब यहाँ पर जो मौजूद पुरुष है वो भी गरबा करने लगे। गुजरात का जो रंग और जोश यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता, उसको कोई टोक नहीं सकता।
The colour and fervour that frames the start of Modi's Europe tour also carries a lot of signalling, underscoring a popular leader who has spent the last 2 months navigating a series of global taunts for abstinence on Russia's invasion. With this turbulent global scenario as a canvas, the Europe tour is Modi's first international platform to flex India's uniquely forged foreign policy. A message to the world that India shapes its own relations and cannot be pressured by any side.
मैंने यूक्रेन और रूस दोनों के राष्ट्रपतियों से कई बार फोन पर बातचीत की। मैंने न सिर्फ शांति की अपील की, बल्कि मैंने राष्ट्रपति पुतिन को यूक्रेन के राष्ट्रपति के साथ सीधी बातचीत का सुझाव भी रखा।
From Germany, Modi heads to France, where a newly victorious President Emmanuel Macron is expected to sustain the warmth for the visiting Indian Prime Minister. Even while the Biden administration has taken public potshots at India, the two European NATO powers have handled things much more delicately, recognizing that the time to lecture India on foreign policy is perhaps history. Bureau Report, India Today. And signature Modi's foreign visit style, the Indian diaspora have really set the mood in Berlin as well. These are troubled times, but just take a look at some of the images like this one of Prime Minister Modi vibing with Indian kids in Berlin is one of the images that has been most shared on the internet all through today. You'll also hear some of these kids, in a short while from now on the show. But here's my colleague Anjana, who spoke to some of the very, very enthusiastic, excited Indian diaspora all lined up in Berlin to welcome the Prime Minister. Take a look.
दूसरी मुलाकात थी और कहा ना उनको मिलके एनर्जी डबल हो जाती है, दुगनी हो जाती है, और वैसा ही था, उनको मिलके ऐसा लगा कि क्या बस उत्साह टू मच था हमारे लिए। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, उनके 2 मिनट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थे हमारे लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
पीएम मोदी ने पूछा कि आप छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का पोशाक पहन कर आए हैं, कोई खास बात है क्या, क्यों पहन के? तो मैंने बोला हाँ, हमारी यहाँ पे शिवाजी महाराज जी की परफॉर्मेंस है, डांस परफॉर्मेंस है, तो इसलिए परफॉर्मेंस है। तो बोले हाँ, काफी अच्छा दिख रहे हो, कीप इट अप।
या पूरा गुजरात बर्लिन में ही है आज तो।
बहुत अच्छा अनुभव था, क्योंकि ऐसे हमने तो पुणे में गणेशोत्सव में बजा है, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री के सामने बजाने की हमें कभी ये मौका मिलेगा ऐसे लगा नहीं था, पर यहाँ पे आके जर्मनी में आके उनके सामने बजाने का मौका मिला तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
Okay, so the Prime Minister Narendra Modi vibing there with those children has become in many ways a face of this entire visit now. Let's just listen into this interaction he had with some of these kids there.
पैदा यही हुई है। क्या बनाया? अच्छा
ये दौरा तमाम चुनौतियों से निपटने का।
Take you straight now to India Today's Anjana Kashyap, who's in Berlin. You know, she's been bringing you the best of the mood there on the ground, as well as the substance of what's on the table. You know, two things happening there in Berlin, where you are right now, Anjana. One, you know, an incredible reminder of the kind of people's connect that the Indian Prime Minister has at a very tricky time. You know, India has been subject to a lot of, gyan from Western countries about its neutrality over the Russia-Ukraine war. At the same time, it is very clear that the Indian Prime Minister is a valued guest there in Europe, and those talks that are happening at this time are very significant.
Absolutely, Shiv. So 2 pictures of a very important story called India. One, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his connect with the Indian diaspora. We saw absolute madness for him. These people have been performing here in front of Brandenburg Gate for about 2-3 hours continuously, and then we could see them beating the drums there, waiting for him non-stop for 45 minutes. And when he emerged, there was absolutely madness to just hold him, see him, get pictures. But on the other hand, the relationship that you talked about, we had a gentleman from Chancellor Olaf Scholz's party with us live an hour ago, who told us that Olaf Scholz values this relationship with India very much. It's been 70 years. In 2021, India celebrated 70 years of our strategic relationships with Germany. But what is important is in the Russia-Ukraine war, India wants to make it stand clear. Even when Boris Johnson came to India, he said India can play a crucial role because of the relationship Prime Minister Narendra Modi shares with Putin. India wants to keep its relationship with every country separately, and that gyan that the Western world is trying to actually throw over India, India is not ready to succumb to that. I think in spite of that, despite of that, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and India's power and its emergence is valued by every country, be it the talks with Joe Biden or what Boris Johnson displayed when he came to India, and now Olaf Scholz. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is not just interacting with Chancellor Olaf Scholz, he's also meeting the Denmark, Iceland, Finland, Norway, Sweden Prime Minister in the Nordic Summit tomorrow in Copenhagen. And then he goes over to personally congratulate Emmanuel Macron because he just was re-elected 10 days back. India's stand is absolutely clear. We are not succumbing to any kind of pressure. We stand as a country neutral on the Russia-Ukraine war, but we want to build our relationship with each country separately, keeping the nation and its interests in mind. Shiv.
And this visit has clearly affirmed that, very unique, very sort of Atmanirbhar, if I may call it that, foreign policy, which speaks for itself despite all these pulls and pressures, with all of these countries trying to leverage India and, lecture India. But, last question, Anjana, because I know you're busy there, but, the body language that the Prime Minister enjoys with the diaspora, the people, of Berlin. You were right there in the middle of it. Those images were so compelling. You've covered so many of these visits in the past, Anjana, from New York to other world capitals. You've actually seen this over the last 8 years. Has the excitement gone down, or is that Modi mania still very much alive and well? It looked like it's totally alive and well.
alive and thriving and actually scaling up, Shiv, because we saw the Indian diaspora in New York, as you mentioned yourself, but right here, 4 a.m. in the morning, Shiv, can you believe it? We were here at 5 a.m. because all these people told us at 4 a.m. in the morning, we are reaching there. If you want us to cover us live, please reach there by 5. I was here at 5 a.m. and they had already waited here for an hour. So you can imagine, these were people who were driving down 5 hours from different parts of Germany, southern Germany to other parts of Germany. They were all here because they wanted to just see him. And I saw women who were just screaming his name. And when Prime Minister Narendra Modi came out, they got to know that he's going to shake hands with them. We saw this entire flock leave all their performances here and rush there because they just wanted one-on-one interaction with him. The mania that he actually builds in the diaspora is alive, kicking and growing, I feel, Shiv, every time.
Incredible. Anjana, enjoy, and we'll keep coming back to you on that story. It's going to be Berlin today, Copenhagen tomorrow, and then Paris. Big Europe tour. Anjana, reporting live from Berlin on those big developments there. Now, let me just list out for you what I believe here in India today is the significance of the Modi visit. Anjana, touched upon some of those. Let me flesh it out for you because this is really important. The world is looking to leverage India's role. The world is definitely looking to leverage India's role because that's the main significance. The second big thing, India's neutrality is a lesson for Europe. It's something that Europe has looked at with a little bit of suspicion, but it's definitely a lesson for Europe. Now, critics who said India is isolated, they're looking really stupid today, aren't they? Because they are laughably wrong. India is far from isolated. It's being hosted in the top capitals of Europe. This is a major step-up opportunity for India. This is the high table that India has been aspiring to for a long time and deserves. And our foreign policy at this time clearly affords us that opportunity to move up. It's a huge embarrassment for the Biden administration in Washington, D.C. because they've been muscle flexing. They've been criticizing India. Their upstart deputy NSA had a lot of rebukes for India when he came here. This is a big slap for him. But possibly the biggest slap away from the diplomatic sphere is for Indian critics in Western media, whether it is analysts or think tank persons or former politicians or even current politicians in certain Western media and certain opinion givers at large who've been criticizing India for its neutral stance. Well, India is far from isolated, my friends. India is on the high table, and this particular platform clearly proves that India, far from being isolated, is counted upon as a reliable and responsible world power that must play a role in whatever is coming next in Europe in light of what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. Now, the nuts and bolts of what's on the agenda, because this is not just about the Ukraine war, this is also about what's happening between India and those countries. Obviously, Prime Minister Modi's delegation will be looking to boost trade and commerce between India and Europe. This is a very uncertain time for the world where economies are fragile. He will also be reaffirming India's friendship with its European partners. India shares very, very close ties with Germany and France and the Scandinavian nations, discussing terror, the Ukraine war, trade and deals obviously will be on the agenda as well. A green strategic partnership with Denmark is also on the agenda. Never forget that climate change and environment is extremely important to the Modi government. Post-pandemic recovery and climate change, hugely important. India is seen as a model country despite what happened during the second wave. So all of these will be the connective tissue around the very visible forward movement and progress that India's Prime Minister is making possible there in Berlin, tomorrow in Copenhagen, and then in Paris, France. So we will keep you up to speed on what is going to be a very high-tempo, high-voltage visit, typically, of the Indian Prime Minister. Day one in Berlin is almost done. He's meeting with the German Chancellor. We'll get you up to speed on what happens immediately after that meeting. On the other side of this break, however, I'm going to show you how Ukraine may have just conducted the most significant aerial strike in this entire conflict with Russia so far. Stick around. I'll tell you what I mean when you come back.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
NFT is an acronym that stands for non-fungible token, which means guaranteed to be unique. The NFT is a digital certificate of authenticity associated with an object, which can be a digital file such as an image, a video, it could be an animation, photo, sound or text. It proves that its owner is the sole legitimate holder. This certificate is theoretically tamper-proof and cannot be duplicated. It is designed using blockchain technology, which is a decentralized and secure network for storing and transmitting information that keeps track of transactions and has enabled the rise of cryptocurrencies. An NFT owner has a digital wallet in which they store the digital certificates they have purchased. NFTs introduce the notion of scarcity into sectors as diverse as art, music, design, video games, or even fashion. The system allows creators to earn income from their work when the NFT is resold. NFTs arrived to the general public in 2017 with the platform CryptoKitties, a game in which players can buy and breed digital kittens whose value has skyrocketed.
You are watching in
Do you share a Netflix account with your friends and family? Well, we hate to bring you the bad news, but soon Netflix is going to crack down on users who share accounts. For the first time in a decade, Netflix has lost more than 2 million subscribers. Netflix also warned its shareholders that it will lose another 2 million subscribers by July 2022. The OTT service provider estimates that more than 100 million households share passwords and use it for free. But the important question here is why Netflix lost its subscribers. Netflix pulled out of Russia in March 2022 due to the Russia-Ukraine war. This led to a loss of 7 lakh subscribers. And another 6 lakh subscribers stopped using Netflix due to its increased prices. Another reason is obviously the competition from other streaming services. Some of the biggest rivals being Amazon Prime, Apple TV and Disney+. So far, Netflix is committed to its ad-free subscription model. But the CEO, Reed Hastings, hinted that the company could experiment with an ad-supported lower-cost model. This model is widely used by its key rivals like Disney+. But despite losing subscribers, Netflix says it has seen progress in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, this could be due to its cheapest smartphone plan starting at Rs 149.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Big escalation in Russia-Ukraine war. Ukraine drone captured bombing Russian boats. Dramatic video of explosions over the Black Sea. Russian armored boats destroyed by drones. The big Ukraine hit after Moscow sinking. Blasts, bombs and drones. You saw just snatches of it in that teaser, but what I'm about to show you is what many experts believe could be the most significant aerial strike claimed to have been conducted by Ukraine on the Russian military. Now take very close heed at what I'm about to say. These are images of a drone attack out over the Black Sea for the first time since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And the implications of what you're about to see are going to be very, very far-reaching. Take a look. An armed Russian boat prowling the Black Sea off the southern coast of Ukraine. The boat has no idea it has been spotted from the skies. And then this happens. In the blink of an eye, the 55-foot Russian patrol boat obliterated over the waves. Minutes later, a second boat is seen speeding away, but it's too late. This boat too has no escape because it's been struck from the skies by a relentless bombing machine. The Ukrainian government claims that these are images of two Russian Raptor-class high-speed coastal patrol boats, bombed into oblivion courtesy laser-guided bombs delivered by Ukrainian Bayraktar TB2 drones. The strikes on these two boats is enormously significant. They capture the first time in this war that these drones have actively engaged and destroyed Russian naval assets.
In over 2 months of the war, Ukrainian combat drones have got a lot of success by hitting their targets. But now, for the first time, they have achieved this success over an open ocean. Now, there are reports that Ukrainian combat drones have successfully hit Russian boats in the Black Sea.
The laser-guided munitions used in this new over-ocean attack are likely the Russian MAM, a smart micro-munition designed to hit both stationary and moving targets with devastating accuracy. The destruction of the two Russian Navy patrol boats will be a painful sting for Putin's war machine, coming 18 days after the sinking of the Black Sea Fleet's flagship cruiser Moskva, an incident that is still sending shockwaves around the world for what it means to Ukraine's defense capabilities. The two boats struck in this manner may be much smaller than the Moskva, but the signal from Ukraine is clear. No matter how small the Russian asset and no matter where it's operating, with the help of American and Western intelligence, electronics and targeting sensors, nothing will be out of reach for Ukrainian weapons. Bureau Report, India Today. Just think about that for a second. Huge, big cruisers and battleships are vulnerable. That's understandable. But even these small 50-foot patrol boats of the Russian Navy are not off limits to Ukrainian airstrikes, is what this footage has confirmed. And it has sent shockwaves right across the region. Because even in these small ships, small boats which can usually escape this kind of thing are going to be vulnerable to attacks. But how do laser-guided attacks of this kind actually work? Let me just break it down for you a little bit so it's understandable. Very simply put, you've got a drone in the sky which uses its day or night cameras to spot the boat that's lurking there in the ocean. These are infrared or normal day visual cameras to actually spot that. That's what you saw in that drone footage. Next, what this drone does is it sends down a laser beam to actually paint that target, which basically means the laser goes and hits the target, and there you have a laser beam connecting the drone with the actual target there. Now everything is set. The target is locked. Everything is ready and optimal for the firing of the weapon. That's when the drone unleashes one of its laser-guided bombs or missiles that rides the laser, uses the laser almost like a rappelling rope, and goes down and hits the target. So that's basically, in a very simple set of steps, how a laser-guided weapon actually works, and that's precisely how those patrol boats of the Russian Navy were also struck. I want to bring in India Today's Rajesh Pawar, live from Kyiv. He's a reporter on the ground, but also a combat veteran and understands how weapons of this kind actually function. Rajesh, 18 days ago, the Moskva cruiser was sunk or claimed to have been sunk in the Black Sea by the Ukrainians using anti-ship missiles. Today, they have actually claimed to have achieved something much more significant in terms of the difficulty of achieving something like this, Rajesh, which is a drone attack using laser-guided bombs to apparently destroy and sink 2 small armored patrol boats of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. Very, very compelling footage, but also hugely significant because these are small boats that Russia, seeks to use to enforce its will, in certain coastal areas of the Black Sea. But if these boats are also not off limits to these kinds of strikes, it sends out a very big message. What do you think, Rajesh?
Shiv, first of all, congratulations to you for winning that award of being the best anchor. And it was really nice to hear that. Now, coming to a question regarding these drones, like we have been talking for last 1 month, the introduction of drones in the battlefield, be it on the ground or be it on the sea, has been a game changer here. Yeah. And what we saw in this footage now, it is really a big step forward in the escalation of war in the seas as well now. We have seen Moscow was sunk from Odessa, and now these drones coming into play even on the sea. So this is a big change in the warfare now, and we will see escalation of these things in the coming days because more of such high-tech state-of-art drones are being pumped in by America and NATO countries inside Ukrainian battlefield now. And we have seen their effect on the armor on the outskirts of Kyiv, and yes, Russians were forced to leave the area around Kyiv and north of Ukraine. And now we are seeing their devastating effect on the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. Shiv.
It's incredible. Abhishek Bhalla, defense editor, is also live with me. He's in the city of Kharkiv, which is the second largest city in Ukraine. Abhishek, no doubt you've seen this footage that the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has put out earlier today. Huge implications and a game changer, like what Rajesh correctly said. What is the sense you're getting? What kind of message is being sent out? Because clearly these weapons are gaining from the huge amount of electronic and targeting intelligence being provided to Ukraine by the US and NATO countries. And this footage where drones are attacking and sinking small Russian patrol boats, Abhishek, is a representation of just how precise and accurate this battle is getting.
Shiv, first and foremost, these combat drones have been extremely critical when it comes to hitting ground targets. And, that's been quite fatal for the Russian forces when they came into Ukrainian mainland. And if these are now going to be used against naval assets, this is then going to completely change things in this battle because these naval assets, are very critical as far as a deterrence role is concerned for the Russian forces. They have long-range missile strikes that can hit not just land targets in Ukraine, but also other NATO countries. And if they are going to be taken down, first it was the Moskva, and now these 2 Russian patrol boats. And if these drones are going to be used against the maritime power of the Russian Navy, then it's going to be very, very critical in the long run as far as this battle is concerned.
Rajesh, do you see more usage of such drones, such combat drones? We do know that, the United States has been supplying some new types of drones, to the Ukrainian military. But is there are you seeing a much more scaled up use of such drones? Because it is clear that they are working for the Ukrainian side.
Look, Shiv, Ukraine has been under a naval blockade ever since this war started 2 months back. Ukraine was completely blockaded by the Russian Navy and nothing could enter Ukraine from the sea. This is what we have seen in last 2 months. And Ukraine desperately needs some avenues to bring this equipment, which is coming from America and NATO countries, to the front lines. See, now Ukrainians are facing the same problem what Russians were facing outside Kyiv. Stretched supply lines, stretched logistic lines. So to bring these weapons and equipment from the western Ukraine, from Lviv or Polish border to the east of Ukraine where the fighting is going on is a Herculean task and fraught with dangers. Russians will blow it up anywhere. So they need to open some kind of sea opening, and these kind of drones can be very effective in breaking this naval blockade which Ukraine is facing in last 2 months. And mind you, Shiv, it's not only these drones, high-tech drones, but also anti-ship missiles which have been supplied by Britain off late in last week to Ukraine, which will be very effective in breaking this naval blockade of Ukraine. Shiv.
Rajesh and Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us on the latest on this story. We're going to look out very carefully at how this story goes. But, you know, if it had to boil down to one thing, the drone in question that has apparently achieved this incredible task of accurately targeting, tracking and destroying 2 small Russian patrol boats in the Black Sea, then it's a huge statement about the technical abilities of what Ukraine is able to do with Western help. Take a look at this tale of the Bayraktar TB2 drone. That's the flying vehicle that's been able to achieve all of this. But remember, this drone itself is nothing without the people operating it and the intelligence on which it is operating.
Perhaps the most compelling aerial image of Ukraine's counter-strike on its invaders. Look carefully at these infrared images. What you're looking at is a Russian missile position being struck from the skies by a Ukrainian drone. The drone said to be raining this hell on Russian forces is the Bayraktar TB2, a combat drone fleet supplied by Turkey in 2019. These drones carry 4 laser-guided missiles that have proven highly effective in combat. The TB2 has a flight time of 24 hours and a communication range of almost 185 miles, with a service altitude ceiling of roughly 25,000 feet. Additionally, some of these drones create a disturbing sound when approaching their targets, which can be psychologically unsettling. The chief of Ukraine's Air Force, Lieutenant General Mykola Oleshchuk, describes the Bayraktar TB2 drones as life-giving. Each Bayraktar TB2 system consists of 6 aerial vehicles, 2 ground control stations, 3 ground data terminals, 2 remote video terminals and ground support equipment. Bayraktar TB2 UAV can carry a maximum payload of more than 55 kilos. The standard payload configuration includes an electro-optical camera module, an infrared camera module, a laser designator, a laser range finder and a laser pointer. Ukraine is the latest instance of these formidable attack drones in action. Bayraktar TB2 drones were heavily effective for Azerbaijan against Armenia in November 2002, as testified by multiple videos that emerged at that time. A precursor to this was the success of the TB2 drones against Russian-made weapons in Syria and Libya. Key aspects like low visibility and detectability thanks to the low radar cross-section makes this drone slick and agile. It is interesting to note that earlier this year, Turkey and Ukraine had an agreement in place to co-produce Bayraktar TB2 drones at a production site in Ukraine. Ukrainian Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov told reporters in Kiev that the co-production compound would also include a training center where Ukrainian pilots would be trained. This had caused a lot of resentment and anger amongst the Russian defense establishment back then. And with the drones striking Russian targets once again now, expect things to escalate further from the air. With Sai Kiran Kannan in Singapore, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, right through this conflict, we've been detailing and updating you on the advanced NATO and Western weaponry that Ukraine has been awash with. It's one of the real reasons why Ukraine, along with the intelligence and electronic sensor data that the West has been providing, has allowed Ukraine to mount a credible defense against a much more superiorly armed Russia. Now take a look at two more advanced weapons that have just been cleared for delivery to Ukraine.
Ukraine's fight back. Its monumental homeland defense for over 2 months has overwhelmed world headlines. A former Soviet state, flooded with Western weapons to take on a gigantic invader, has come to define a reloaded Cold War amidst the heat of a very real battle. And now, after over 2 months of death, destruction and damage, 2 more Western weapons have been lined up for the Ukrainian military. The United States has just cleared consignments of M777 155mm ultra-light artillery guns for Ukraine. A handy and powerful weapon is also in service with the Indian Army. On Thursday, the US Department of Defense released these images of M777 guns loaded into C-17 transport jets for a ferry flight to Ukraine. The Australian government has also shipped sets of M777 guns to Ukraine. The M777 is an ultra-light howitzer gun that has seen action in Afghanistan, with the capability to fire shells, including smart shells, to ranges of anywhere between 25 and 40 kilometers, and will highly welcome for Ukrainian border artillery units looking to target Russian positions. The other weapon system cleared for delivery to Ukraine is the Brimstone ship-based guided missile system. British media reports suggest that the weapons could be supplied both in their anti-ship as well as land attack versions. The missile could pack formidable close-in punch on small ships and boats in the Black Sea, a theatre where the Ukrainian military scored the mother of all kills recently with the claimed sinking of Russia's Moskva cruiser. The Brimstone could prove an even bigger nuisance to the Russian Navy's Black Sea assets. The 2 new Western weapons join a steady flow of military hardware into Ukraine, allowing the invaded nation to mount a credible defense of territory despite the enormous damage done to its soil. The weapons have been cleared at a decisive time in the combat. The latest Russian missile attacks on Kyiv, weeks after Russia had de-escalated in Ukraine's capital, suggest that Putin's war machine could still attack in areas it disengaged from. The escalation ahead will clearly see more advanced weapons and likely more destructive combat. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, away from all these conventional weapons, remember, there's always been this nuclear shadow because Putin and his team have constantly indulged in messaging at the nuclear level. They've put their arsenal on high alert. They sent out their nuclear submarines into the Atlantic. They've been talking nuclear for a long time. Well, while all this is happening and while tensions have been escalating, 3 NATO powers, the US, UK and France, had their nuclear submarines secretly converge at a remote Scottish naval base. The reason? Well, you may have guessed it already, to send a reply message back to nuclear Putin. The 3rd month of this war, and Putin's war machine shows no signs of really pulling back. From Kyiv to Kharkiv to the hellscape of Ukraine's Mariupol, Russia has been trembled, but Putin's iron fist remains in the battlefield. Now, with Sweden and Finland signaling their intent to join NATO, Putin has warned that there will be nuclear consequences in the Baltic region. Russia, remember, has already placed its nuclear arsenal on operational alert, brandishing them before a nervous world. But just as this fresh geopolitical quake sends shivers across Europe amidst escalating tensions between Russia and NATO, a small naval base in Scotland is seeing a not-so-secretive Western muscle flex. Nuclear submarines from the United Kingdom, the United States and France have all converged at Scotland's Clyde naval base in an apparent show of nuclear strength to a Russia that has stocked nuclear since the beginning of the Ukraine invasion. From a US Navy Virginia-class nuclear-powered cruise missile fast attack submarine to a French Rubis-class nuclear submarine. The nuclear submarines of the two NATO powers arriving together has been projected as routine, but the messaging is undeniably pointed at Russia. The Clyde naval base is also home to the Royal Navy's Vanguard-class nuclear ballistic missile submarines and Astute-class nuclear attack submarines. In other words, American, French and British nuclear submarines converging to send Putin a nuclear-tipped NATO message. While these NATO nuclear attack submarines are built for sustained and rapid underwater operations that can prove a nightmare to Russia's maritime forces, ballistic missile submarines are a whole different deal, lurking slowly and visibly, waiting for orders to deliver weapons of mass destruction at land targets. Russia's own nuclear ballistic missile submarines, remember, had ventured into the North Atlantic at the beginning of this war as a similar message to NATO. But Russia's recent test of its most capable nuclear missile, the Sarmat, has heightened nuclear temperatures dramatically and could be seen as the latest in a series of nuclear moves by Russia, compelling NATO to reciprocate with some well-defined power projection. Nuclear war may be unthinkable, but how high can such temperatures really go? Bureau Report, India Today. And while all that nuclear messaging to and fro between Russia and NATO is going on, remember that on the ground in Ukraine, the damage is very, very tangible and visible. Let's take you now to the city of Melitopol, near Zaporizhia, which houses Europe's largest nuclear plant. It's in Ukraine, where India Today's Geeta Mohan reports on a city where the last symbols of Ukraine have been expunged under Russian control.
Third month of Russia-Ukraine war. Amid continuous assault on Ukrainian cities, Russia is reminding its captured Ukrainian territories the feel of Soviet-era rule. Wiping out last remaining symbols of Ukraine. One such instance can be witnessed at the Freedom Square in captured Melitopol.
We are back in Melitopol 2 weeks and we see a huge change at the Freedom Square here in Melitopol. You can see the communist flag going up where once the Ukrainian flag flew proudly. Below it you can see the ribbon of George, which represents military valor and is a symbol and sign for Russia and Russian military prowess. So that George, the St. George orange and black ribbon is visible. This very same place had Melitopol written in Russian and now all Ukrainian.
The landscape of key locations in Melitopol has been completely changed. Russian Army's Kazakh regiment has been stationed at the Freedom Square ahead of the May 9 Victory Day celebrations.
The red Victory Soviet banner is up here at the Freedom Square. The entire landscape of this Freedom Square has changed from the time we had visited here last time. We see the Kazakh regiment over here in place. This is preparation for the Victory Day celebrations that will be taking place on the 9th of May. The acting mayor, Mayor Galina, has said that there will be massive celebrations here in Melitopol. St. George's ribbon up again, something that she says was taken off the
Okay, taking you straight to Berlin now, where Prime Minister Modi is with the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz for this photo opportunity with leaders of Germany and India. All of them there posing for this Kodak moment of the Prime Minister's visit to Berlin. He's held talks just a moment ago with the German leadership. The two countries share a great deal of a deep relationship with each other. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also there in the image. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is there. The two leaders have just held wide-ranging discussions that go into every aspect of the India-Germany and indeed the India-Europe relationship in the shadow of what is happening between Russia and Ukraine. A very, very meaningful visit, and that photo opportunity comes as a final image of the Prime Minister in the German capital. Remember, Prime Minister Modi, who's just held these talks with the German Chancellor, will be flying to Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, for the Nordic Summit tomorrow, and then he will complete his visit with a stopover in Paris to congratulate the re-elected French President Emmanuel Macron before he returns to India. A 3-day, 72-hour whistle-stop visit of Western Europe, achieving a great deal. But these are the pictures that really tell the story of the bonhomie, of the deep-rooted relationship between India and these countries, at a time where there are certain sections that have been trying to paint India in bad light, that it has been isolated, that it is something of a diplomatic pariah owing to its neutrality over what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. But these images of the Indian Prime Minister and one of Europe's tallest leaders, Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, speak for themselves. You can't hear what the two leaders are saying, but the pictures couldn't possibly be speaking any louder. At a time when Europe has been drawn into a whirlpool of another conflict, a familiar whirlpool that Europe is all too familiar with. Here's the Indian Prime Minister with the German Chancellor for a day-long summit of talks between the two countries that will in many ways shape what happens next in Europe and what India will have to do with it. Remember, it is being said that India is likely to be invited as a special guest to the G7 summit that's scheduled to take place at the end of June. The G7 countries are led by Germany. The chief of the G7 at this point of time is the man on your screen, the German Chancellor. And we are yet to confirm whether that invitation has been extended, but it is practically confirmed that that invitation will be going out. An affirmation and a recognition of India's place among the big league of countries that will influence security during one of the most uncertain times in the 21st century. That's Prime Minister Modi with the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz in Berlin right after their summit-level talks that have taken place today. Remember, the Prime Minister's visit to Berlin has been framed by a huge outpouring of very familiar adulation by the Indian diaspora as well. And let's remember that none of those images would have been lost on the German side as well. These are all popular politicians we're talking about. The Prime Minister's own body language with the Indian diaspora has always been India's soft power projection wherever he happens to go. So this is a very, very popular leader that the Germans are, of course, dealing with it. And make no mistake, they know that too. Okay, so those images rounding off Prime Minister Modi's visit to Berlin. It's Copenhagen next, and we'll get you all those images. Stay with India today. We've got a big focus special report coming in from a landfill in Delhi that's been burning now for 7 days and counting, and there's been no accountability. The emergency for India's national capital just got a whole lot bigger. Pooja was there. She's going to bring you a very troubling report, but she's going to try and pin accountability as well. That's next.
So, in recent times, this thermal gun has become a very, very popular device which you will find in all public spaces. Anywhere you go, you will find somebody noting down your temperature using this device. And recently, the Delhi government has issued a notice that this device is essential outside all schools. No student can enter school premises without being monitored for their body temperature. How does it work exactly? And how accurate is it? We're going to tell you what this thermal gun is all about. So, body temperature is a very clear-cut giveaway sign for COVID symptoms. It's the first thing you would want to check while interacting with anybody coming from outside. This gun comes in handy. Why? Because A, it reads your temperature very quickly, and secondly, it can note your temperature without having any physical contact with the object or with the subject. So basically, when you point this at a subject or a human body, how is it noting the temperature? You see, this device is mainly made up of three things. There is a laser, there is a converging lens, and then there is an IR sensor inside it. All these three will come together to represent the temperature in digital format, which will be visible on the screen which you have behind it. Now, as soon as the gun is pointed towards a body, there is a laser which helps pinpoint where it needs to mark the temperature from. Now, coming to the mechanics of it, first of all, it is pointed towards a human body. Now, to just explain to you, every human body has a certain amount of thermal radiation which is emitted from it. The laser in this device is used to pinpoint towards the human body. Then the infrared sensor in this device will read the amount of radiation being emitted, the thermal radiation being emitted from the human body. That, through the converging lens, is then read by a thermopile. Thermopile is basically a device which helps to convert thermal energy into electrical energy. And after that, the temperature is represented on the digital screen. Is it harmful to use on kids? Well, scientifically, various experts have suggested that this statement is incorrect because the thermal gun only measures with infrared radiation that is reflected at all times by all objects around us, including human bodies. It does not use radioactive beams such as X-rays, only infrared.
A treatment for cancer using the body's defense mechanism, that's the principle of immunotherapy. Unlike conventional treatments like chemotherapy or radiotherapy, which target the tumor itself, immunotherapy stimulates the patient's immune response. Cancer cells neutralize the immune system's defenses, allowing cancerous cells to multiply in the body. There are many ways of waking and instructing the immune system to eliminate cancer cells. Immunotherapy uses various tools like vaccination, targeted antibody therapies in which proteins in the immune system are capable of recognizing undesirable cells and eliminating them, and immunomodulators, substances that stimulate the immune response. Another strategy uses cell therapy. A sample of white cells known as lymphocytes are taken from the patient before being genetically modified to enable them to recognize cancer cells. These super lymphocytes are then re-injected into the body to attack the cancer. Used today to treat blood cancer and inoperable or advanced stage cancers, these therapies have raised hopes for the treatment of other types of cancer. Immunotherapy only works for a minority of patients, however. It can also have serious side effects, such as autoimmune reactions by the body to healthy cells. Cost is also a factor. The bill can be as large as several hundreds of thousands of euros per patient.
are watching.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. In association with LIC हर पल आपके साथ. Castrol Magnatech. Oh so smooth.
Delhi landfill smolders. Residents gasp for clean air. BJP up, lock horns. Blame game begins. Citizens fed up. Who's responsible? Delhi emergency returns.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I am Pooja Shali. As always, ensuring that issues that matter to us as citizens are brought to the fore at 6 p.m. We have a special telecast coming up. First, the headlines. Stalin government in Tamil Nadu is under fire for custodial deaths. India Today now accesses a shocking video of a victim being chased and hit by the cops. Family alleges he died of torture. Massive political face-off in Hyderabad's Osmania University after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi's entry is blocked over no political meeting policy. Day after Raj Thakre's big loudspeaker ultimatum, Mahavikas Aghadi government hints at blinking. Sena Neta says loudspeakers will be removed from temples and mosques. Sena and BJP have got into a Hindutva war. Maharashtra CM says BJP cheated his father, Bala Sahib, in the name of Hindutva. Fadnavis says Sena with fake Hindutva skipped the Babri demolition. Ousted Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan could now face arrest. Imran has been now booked in a blasphemy case against Shehbaz Sharif and his delegation visiting Medina earlier this week. In international news, Russia continues to pound Ukraine. Exclusive report from the forward areas in Donbass. India Today travels to Zaporizhia nuclear plant, now under Russian control.
This is a world exclusive. India Today is at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Energodar. This now is under Russian control.
This is a forward base of the Ukrainian military, which was recently hit by missile strikes from the Russian side. This military base, which was very critical for the Ukrainians, has been completely ruined.
I went to the ground today to Delhi's landfill that has been on fire for the past 6 days at least, and I'm angry because our Indian citizens are forced to inhale toxic smoke for 6 days in a row because there are still fume, there is still fire, and all of this, remember, is in the residential localities that is reaching them, children and elderly included. They're gasping for clean air. And remember, because of this landfill and the garbage dump, even their water is now polluted. Now they're blaming the governments. They're blaming the BJP-ruled Municipal Corporation of Delhi. They're blaming the Aam Aadmi Party government, which is elected government in the national capital, Delhi. First, take a look at what I found. I spoke to as many people as were willing to speak up about their situation. This is in Bhalswa in northwest Delhi. Take a look. Bhalswa landfill is still on fire. The garbage hill caught fire on Tuesday, and 6 days on, toxic smoke, gaseous fume are still billowing out of it. Bhalswa landfill is on fire. This white smoke is no ordinary smoke. This is toxic smoke of methane. I'm here on the ground to find out what does this smoke and its toxic effect mean for the people who live here and have been living here for years, facing this every single week? Importantly, who's responsible? Who is accountable? Let's bring you this special telecast from the Bhalswa landfill from the Delhi border. This school is right opposite the landfill. Children as young as 4 years old are breathing in the toxic fume. कितने दिनों से हो रहा है, आप क्या चाहते हैं कि सरकार ध्यान दे इस बात पे?
मैम सरकार तो ध्यान देती नहीं किसी चीज पे, आते हैं पब्लिसिटी करते हैं अपनी कि हम ये करा रहे हैं हम वो करा रहे हैं, कुछ बैन यहाँ पे आप कुछ दिख रहा है आपको? कुछ भी नहीं दिख रहा मैम आपको यहाँ पे।
क्या मुश्किलें आती हैं परिवारों?
वहाँ होता है मैम, सांस लेने में दिक्कत होती है बच्चों को मैम,
खांसी होती है।
बाकी माता जी से पूछिए।
माता जी आप बताओ, छोटा सा आपका पोता ही है?
नहीं, देवता है।
तो इसको आप बच्चों को आपको कितने दिनों से यहाँ पे धुआं चल रहा है?
7-8 दिन से हो रहा है, बहुत परेशानी हो रही है। देख रहे हो क्या हालात हो रही है, घर में जा रहा है धुआं।
क्या परेशानियाँ होती हैं आपको?
ये होता है, गंदगी आता है, मक्खी आती है, बारिश होती है तो बदबू आती है इधर से। ये जब पार्क बन जाए और कुछ बन जाए तो अच्छा लगे ना, कुछ तो बनना चाहिए।
I can tell you that the smoke is still there. It's a hill. It's a hill of garbage. Whether it's because of the methane experiments, others, you know, it's very difficult, of course, for families who've been living here. Sir, आपसे 1 मिनट बात करेंगे जरा, क्योंकि बच्चे आपके साथ हैं। हम ये पता लगाना चाह रहे हैं कि जो लोग आप आसपास रहते हैं, कितना मुश्किल होता है ऐसी जगह पे रहना?
ना, मुश्किल तो है ही काफ़ी ज़्यादा। आप देख रहे हैं किस तरह से ये धुआं, और रात में तो ये आग काफ़ी ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है, यहाँ बढ़ जाती है। और बस ये है कभी डायरेक्शन चेंज हो जाता है और दिक्कत तो बहुत ज़्यादा है इससे। कई प्लान तैयार हुए हैं, काफ़ी बाउंड्री के लिए चारों तरफ बाउंड्री होनी है थी, ऊपर से मिलेनियम पार्क के लिए भी इसका कोई प्रस्ताव आया है, लेकिन आज तक कोई हाँ सामने हो गया, यहाँ के लिए भी आया था, लेकिन अब तक कोई भी धरातल पर कुछ काम होता दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है।
मेन क्या इशू, हम असेंबली भी बाहर नहीं करवा पा रहे हैं क्योंकि इतना पोल्यूशन है, धुआं आता रहता है, ब्रीथिंग में प्रॉब्लम होती है, तो हम क्लासेस में ही असेंबली करा रहे हैं हम अपनी। हाँ जी, तो प्ले ग्राउंड में बच्चों को नहीं भेज रहे हैं, जितना हो सके क्लास के अंदर रख रहे हैं, डोर्स बंद करा के रख रहे हैं। और जो टीचर्स भी जो लोकल एरिया से भी आ रहे हैं वो लोग भी बता रहे हैं कि जैसे वो फैन भी नहीं चला पा रहे हैं घर में, इतने इशू है मतलब यहाँ पे इसको लेके।
वोट लेके चले गए, कोई सुधार नहीं किया उनने।
प्रॉमिस सब नेता करते हैं।
सब प्रॉमिस करते हैं, खाली कोई वो मतलब कि काम नहीं करते हैं। प्रॉमिस सब करके जाते हैं कि हम यहाँ से तुम्हारी सेवा करेंगे, यहाँ से प्रदूषण हटाएंगे, ये करेंगे वो करेंगे, मगर कोई काम नहीं करते, मगर यहाँ वोट ले लेके चले जाते हैं बस।
Along with the smoke and toxic fume, the sight of rubber and plastic strewn all around with the dirty stench is unbearable. The risk of fire spreading to residential areas is now very real. And if that happens, it could cause unthinkable damage. Naina, you've been taking care of some of the children here, in the sense you teach them, help them, you're an activist here. What have you seen in the past 6 days?
It's like the fire broke out the day when the class was on. So thankfully by 3 p.m. the class was over, the bus came, the children went to their respective areas. It's very dangerous as well because the smoke is not, it's like even we are like for the past 6 days we have becoming habitual to it, but eventually it is very harmful for us. And even for an adult like us, it is very harmful. So then what would we say about the children?
Take a look at the firefighters on the job, how they're managing, how they have to douse whatever little fire and smoke. Because what you see, remember, is smoke. But underneath this landfill is fire still burning. The flames are still on. And it's absolutely dangerous, risky, harmful for anyone who's breathing this air in the national capital, Delhi. In one of the longest cleaning initiative by the Delhi Fire Service, for 6 days, 24/7, the firemen have been on the job, taking a risk to their life, breathing the fumes and struggling to douse these flames. While the politicians bicker and unsure on what to do, firefighters are on the job to douse the fire and the smoke that has been caused due to the delay, carelessness, lack of policy of the governments, 2 of them in the national capital, Delhi. this special report to wake up our governments, our institutions, and tell them what is happening on the ground. With Pawan Kumar in Bhalswa, Pooja Shali for India Today. And remember, there are schools like the one that you just saw, which is right opposite to that hill. So the smoke is literally coming into the school, and the children are not even able to play outside in the premises. They have to be locked up in their classrooms. That's how bad the situation is. And we will not just show you ground reports, but we'll also pose questions to authorities. We are in fact being joined right now on this live telecast by Raja Iqbal Singh. He's the NDMC mayor. So thank you for taking questions. I just request you to please stay on with me, because it is also important for our viewers to understand. Remember, at this point, the authorities that in Delhi, because it's always been so confusing. Is it under the Aam Aadmi Party? Is it under the Bharatiya Janata Party? Let me try and help you understand why a lot of it comparatively today on this comes under the MCD. Now remember, the Delhi landfill was commissioned in about 1994, in the early 90s. Then it was by 2006 that it started to exceed its limit of the dump and of the garbage. So what happened after that? Now, right now, the landfill area comes under the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, which is presently led by the Bharatiya Janata Party. So that is one onus on the MCD and the BJP. MCD is claiming that this is fire due to the methane emission. There are gases, and this is also because the high temperature of the summer, that it has caught fire, and these incidents have happened in the past as well. Now, the Delhi government, led by the Aam Aadmi Party, is claiming this is MCD negligence. They are pinning it on them. So what did the Pollution Control Committee did was fine 50 lakh rupees on the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. It's of course become a political face-off, but I can also tell you, here's how it gets important and interesting. The area around, which is responsible for development, for clean water, for other areas to be ensured it remains safe and secure, comes under the elected government that is led by the Aam Aadmi Party, the MLA from the Badli Assembly constituency. So if that area is also not clean and is becoming much worse for the residents, the constituents are blaming it on the local administration and MLA, as they say. So this clearly is the onus on both the MCD and the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, and that is why the face-off between both parties is now becoming uglier by the day, while on the ground, the residents are suffering. Let's go across now to Raja Iqbal Singh for the latest on that. Sir, because I was there, the question is, according to the MCD, what is the reason? Is this negligence? What, according to you, is why the landfill has caught fire, been on for 6 days now?
Actually, क्या है कि टेम्परेचर बढ़ने की वजह से जो कूड़े का जो पहाड़ है उसमें मीथेन गैस जो है वही कारण बनी इस फायर का।
तो सर 6 दिन तक, क्योंकि आज हम भी जब गए, फायर फाइट जो दिल्ली फायर सर्विस है वो 6 दिन से कोशिश कर रही है उसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए। पूरा वो एरिया सर इज कम्प्लीटली डार्क, वहां पे यू कुडंट इवन ब्रीथ, सांस नहीं ली जा रही थी, लोग सफर कर रहे हैं। तो ये कंट्रोल क्यों नहीं हो पा रहा है सर? 1 हफ्ता हो गया।
नहीं, अब तो सिचुएशन काफी कंट्रोल में, ऑलमोस्ट ये कंप्लीट ही है, मगर जो आग की वजह से जो धुआं था वो धुआं भी चल रहा है। अभी हम उसमें इनर्ट वगैरह डाले हैं और जो फायर ब्रिगेड भी लगा हुआ है, मगर जो फायर ब्रिगेड जो दिल्ली सरकार के अंडर है वो हमें एडुकेट मिल नहीं रहा, तो मगर फिर भी सिचुएशन काफी कंट्रोल में है।
सर, क्या आप चाहते हैं कि और दिल्ली फायर सर्विस की तरफ से आपको फायर ब्रिगेड मिलने चाहिए, वो नहीं मिल पा रहे हैं दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, इनके पास कोई अरेंजमेंट ही नहीं है। उस दिन भी हम पूरी टीम के साथ वहां पहुंचे, आधा दिन वहां बैठे रहे, तो जो फायर ब्रिगेड वाले थे उनका भी काम इतना सुस्त था। जब हम सिचुएशन पे वहां पहुंचे, साइट पे पहुंचे, तब जाकर इन्होंने काम करना शुरू किया। तो दिल्ली सरकार को भी देखना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये जनता की बात है, ये निगम की या दिल्ली सरकार की बात नहीं है, ये जनता की बात है। और जब भी जनता की कोई समस्या हो तो हमें मिलजुल के हल करना चाहिए, उसमें किसी भी तरह की कोई राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए।
तो सर, क्या ये फिर एमसीडी का नेग्लिजेंस इसमें नहीं देखा जाएगा कि अगर ये डंप एक्सीड कर रहा था लिमिट, उसी के साथ में तो एक पार्क बना दी गई, यहाँ पे प्रपोजल हुआ, यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं इंश्योर किया गया कि ऐसी सिचुएशन ना आए सर? क्योंकि ये पहले भी ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स हुए हैं जब धुआं और स्मेल और स्मोक आ जाती है इस वक्त में। All right, we'll try and connect with the mayor again. सर इफ यू कैन हियर मी, सवाल जो रेजिडेंट्स ने मुझसे भी कहा था वहां पर, क्योंकि इतने सालों से ये मुद्दा है, इस बार तो जिस तरह आग लगी और धुआं है, इसको कवर क्यों नहीं किया जाएगा, इसको रिमूव क्यों नहीं किया जा रहा है, क्यों यहाँ पे और स्टेप्स नहीं लिए जा रहे हैं कि ऐसा कल को आग लगे ही ना, क्योंकि सर ये आग तो बिल्कुल ही कुछ घंटों में रेजिडेंट्स के घरों तक पहुंच सकती थी।
देखो जी, ये नेग्लिजेंस की जान निगम की बात है। आप सराउंडिंग एरिया बिलसवा लैंडफिल के पास देखेंगे, जो कनेक्टिंग रोड्स हैं वो दिल्ली सरकार के पास है। आप देखेंगे बिल्कुल टूटी फूटी वो सड़कें बनी हुई हैं। वहां पर पानी की जो बहुत भारी समस्या है, वो भी पानी पोल्यूटेड पानी वहां पर आ रहा है, जो वो भी दिल्ली सरकार के पास है। तो जनता तो परेशान है, वहाँ गंदगी ढेरों ढेर पड़ी हुई है। तो जो सा भी ये कारण है, इसमें दिल्ली सरकार काफी वहाँ एरिया में डेवलपमेंट।
सर लैंडफिल भी तो एक्सीड कर रहा है, सर लैंडफिल भी तो एक्सीड कर रहा है अपने जो उसकी कैपेसिटी है उससे ज्यादा, और क्योंकि दिल्ली सरकार भी क्विक है आपको ब्लेम करने में, क्या आपको लगता है वो गलत है?
नहीं देखो, मैं किसी भी एजेंसी को सही या गलत नहीं कह रहा है। इसमें जो बात ये है कि जनता को परेशानी नहीं होनी चाहिए। हमें मिलजुल के आपस में जो ब्लेम की जो हम राजनीति कर रहे हैं वो नहीं करनी चाहिए हमें। और इसमें सबसे पहले हमें जनता को जो इस चीज से निजात दिलानी चाहिए। उसमें फायर ब्रिगेड और जो दिल्ली सरकार की जो सी एजेंसीज हैं उनको मिलजुल कर दिल्ली निगम के साथ काम करना चाहिए और जनता को जो धुएं से निजात दिलाना चाहिए। उसके बाद हम देखेंगे कि किसकी कमी है, क्या इंक्वायरी करके देखेंगे।
आखिरी सवाल सर, क्या ये लैंडफिल कुछ होगा, इसका आगे कुछ प्रपोजल है, इसको हटाया जाएगा, कवर किया जाएगा? वहां पे बहुत डिजीजेस हो रहे हैं सर एरिया में।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। अब हम कूड़े के ढेर को तो कम कर रहे हैं, 11 मीटर हमने हाइट वहां पर कम की है। अब हमने जो ट्रॉमल मशीनें भी बढ़ा दी हैं, 24 मशीनें और ऐड कर दी, 48 के करीब हमारी लगभग डबल हमने ट्रॉमल मशीनें कर दी। उम्मीद करते हैं कि इसको जल्दी ही हम ग्राउंड लेवल पर लेकर आएंगे।
Alright, that's NDMC Mayor Raja Iqbal Singh joining us. Thank you, sir, for taking all questions and giving your answers on perhaps the situation will be brought under control and perhaps the landfill will also be covered in the days to come. And we do hope that happens. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Reena Gupta is now joining me. She's an Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. Reena, you must have heard what the NDMC mayor was saying. Of course, he's pinning it first on the Delhi government. It's become a face-off. They're saying Delhi Fire Service is not ensuring more fire brigades to them. What do you think is happening on the ground?
Pooja, the landfill fires are a direct result of corruption in MCD, which has been ruled by BJP for the past 15 years. Sanitation, garbage management comes solely under the Municipal Council of Delhi. And we have seen that they have totally failed, Pooja. These landfill fires have become so common. In the last 1 year, there have been at least 20 fires. And the kind of venom which gets added to the air when these landfill sites burn, you can't even begin to imagine. I visited all of these areas. I've spoken to the families over there. And the people living around the landfill sites will tell you that there is a cancer patient in every household over there, Pooja. In the last 5 years, MCD has spent 12,000 crores. 12,000 crores, Pooja. Can you imagine the number of zeros in 12,000 crores on just sanitation in Delhi? Where has that money gone? All of that money has gone into the pockets of the Bharatiya Janata Party Parshads who are solely responsible
Reena,
for
here's how it gets interesting. I get your point, what you're saying. I went to the area today. Now their water is polluted. That area is dirty. There are connecting roads to it. Those are dirty. There is a certain portion around the landfill that does not come under the MCD. Your government, the Delhi government, could have cleaned it, ensured it does not spread. There's no development in that area. That is your responsibility. That is your government's responsibility. Pinning it only on the MCD is also not fair.
Absolutely not, Pooja. Landfill garbage management in Delhi is solely the responsibility of MCD.
Yes.
Delhi government has nothing to do with it. Why were these mountains allowed to accumulate to such a height? In the last 5 years, they've spent thousands of crores in trying to reduce the heights of these mountains. They were supposed to hire trommel machines so that they can get rid of these mountains. I'll give you one example, Pooja, and you will see how the corruption plays in MCD. The cost of one trommel machine is 20 lakhs. The same trommel machines are being hired by MCD at the rate of 20 lakhs per month. So this is how they are wasting the money. And then they turn around and tell us that MCD has no money to get rid of these mountains. Gautam Gambhir, Manoj Tiwari, all of them have come on record and said that these landfills sites will be reduced, the mountains will be reduced. What have we seen? We've not seen any progress in the last 5 years.
The water department does come under the Delhi government, so I request you to please look into that because their water is polluted.
The
that
water
area around.
Pooja, the water department, Pooja, is all the support is being given.
Okay.
But can you imagine, Pooja, just listen to me. Can you imagine? These are huge mountains of garbage.
Yes.
The garbage has to be removed. Otherwise, there is methane in these garbage dumps, and that is highly flammable. It will continue to burn.
Okay, and my final question, Reena Gupta, because that visual is on our screen. I saw 3 fire brigades today, and this is Delhi Fire Services under your government. If the NDMC mayor says and feels and believes that there is less firefighters who have been provided, can the Delhi government ensure that more firefighters can be sent? Because what I saw was that they couldn't even go toward the landfill. They had to be at a distance because all of it either could fall in. That area was so dirty and there was also muck there. They couldn't reach into the main landfill area. Can you ensure that if this request is coming to you, that Delhi government will ensure that more firefighters will be rushed to the location?
Pooja, firefighters, as many as have been asked by the various authorities, have been sent to the location. But this is a stopgap arrangement. It's very highly flammable area. The mountains of garbage has to be removed from there. There is no other solution. Can you imagine, 3 fire brigades or 10 fire brigades trying to douse a fire, which is a result of methane gas burning in that area, is just not possible. So this has to be a longer term solution. The MCD has to take care of it, and there's no other way around it.
All right, so of course the face-off between AAP and the BJP, the Delhi government and MCD continues. We can only hope that listening to both sides and listening to what they have to say, perhaps eventually that fire completely needs to be brought under control, because remember, smoke means there is fire to a certain level as well and can just escalate at any level. What are the residents facing? Let me now tell you about the health concerns that the residents in the Bhalaswa area have been facing. This is not 6 days. This is beyond 6 years, people who've been born and brought up there. I met children as young as 4, 5 coming out of their school, breathing in this toxic smoke. What is happening to their lungs? Respiratory concerns is the highest concern they're facing, both children and elderly. Remember, because of the gases, because of the garbage around them, it's causing skin diseases as well, as many of them told us. Importantly, the eyesight suffering, the eyes are burning. The principal of the nearest school is now conducting an eye camp to assess if there is a real damage. Because of polluted water, because of the toxic fumes and all of this around them, it's causing diarrhea, typhoid. All of these are eyewitness accounts. And of course, at some level, remember, all of this is affecting our bodies and specifically the women's health. Some of these are concerns that need to be immediately resolved and taken into consideration. And we hope that our ground reports can bring to the fore the authorities and take more action so that the residents do feel that their issues have been addressed. I'm now heading into a very short break, but when I return, Centre is slamming Delhi government for spreading panic over power crisis. Now remember, there are many residents across the country, not just Delhi, but across the country, are reporting power outage of many hours. Delhi appears to be in a fairly better situation right now, but Centre says they're spreading panic while Delhi government says, we are out of coal, help us. What about that? We'll get you the details after a break.
India Today TV wins big awards at ENBA 2021. Bags the best channel of the year. Shines bright with 15 goals. Gaurav Sawant, Best Anchor, English. Preeti Chaudhary, Best Continuing Coverage by a Reporter, English. Shivarur, Best Anchor, English. Udayan Mukherjee, Best Business Program, English. Rahul Kamal, News Director of the Year. India Today Group sweeps with a record 90 awards. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
Death, destruction, continuous shelling, continuous bombing, injuries and devastation till the extent the eyes can see. That is the story of Ukraine. But far away from what the eyes can see, let us shift focus to what the eyes can't see, at least not vividly. Mental trauma inflicted by war and similar distressing situations that will eventually lead to post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD in many persons being witness to the distressing images of war. Even on TV, these pictures can cause severe post-traumatic stress disorder. What then is PTSD? PTSD is a disorder characterized by failure to recover after experiencing or witnessing a terrifying event. The condition may last months or years with triggers that can bring back memories of the trauma accompanied by intense emotional and physical reactions.
PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder is experiencing the stress post-trauma for a long time. Trauma is when you experience death, accident, threat to life, major injury to yourself, to a loved one, or through observation, you experience that trauma. When you develop PTSD, because you've gone through this trauma, which happens in abuse, which happens in war.
Symptoms may include nightmares or flashbacks, avoidance of situations that bring back the trauma, heightened reactivity to stimuli, anxiety or depressed mood.
You also experience changes in your cognition and mood, meaning the way you think. Thinking may become negative. Moods may become negative. You feel disconnected. You feel low. You feel negative about yourself and the world. And you also can experience symptoms of avoidance, which means you avoid any kind of trigger that can be related to trauma, or that may even result into your avoiding people, avoiding going out.
For those returning from war-ravaged Ukraine, PTSD will not be uncommon. In fact, for those even witnessing the war from close quarters, like soldiers in Russia, for example, PTSD is not going to be uncommon. It is for this reason that post-traumatic disorder is also called battle fatigue syndrome. The symptoms include PTSD and panic attacks, chest pain, a fast pounding heartbeat, difficulty breathing, dizziness, shaking or trembling, stomach pain or nausea, sweating, chills or hot flashes, feeling like you're choking. Doctors world over opine that PTSD is treatable with medication and therapy. Like all mental illnesses, it demands acknowledgement.
Amid a rising power crisis in the country, Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a key meeting at his residence, in which Power Minister R.K. Singh, Coal Minister Prahlad Joshi also attended. The power cut tussle between the centre and Delhi government continues to grow. In reply to Delhi Power Minister's letter expressing concern about the coal stock position, Union Power Minister R.K. Singh refutes Delhi's claims, saying the figure in Delhi's minister letter were incorrect. Singh has added that the power stations have sufficient reserve coal stock for at least 5 to 8 days. Now, Union Minister is accusing the Delhi government of creating panic by using these incorrect figures. Citing an example of October 2021, Singh has said Delhi government earlier as well tried to create a panic among people over disruption of power, claiming gas supply to gas plants is being disrupted, and that was proven baseless. He is now stressing that advanced gas supply arrangement had not been made by the Delhi government, and that the Delhi government power department is expected to monitor the contracts tied up in time. So clearly, as of now, the power crisis is also becoming a massive political face-off. So clearly, apart from the heat wave, it is also the power crisis that many people across the country are facing. Delhi says we are trying to sound an alarm. After a very short break, the Shiv Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party are indulging in a Hindutva war, or for the Hindu right-wing politics. Maharashtra Chief Minister says BJP cheated his father, Bala Saheb Thackeray, in the name of Hindutva. Let's bring you that after a very short break.
The Ukraine-Russia crisis has the world by storm. It has been a month-long of war and devastation. Amid the crisis, many celebrities are supporting war by sending various aids to Ukraine. Max Smerkovsky. Max is a native of Ukraine. He partnered with Core Response to support Ukraine. He has documented his escape from the country and showcased the horrible conditions of Ukraine. Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. The couple are doubling every dollar up to $1 million donated to USA's UNHCR. It is a non-profit organization that provides critical support to refugees in an attempt to save, protect and rebuild lives of the affected. Queen Elizabeth. Among the numerous celebrities is Queen of England, Elizabeth. She donated a generous amount of money to Ukraine's disaster management community. Gigi Hadid. Supermodel Gigi has promised to donate all her earnings from fall 2022 fashion shows to those suffering from Ukraine-Russia invasion. David and Victoria Beckham. The couple launched an emergency appeal from the Seven Fund for UNICEF. It is to provide immediate aid to affected families and children. Dua Lipa. Pop star Dua is using her platform Service 95 to support Ukraine's fight for freedom. Service 95 is a free newsletter service. On this, Dua is sharing several ways to help and assist during a humanitarian crisis. Elina Svitolina. Ukrainian tennis player Elina said she will donate all of her prize money from the next tournaments to support Ukraine. Vera Farmiga. Actress Vera Farmiga stood in solidarity with Ukraine. She has been sharing donation links, fact sheets to educate, ways to volunteer and events to attend. Across the world, thousands are affected from the Ukraine-Russia war. According to the UN, 1,119 have been killed and 1,790 are injured. These are just a few among many celebrities standing against the Russia-Ukraine war.
Today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think the 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You.
The never-ending Hindutva war between the Shiv Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party is growing louder now. On Sunday, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray launched a stinging attack on the BJP also, claiming that the party duped his father, Balasaheb Thackeray, because he was gullible. Thackeray went on to claim that he has been behaving shrewdly with the BJP because it cannot ignore the games the party plays in the name of the Hindu right-wing politics. This after BJP's Devendra Fadnavis on Sunday launched a scathing attack on Maharashtra Chief Minister and Shiv Sena Chief Uddhav Thackeray, asserting he was not a true adherent of Hindutva. Fadnavis accused the Shiv Sena that they were not there while skipping the demolition of the Babri structure and now sitting in the lap of anti-Hindu forces. Maharashtra Chief Minister also attacked the MNS Chief Raj Thackeray, calling him a mere player who sometimes plays the game of Marathi, sometimes of Hindutva. All this is in the backdrop of MNS Chief Raj Thackeray's May 4 ultimatum to the Aghadi government to remove loudspeakers, asserting there will be consequences onward from May 4.
माझ्यावर त्या आरोप केला की ती शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना नाही. म्हटलं बरोबर आहे, बाळासाहेब भोळे होते आणि बाळासाहेबांना तुम्ही त्यावेळेला कसे वेळोवेळी फसवत गेला तुम्ही माझ्या डोळ्याने बघितले, म्हणून मी थोडासा नाही म्हटलं तरी धूर्तपणाने तुमच्याशी वागतोय. मी नाही भोळा. माझे वडील भोळे होते, ते हिंदुत्वासाठी, म्हणजे हिंदुत्व हे माझ्याही रक्तात त्यांनीच भिनवलेले आहे. पण हिंदुत्वाच्या आडून तुम्ही जे तुमचे डाव सरत होता त्याच्याकडे ते कानाडोळा करत होते. मी नाही करणार.
तो ढाचा पाडण्याचं काम अभिमानानं सांगतो आम्ही केलं. अरे तुम्ही विचारता, माझा तुम्हाला सवाल आहे, तुम्ही सांगा तो ढाचा पडला त्यावेळी तुम्ही कुठे होतात? मी या ठिकाणी अभिमानानं सांगतो, होय मी तो ढाचा पाडण्याकरता त्याच ठिकाणी होतो.
ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि आज उनके विषय में ऐसी भाषा उन्हीं के सुपुत्र बोल रहे हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें जो समझौता उन्होंने अपने सिद्धांतों से किया है सत्ता के लिए, उसे जायज़ ठहराना है. स्वर्गीय बाला साहेब ठाकरे कांग्रेस और एनसीपी के साथ किसी भी प्रकार के गठबंधन से सख्त खिलाफ थे और उन्होंने ये बार बार कहा था. तो आज सवाल तो ये पैदा होता है उद्धव जी कि बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी को हिंदुत्व के विषय पर किसने ठगा? जो हिंदुत्व के शेर हुआ करते थे, आज वो ऐसी पार्टी के साथ गठबंधन में है जो हिंदुत्व को आईसिस और बोको हराम के तरह तुलना करती है.
ये खुली धमकी और किसी के धार्मिक मामलों में इस तरह से हस्तक्षेप करना तो एक किस्म से अपराध है, अपराध की श्रेणी में आएगा. और मैं समझता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार वो सक्षम है, वो उनकी जो व्यवस्था है वो चुस्त दुरुस्त है. और अगर कोई नियम विरुद्ध, कानून विरुद्ध कोई कार्रवाई होगी, कोई काम करेगा तो उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी. और उसमें राज ठाकरे कोई अपवाद नहीं है.
And in this face-off between the BJP and the Shiv Sena, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has now waded into the loudspeaker debate and hitting out at Raj ठाकरे specifically. Owaisi has asked if the Rana couple has been slapped with sedition for chanting the Hanuman Chalisa, then why can't similar action be taken against those who want clampdown on the mosques as well? Listen in.
मैं एक संविधान के दायरे में रहकर लड़ रहा हूं, लड़ता रहूंगा. और ये सब मिले हुए हैं. और संजय राउत को समझना चाहिए कि आपकी पार्टी पावर में है, तो भाई आपने क्यों अरेस्ट किया फिर राणा के दोनों हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ को? क्या आपके घर के सामने आके बजाए तो सडेशन लगेगा, और मेरी मस्जिद के सामने आके कोई पोंगा लगाने की धमकी देगा तो तुम खामोश बैठोगे? गुलाब जामुन है, आपके मुंह में दही जम चुकी है. जब आप नवनीत राणा और उनके हस्बैंड के ऊपर सिर्फ इस बिना पर सडेशन लगाया, जो सडेशन नहीं लगता उनके ऊपर, आपने सडेशन लगाया क्योंकि आपके लीडर के घर के सामने जाकर कुछ पढ़ना चाह रहे थे. भाई आपके लीडर के घर की अहमियत है, मेरे मस्जिद की अहमियत नहीं है क्या? औरंगाबाद की पीस की अहमियत नहीं है? अब जहां तक सवाल इनके ये स्पीच का है, तो ये तो ओपन कॉल है वायलेंस के लिए. जब वहां की मुकामी पुलिस ने इनको कंडीशन के साथ परमिशन दिया है, तो उनको चाहिए कि फौरन सो मोटो एक्शन ले कि एक बार हो जाने दो. क्या हो जाने दो? क्या एक शख्स पूरे स्टेट के पीस को दांव पे लगाएगा? क्या एक शख्स थ्रेटन करेगा औरंगाबाद की हिंदू मुस्लिम दलित के भाईचारगी को? तो पुलिस क्या कर रही है? और क्या ये क्या मतलब है कि एक बार हो जाने दो? क्या हो जाने दो? क्या सो मोटो एक्शन पुलिस नहीं लेगी? लगाइए 153 295 है और अरेस्ट करके जेल को भिजाइए, जेल में सड़ने दीजिए, 5-6 दिन उनको बेल लेने दीजिए, तो दिमाग हल्का हो जाएगा. क्योंकि शिवसेना की सरकार है और वो अपने भाई के खिलाफ एक्शन नहीं लेना चाहते हैं. वही एक नवनीत राणा अगर उद्धव ठाकरे घर पर जाकर कुछ पढ़ना चाहती थी तो आपने उसको अरेस्ट करके सडेशन लगाया. यहाँ आपके भाई का मामला आ रहा, वो बकवास कर रहा है, पूरे पीस को बर्बाद करना चाहता है, धमकी दे रहा है. भाई 4 तारीख क्या स्टेट को कोई रैंसम पे होल्ड कर सकता है क्या? क्या महाराष्ट्र स्टेट बड़ा है या कोई एक शख्स बड़ा है? और ये क्या बात है कि मस्जिद के सामने जाकर करेंगे? क्या करेंगे आप? क्या आप खरगोन बनाना चाह रहे हैं औरंगाबाद को? क्या महाराष्ट्र को आप जो दिल्ली में गड़बड़, उस तरह की दिल्ली की गड़बड़ करना चाह रहे हैं क्या आप? क्या हो रहा है ये तो ओपन कॉल है वायलेंस के लिए.
I'm heading into a short commercial break. Remember, 4th May for Maharashtra is going to be very crucial. On the other side, meanwhile, we'll get you now details from Tamil Nadu, because there's an alleged custodial death of Vignesh in Chennai, and now The matter is heating up against the Stalin government. Let's bring you that story after a very short break.
Sri Lanka, Nepal and China. Do you know that all of these neighboring countries to India are currently facing a crisis? There is a crisis brewing across India's neighboring countries. While factors are many, there seems to be one common strand across all their problems. And that is the economy and the COVID-19 pandemic. So let's give you an understanding on what's going on across the economies of India's neighboring countries. Let's understand first Pakistan. Once again, Pakistani Prime Minister crashed out of office before completing his full 5-year term. Imran Khan, who became Prime Minister in 2018, campaigned on the promise of establishing a Naya Pakistan. But cut to March 2022, Pakistan is now in the midst of a massive debt, high inflation, unemployment at an all-time high. After which Imran Khan faced a no-confidence motion and then he was voted out. However, the country has now got yet another Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif. He is now promised to tackle the economic crisis on war footing. But certainly, his job is not going to be simple ahead. Let's cut to Sri Lanka. Just like Pakistan, India's neighbor down south, Sri Lanka, is also in serious trouble now. Sri Lankans are now facing a shortage of basic items like milk, rice, electricity and medicines. The crisis in the island nation has erupted into street protests and massive violence as well as mass resignations of all their ministers. It all started in late November when Gotabaya Rajapaksa gathered his cabinet and made good on a campaign promise to slash taxes after winning Sri Lanka's presidential elections. The move included a near halving of value-added tax, also known as VAT. Shortly after this, the COVID-19 pandemic struck, crippling the country's economy, which was heavily dependent on tourism. While the pandemic-induced hit to Sri Lanka's economy was almost unavoidable, some analysts argue that policies prior to COVID-19 further aggravated issues. And now Sri Lanka is facing its worst economic crisis since its independence in 1948 and is currently on the verge of its first debt default. Nepal. India's neighbor in the east is also now facing economic turmoil. Like Sri Lanka, Nepal's economy has also been hit by a slump in tourism during the pandemic. The Himalayan country is now heavily dependent on tourism and the export of limited commodities. However, exports have been declining since July 2021, shortly after the country's political crisis, which led to the fall of their KP Sharma Oli government. Since then, imports have increased while remittances and earnings from tourism and exports have fully decreased. As a result, Nepal is now tightening imports of cars, gold and cosmetics. The government has also suspended the central bank governor and named his deputy the interim chief for now. China. While China has still managed to keep a check on its economy during the pandemic, another COVID-19 outbreak is now keeping the country on the edge. Currently, at least 23 Chinese cities have already implemented either full or partial lockdown, accounting for approximately 22% of China's GDP. This would most likely impact China's ability to export, which could eventually stoke inflation.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. It could be one of the cruelest Mays the country has seen in a long time. Not only are temperatures rising across the country, but we also have a looming power crisis that threatens to get worse. Who is responsible for this power crisis and what are the realistic solutions? All that and much more on the news today. News without the noise.
A CCTV video of one Vignesh who allegedly died in police custody has now surfaced, and in this video 2 cops can be seen. First, take a look, chasing Vignesh, who then falls. He's then beaten, held by the collar and taken away by the police. Vignesh died on 19th of April after he was taken into arrest by the police along with his friend Suresh. Now, Vignesh's death, which the family is saying now is clearly a custodial death, has become a big controversy in Tamil Nadu. Vignesh's brother Vinod had also alleged that the police tried to give him 1 lakh rupees to hush the case. Prabhu, who was an eyewitness, had earlier claimed police stopped and checked Vignesh and Suresh using a face tag application, which showed Suresh had several cases pending against him. Prabhu claimed when police questioned Vignesh, he handed over a knife he had. He told cops the knife was to cut grass for the horse that he used to give rides along the Marina Beach. The eyewitness is saying that the cops allegedly hit Vignesh very badly, and then, while the police is stating meanwhile that Vignesh and Suresh caused commotion, Vignesh used the knife to attack the police personnel on duty, after which he was then taken into arrest. Police are claiming that Vignesh had a seizure on 19th of morning while he was having breakfast. He was then rushed to hospital, where he was declared brought dead by the hospital, and that now has led to the suspension of a sub-inspector, a constable and a home guard.
இவங்க யாருன்னு தெரியாது. நான் வேற சவாரி போய் ரிட்டர்ன் வந்திருக்கேன் சார். பக்கத்துலேயே இவனை என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்க, இவன் ஒரு கத்தி வச்சிருந்தான். அந்த கத்தி எடுத்து டேபிளில் வச்சுட்டான், அந்த ஜிப்சி மேலே வச்ச உடனே இது எதுக்குடான்னாங்க. நான் குதிரையை ஓட்டுறவன், குதிரையில் ஆடுறதுக்கு இதை கட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு வச்சிருந்தேன் அப்படின்னா. அதுக்கப்புறம் அவனை அடிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. இன்னொரு போலீஸ்கார் வந்தார், அவனை சர மாதிரியே அடித்தார். அன்றைக்கி நைட்டு 2:50க்கு ஸ்டேஷன் கூப்பிட்டு போகிறாங்க. ஸ்டேஷன் கூப்பிட்டு போயிட்டு 3:15 தான் என்னை கீழே இறக்குறாங்க. அவங்க 2 பேரும் லாக்கப்பில் போட்டாங்க.
நான் வீட்டில் குளிச்சுட்டு இருந்தேன் மேடம். குளிச்சுட்டு இருக்கும்போது எங்களை முதல்ல கதவு தட்டினாங்க. நான் குளிச்சுட்டு வரேன்னும் போது டேய் வெளியே வாடா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அந்த மேடம் மிரட்டி எங்களை இட்டு போனாங்க. இட்டுன்னு போய் என்ன மேடம் நான் தவறு பண்ணேன்னு கேட்டதுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன விசாரணை தானே ஒன்றும் இல்லைடா சொல்லி இட்டு போனாங்க. இட்டுன்னு போயிட்டு அங்கே இன்னொரு தம்பி எங்கே காட்டுன்னு சொன்னாங்க. தேடி பார்த்தாங்க, அந்த இன்னொரு தம்பி இல்லை. நேராக என்ன பண்ணாங்க, பட்டினிப்பாங்க ஸ்டேஷனுக்கு இட்டுன்னு போனாங்க. ரஞ்சித்ன்றவர் என் தம்பி வேலை பார்க்குறாருல, குதிரை வேலை, அவர் இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் ஃபோன் பண்ணி ரஞ்சித்துக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணி இந்த மாதிரி சொல்லு, இந்த இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் மோகன் அவர் சொல்லினாரு. அவர் ஃபோனில் தான் பண்ணி இந்த மாரி சொல்லு அப்படின்னு சொல்லவோ அவர் சொல்கிறாரு என்கிட்ட, ஆனது ஆகி போச்சுடா, அவன் தம்பி இந்த மாதிரி இறந்துட்டான். நான் அந்த சாவி எடுக்கிறதுக்கு அடங்கம் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஒரு நான் ஒரு பைசா நான் அமௌண்ட்டு கொடுக்க சொல்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு நினச்சி நான் அந்த காசு ஓகே அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு வாங்கினேன். 20,000 ரூபாய் கேட்டேன் மேடம் என் தம்பியை அடக்கம் பண்ணுறதுக்கு.
All these actions are under a platform that evolved called the Joint Action Against Custodial Torture in Tamil Nadu, which evolved as a result of Satyangulam. And I am forced to say that the DMK was also party to that platform. So, we are not here fighting against somebody who's an enemy. We are appealing to a government who at one point in time was part of our joint platform. Having said this, the discrepancies that you're asking, on the 18th, what has been narrated is blatant, brutal torture with evidence.
There's also now a big face-off brewing at the Osmania University in Hyderabad. This after the Congress claimed that the university denied permission to Rahul Gandhi for an interaction with the students. The Youth Congress held a protest against the Vice-Chancellor of the university. 18 NSUI workers have been taken into arrest for this protest. Even stones allegedly were pelted during this agitation. Now the Congress party is claiming that the university's Vice-Chancellor has blocked Rahul Gandhi, who's a member of parliament, under pressure from the KCR government of the state. The college authorities meanwhile said no permission was denied to Rahul Gandhi, but the college says that, and adds it here, that political meetings are not allowed on the campus in the first place.
मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ, वो पाकिस्तान नहीं है या और कहीं चीन का बॉर्डर नहीं है और प्रोहिबिटेड एरिया भी नहीं है, जहाँ पर स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ते हैं, एक मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को वहाँ पर जाकर वहाँ पर देखने के लिए अगर मना किए तो इसको कौन सी तरीका से देखना है? इसका मतलब स्टूडेंट से अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता अगर इंटरेक्ट हुए तो केसीआर के जितने भी गलत काम है और नोटिफिकेशंस भी नहीं दिया हुआ है, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स भी पूरा खत्म कर चुका है, सब सारे चर्चा आएगा तब केसीआर को दिक्कत होगा. इसीलिए चीफ मिनिस्टर यूनिवर्सिटी वाइस चांसलर के ऊपर दबाव डाल के हमारा परमिशन को रिजेक्ट करवाया.
BJP strongly condemns
the anarchist politics of Congress party. Rahul Gandhi wanting to go to Osmania University is the biggest joke of his trip. He has been given permission to conduct a public rally in Warangal. He should be doing just that. And when the permission is not being granted, they want to anyway go there and disrupt the academic activity. So what kind of politics is this? What kind of a futuristic vision, which Rahul Gandhi keeps talking about, is this?
It's a wrap on this bulletin for now. Thank you for watching 6 p.m. Prime. And coming up after a very short break at 7, we bring you how Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big splash in Europe right now. He's meeting Chancellor Olaf Scholz and reviews a full range of bilateral ties between India and Germany. Let's bring you that special ground report. In India, of course, is on the ground tracking this latest. Let's bring you that after a break.
Coronavirus in chicken, Limsi, Zincovit, Ayush Kadha, coronavirus in ice cream. Yes, this is what India searched for in the last 2 years. Over 22.3 million were looking for information related to COVID-19 on social media. And the source here is the Indian Council of Medical Research and the National Institute of Nutrition in Hyderabad. The controlled spread of misinformation, spread of news and propaganda related to COVID-19 created an infodemic that led to panic buying and unscientific practices among people. The coronavirus pandemic did not only make us conscious of our immunity and our hygiene, but also on what we eat. A study released by the Indian Council of Medical Research and the National Institute of Nutrition in Hyderabad has revealed that Indians searched for some of the keywords during the pandemic. And those keywords include immunity, eating behavior, food safety, food scares and concerns, and COVID scare. These words showed a steep rise as people looked for answers on immunity boosters, on vitamin supplements and their brands, and Ayush Kadha during the first wave. The online survey conducted on adult Indian internet users reported a high consumption of vitamin C-rich fruits of up to 71.9%, as well as vitamin C and zinc of up to 68.2 and 61.4% respectively, and supplements also to boost immunity were widely used. Traditional Indian spices like ginger and garlic were used by 62.9% and 50.9% more respectively. And after Prime Minister's address on April 14, 2020, Prime Minister Modi shared tips to build immunity against COVID-19 as recommended by the Ministry of Ayush. The search trend of the keyword Ayush Kadha appeared for the first time in April 2020. Healthy food became trendy while people searched for vitamin D, grocery delivery and Limsi. And compared to that, junk food, food delivery, street food, all these keywords saw a decline in searches by people in India. Along with healthy food, search for immunity boosting food also surged. Most respondents, about 71.9%, reported having increased their consumption of vitamin C-rich foods like citrus fruits, guava, amla, etc. during the COVID-19 period. And dependence on homeopathy medicines for boosting immunity against COVID-19 was found to be at least an increase of 28.1%. And then it appears Indians were obsessed with hygiene during the COVID pandemic period. They use special cleaners to wash vegetables and fruits, like to remove dust and germs, were reported to be relatively higher during the COVID times than the pre-COVID times. While approximately 60% of respondents reported having reduced the frequency of ordering cooked foods via online platforms, the preference to buy vegetables, fruits and groceries from online delivery services increased significantly during this COVID period. A majority of 83% showed no concerns about the safety of foods in restaurants or eateries during the post-lockdown period. The study further concluded that more people relied on the internet compared to medical professionals to determine healthy and COVID-appropriate practices during the COVID pandemic in India.
watching.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. It could be one of the cruelest Mays the country has seen in a long time. Not only are temperatures rising across the country, but we also have a looming power crisis that threatens to get worse. Who is responsible for this power crisis and what are the realistic solutions? All that and much more on the news today. News without the noise.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by Panasonic Smart AC, AC for healthier homes. In association with SBI Life, अपने लिए, अपनों के लिए. Kalyan Jewellers.
You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary and I'm going to quickly take you through the headlines. Prime Minister Modi's big splash in war-torn Europe meets Chancellor Olaf Scholz and reviews full range of bilateral ties between India and Germany. Stalin government under fire for custodial deaths. India today accesses shocking video of victim being chased and hit by cops. Family had alleged that he died of torture. Massive political face-off brewing in Hyderabad's Osmania University after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi's entries blocked over no political meeting policy. The day after Raj Thakure's big loudspeaker ultimatum, Maha Vikas Aghadi government hits at blinking. Sena Neta says loudspeakers will be removed from temples and mosques. Sena and BJP Hindutva war, Maha Chief Minister says BJP cheated his father Bala Sahib in the name of Hindutva. Fadnavis says Sena with fake Hindutva skipped Babri demolition. Ousted Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan could face an arrest now. Imran booked in blasphemy case against Shahbaz Sharif after and his delegation visiting Medina earlier this week. Russia continues to pound Ukraine. Exclusive report from forward areas of Donbass. India today travels to Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, now under Russian control.
This is a world exclusive. India today is at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Energodar. This now is under Russian control.
This is a forward base of the Ukrainian military, which was recently hit by missile strikes from the Russian side. This military base, which was very critical for the Ukrainians, has been completely ruined.
All right, viewers, our top focus is in Berlin today. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a 3-day visit to Europe. Now, this visit comes at a time when the Russian-Ukraine war has toppled the world order. Prime Minister Modi met with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and reviewed bilateral ties between the two nations. Earlier, Prime Minister Modi got a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora in Berlin. People chanted Modi and Vande Mataram. The Prime Minister's interaction began with signing autographs, affectionate pats and obliging young kids. Many kids along with their parents were present at the hotel, waving at the Prime Minister's arrival. Prime Minister also interacted with a little girl who presented him with a portrait of his picture and called him her icon.
और कहा ना उनको मिलके एनर्जी डबल हो जाती है, दुगनी हो जाती है और वैसा ही था। उनको मिलके ऐसा लगा कि क्या बस उत्साह टू मच था हमारे लिए। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, उनके 2 मिनट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थे हमारे लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
पीएम मोदी ने पूछा कि आप छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का पोशाक पहन कर आए हैं, कोई खास बात है क्या, क्यों पहन के? तो मैंने बोला हाँ, हमारी यहाँ पे शिवाजी महाराज जी की परफॉर्मेंस है, डांस परफॉर्मेंस है, तो इसलिए परफॉर्मेंस है। तो बोले हाँ, काफी अच्छा दिख रहे हो, कीप इट अप।
या पूरा गुजरात बर्लिन में ही है आज तो।
बहुत अच्छा अनुभव था, क्योंकि ऐसे हमने तो पुणे में गणेशोत्सव में बजा है, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री के सामने बजाने की हमें कभी ये मौका मिलेगा ऐसे लगा नहीं था, पर यहाँ पे आके जर्मनी में आके उनके सामने बजाने का मौका मिला तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
All right, viewers, the latest news break now coming in from Gujarat. Months away from elections. Elections are due by the end of the year. But Gujarat's working president for the Congress, Hardik Patel, has removed Congress from his Twitter bio. Patel has removed the mention of Congress from all his other social media profiles as well. In April, Hardik had not only criticized the functioning of Gujarat Congress, but had also praised the BJP for its terrific decision-taking leadership. Well, the latest, viewers, is which raises a question. The fact that Hardik Patel has been giving indications in the recent past that he is on his way out from the Congress. The fact is he on his way in to the BJP, a party which he had bitterly criticized earlier on. I want to connect right now with my colleague Saurabh Vakhtania, who's joining us live with the very latest. Saurabh, what are you hearing? What are you picking up? Is the exit of Hardik Patel imminent from the Congress? And is the entry into the BJP any which way closer?
So, well, what the sources are telling us that Hardik Patel had actually some meetings with the BJP top brasses, but that were particularly closed-door meetings. Whenever an official question was asked to Hardik Patel on the whole issue, he clearly said that he's in no mood of leaving Congress and there are no talks with BJP. But as you are aware that last month, actually, Hardik Patel started lashing out at the state party leadership. What he questioned is that even being at the second most important post, that is, he's the working president of Gujarat Congress, that is the second most important post in the party, he's not been asked about the several decisions, or also he's not seen so many of the protests or the important key events of the Gujarat Congress. He lashed out at the party saying that the state leadership currently is not working well. He's not been considered, and he has put forth his demand to the party high command in Delhi as well. Now, later on, we saw that how Hardik Patel changed his profile picture, and today we are seeing that the bio of his Twitter handle, basically, that he's the working president of Gujarat Congress, he has removed it. I spoke to some of the leaders in Congress as well. What they clearly are trying is that Hardik Patel is unhappy with this state party leadership. Currently, he's not got any reply from the Delhi as well, and therefore is unhappy. But the party officials also pointed out that even though he has removed that he's not working president, that he's removed that particular bio from the Twitter handle, the profile picture of Hardik Patel still has the Congress symbol. So clearly, Congress right now is telling us that Hardik Patel is very much with the Congress party and is not going to leave Congress. But as you know, nothing is certain in politics of Gujarat, and in coming days, we can see some kind of a decision or changes in this particular Gujarat politics, and Hardik Patel may try to switch party as well.
All right. So I appreciate you joining us. We're going to continue to come back to you. All of this, viewers, one must put this in perspective, is months away from an election which is going to play out in the state of Gujarat by the end of the year. And this time around, There's the Congress, there's the Bharatiya Janata Party, and also there's going to be the Aam Aadmi Party. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments running up to the elections, but let's quickly shift focus right now from the state of Gujarat all the way to Telangana. There's a big face-off brewing at the Osmania University in Hyderabad. All of this after the Congress claimed that the university denied permission to Rahul Gandhi for an interaction with the students. The Youth Congress held a protest against the university vice-chancellor. 18 NSUI workers have been arrested for the protest. Stones were allegedly pelted during the agitation. The Congress claims the university VC has blocked Rahul Gandhi under pressure from the KCR government. The college authorities meanwhile say that no permission was denied to Rahul, but the college political meetings are not allowed on campus.
मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ वो पाकिस्तान नहीं है या और कहीं चीन का बॉर्डर नहीं है और प्रोहिबिटेड एरिया भी नहीं है जहाँ पर स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ते हैं एक मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को वहाँ पर जाकर वहाँ पर देखने के लिए अगर मना किए तो इसको कौन सी तरीका से देखना है। इसका मतलब स्टूडेंट से अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता अगर इंटरेक्ट हुए तो केसीआर के जितने भी गलत काम है और नोटिफिकेशंस भी नहीं दिया हुआ है, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स भी पूरा खत्म कर चुका है, ये सब सारे चर्चा आएगा तब केसीआर को दिक्कत होगा। इसीलिए चीफ मिनिस्टर यूनिवर्सिटी वाइस चांसलर के ऊपर दबाव डाल के हमारा परमिशन को रिजेक्ट करवाया।
BJP strongly condemns the anarchist politics of Congress party. Rahul Gandhi wanting to go to Osmania University is the biggest joke of his trip. He has been given permission to conduct a public rally in Warangal. He should be doing just that. And when the permission is not being granted, they want to anyway go there and disrupt the academic activity. So what kind of politics is this? What kind of a futuristic vision which Rahul Gandhi keeps talking about is this?
Meanwhile, a CCTV video of Vignesh, who allegedly died in police custody, has now surfaced in the video. Two cops can be seen chasing Vignesh. Vignesh then falls, he's beaten, held by the collar and taken away by the cops. Vignesh died on the 19th April after being arrested by police along with his friend Suresh. Vignesh's custodial death has become a huge issue in Tamil Nadu. His brother Vinod has also alleged that the police tried to give him 1 lakh to hush the case. Prabhu, an eyewitness, had earlier claimed that police had stopped and checked Vignesh and Suresh using FaceTag app, which showed Suresh had several cases pending against him. Prabhu claimed that when the cops questioned Vignesh, he handed over a knife he had. He told the police that the knife was to cut grass for the horses he used to give rides along the Marina beach. The eyewitness says that cops allegedly hit Vignesh very badly. Meanwhile, the police's stand is that Vignesh and Suresh caused ruckus and that Vignesh used the knife to attack cops, after which he was arrested. The cops claim Vignesh had a seizure on the 19th morning while eating breakfast and then taken to the hospital where he was declared bought dead, leading to the suspension of a sub-inspector, a constable and a home guard.
நான் வந்து சவாரி இவங்க யாருன்னு தெரியாது. நான் வேற சவாரி போய் ரிட்டர்ன் வந்திருக்கேன் சார். அப்படின்னா பக்கத்துலேயே இவனை என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்க, இவன் ஒரு கத்தி வச்சிருந்தான். அந்த கத்தி எடுத்து டேபிளில் வச்சுட்டான், அந்த ஜிப்சி மேலே வச்ச உடனே இது எதுக்குடான்னாங்க. நான் குதிரையை ஓட்டுறவன், குதிரை லாடத்துக்கு இதை கட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு வச்சிருந்தேன் அப்படின்னா. அதுக்கப்புறம் அவனை அடிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. இன்னொரு போலீஸ்காரர் வந்தார், அவனை சர மாதிரியே அடிச்சார். அன்றைக்கி நைட்டு 2:50க்கு ஸ்டேஷன் கூப்பிட்டு போகிறாங்க. ஸ்டேஷன் கூப்பிட்டு போயிட்டு 3:15 தான் என்னை கீழே இறக்குறாங்க. அவங்க 2 பேரும் லாக்கப்பில் போட்டாங்க.
நான் வீட்டில் குளிச்சுட்டு இருந்தேன் மேடம். குளிச்சுட்டு இருக்கும்போது எங்களை வந்து முதல்ல கதவு தட்டினாங்க. நான் குளிச்சுட்டு வரேன்னும் போது டேய் வெளியே வாடா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அந்த மேடம் மிரட்டி எங்களை இட்டு போனாங்க. இட்டுன்னு போய் என்ன மேடம் நான் தவறு பண்ணேன்னு கேட்டதுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன விசாரணை தாண்டா ஒன்றும் இல்லைடா சொல்லி இட்டு போனாங்க. இட்டுன்னு போயிட்டு எங்கள் இன்னொரு தம்பி எங்கே காட்டுன்னு சொன்னாங்க. தேடி பார்த்தாங்க, அந்த இன்னொரு தம்பி இல்லை. நேராக என்ன பண்ணாங்க, பட்டினிப்பாங்க ஸ்டேஷனுக்கு இட்டுன்னு போனாங்க. ரஞ்சித்ன்றவர் என் தம்பி வேலை பார்க்குறாருல, குதிரை வேலை, அவர் வந்து இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் ஃபோன் பண்ணி ரஞ்சித்துக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணி இந்தமாரி சொல்லு, இந்த இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் மோகன் அவர் வந்து சொல்லினார். அவர் ஃபோனில் தான் பண்ணி இந்தமாரி வந்து சொல்லு அப்படின்னு சொல்லவோ அவர் வந்து சொல்கிறாரு என்கிட்ட, ஆனது ஆகிப்போச்சுடா, அவன் தம்பி இந்தமாரி இறந்துட்டான், நான் வந்து அதை சாவி எடுக்கிறதுக்கு அடங்கம் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஒரு செல்வ நான் ஒரு பைசா நான் அமௌண்ட்டு கொடுக்க சொல்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு நினச்சி நான் அந்த காசு ஓகே அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு வாங்கினேன். 20,000 ரூபாய் கேட்டேன் மேடம் என் தம்பி அடங்கம் பண்ணுறதுக்கு.
All these actions are under a platform that evolved called the Joint Action Against Custodial Torture in Tamil Nadu, which evolved as a result of Satyangulam. And I am forced to say that the DMK was also party to that platform. So we are not here fighting against somebody who's an enemy. We are appealing to a government who at one point in time was part of our joint platform. Having said this, the discrepancies that you're asking, on the 18th, what has been narrated is blatant, brutal torture with evidence.
Now, in midst of rising power crisis in the country, the Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a key meeting at his residence, which the Power Minister R.K. Singh, the Coal Minister Prahlad Joshi also attended. Now, the power cut tussle between the centre and the state in terms of city-state Delhi government continues to grow. In reply to Delhi Power Minister's letter expressing immediate concerns about the low coal stock position, the Union Power Minister R.K. Singh refuted Delhi's claims, saying that the figure in Delhi's minister's letter were incorrect. Singh said that the power situation has sufficient reserve coal stock for 5 to 8 days. Union Minister accused the Delhi government of creating panic by using incorrect figures. Citing an example of October 2021, Singh said that the Delhi government has earlier as well tried creating a panic amongst people over disruption of power, claiming that the gas supply to the plants is being disrupted, which was proven baseless. Singh stressed that advanced gas supply arrangement had not been made by Delhi government and that the Delhi government power department is expected to monitor the contracts tied up in time.
देश में 16 राज्यों में कोयले की कमी के चलते बिजली के बड़े-बड़े कट लग रहे हैं। कई घंटों के कट लग रहे हैं, कई जगह तो 20-20, 22-22 घंटे बिजली नहीं आ रही है। ये कोई आम आदमी पार्टी शासित पंजाब या आम आदमी पार्टी शासित दिल्ली की बात नहीं है, देश की बात है। मुझे लगता है कि राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर सारी पार्टियों को मिलकर इस दिशा में काम करना चाहिए।
All right, meanwhile, remember that controversial seer Yati Narsinghanand, which had once spoken, who had in fact once stoked major controversies over highly bigoted and derogatory speeches. Meanwhile, at a Sanatan Sant Sabha in Uttar Pradesh's Aligarh, the Yati Narsinghanand urged Hindus to produce more children to prevent the country from becoming Hinduless in the coming decades. He went on to say that the Hindu population in the country is decreasing and many are trying to destroy Sanatan Dharma by opposing it. He also urged the Hindus as well as the future generations of Hindus to safeguard their religion. Well, the fact is this is extremely mild in what Narsinghanand usually spews out. Well, he's made controversial headlines. He's been arrested as well for making one of the most bigoted speeches in Haridwar. He was arrested, later released on bail, for organizing a Dharm Sansad in Haridwar last year, December, where the most provocative, bigoted speeches were made against Muslims.
हमारी चिंता है हिंदुओं की घटती हुई जनसंख्या का अनुपात। अगर इसी तरह से हिंदुओं की जनसंख्या का अनुपात घटता रहा तो आपको यहाँ कोई हिंदू का मंदिर मिलेगा ही नहीं। हमने अपने लोगों से कहा है कि वो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बच्चे पैदा करें और अपने बच्चों को अपने परिवार की अपनी रक्षा करने में सक्षम बनाएं। सनातन धर्म धरती से कभी भी खत्म ना हो और जो सनातन धर्म को समाप्त करना चाहते हैं उनके बारे में हमारे लोग समझे बातों को और अपने आप को बचाएं, अपने अस्तित्व को बचाएं।
लड़ाई में जीतता वो है जिसके हथियार शत्रु से ज्यादा ताकतवर होते हैं। झूठी बातों में बच्चों फंस मत जाना। ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चे और अच्छे से अच्छे हथियार यही तुम्हें बचाने वाले हैं।
मेरा हिंदुओं के लिए केवल इतना संदेश है कि हिंदू अपने परिवारों को मजबूत करें और परिवार जो है पैसों से मजबूत नहीं होते। परिवार मजबूत होते हैं जब उसमें बच्चे होते हैं, जब रिश्ते होते हैं, रिश्तों में प्यार होता है और साथ ही साथ बच्चे ज्यादा पैदा करें। हिंदू बच्चे पैदा करके अपने बच्चों को इस लायक बनाए कि हिंदुओं के बच्चे अपने घर की रक्षा करें, अपने परिवार की रक्षा करें, अपनी बहन बेटियों की रक्षा करें। हमारी चिंता है हिंदुओं की घटती हुई जनसंख्या का अनुपात। अगर इसी तरह से हिंदुओं की जनसंख्या का अनुपात घटता रहा तो आपको यहाँ कोई हिंदू का मंदिर मिलेगा ही नहीं। हमने अपने लोगों से कहा है कि वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चे पैदा करें और अपने बच्चों को अपने परिवार की अपनी रक्षा करने में सक्षम बनाएं। सनातन धर्म धरती से कभी भी खत्म ना हो और जो सनातन धर्म को समाप्त करना चाहते हैं उनके बारे में हमारे लोग समझे बातों को और अपने आप को बचाएं, अपने अस्तित्व को बचाएं।
All right. Meanwhile, a high voltage drama is expected to unfold in Pakistan as reports are filtering in of Imran Khan to be arrested. The Pakistan Interior Minister has confirmed that former Prime Minister Imran Khan will be arrested in a case related to hooliganism and sloganeering against the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and his delegation. The video clip circulating on social media shows some pilgrims, apparently supporters of Khan, shouting "Chor and Gaddar" as soon as Sharif and other members of his delegation arrived at the Prophet's Mosque in Medina. The Pakistan police have now registered an FIR in the matter against former Prime Minister and PTI Chief Imran Khan, along with 150 others, including former Federal Minister Fawad Chaudhry and Sheikh Rashid, under different sections, including 295A of the Pakistan Penal Code.
कोई पाकिस्तान का प्राइम मिनिस्टर अपने मुल्क की मफादात की हिफाजत नहीं करेगा, वो अपने मुल्क को किसी और मुल्क के लिए कुर्बान करेगा। इसलिए मैंने इनको कहा कि बहुत ज़रूरी है। और मैं ये भी आपको कह दूं कि जब भी ये तहकीकात होंगी, मैं आपको ये पूरे एतमाद से कहना चाहता हूं कि पता चलेगा किन किन लोगों ने गद्दारी की इस मुल्क के साथ। ये जो इस हुकूमत ने और ये माफिया लेड हुकूमत जिस तरह की इन्होंने शर्मनाक केसेस बनाया हमारे ऊपर, ब्लास्फेमी पे, शर्म आनी चाहिए इनको ऐसे केस बना के। असल में केस बनने चाहिए इन लोगों के ऊपर गद्दारी के।
इमरान खान के खिलाफ एक बड़ी करैक्टर असैसिनेशन कैंपेन जो है वो लॉन्च करने की तैयारी की जा रही है, जिसमें उनको वीडियोस के ज़रिए, उनको जाली ऑडियोज़ के ज़रिए जो है वो पाकिस्तान तहरीक इंसाफ के कारकुनान को, लोगों को ये बावर कराने की कोशिश की जाएगी कि उनका जो किरदार है उसके ऊपर बात की जाएगी।
I'm going to slip into a quick break. To stay with me. On the other side is our fact check segment.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
The World Trade Organization, which oversees trade ties and rules between nations, has some real bad news when it comes to the world's GDP. And all that has to do with war in Ukraine. This war has really spilled over geopolitical ties between nations, and now we're foreseeing a new unofficial world order. And that is the West versus Russia. This has affected the global economy, taking down the GDP with it. In fact, GDP, or gross domestic product, really measures the economic health of a country. And the conflict has already flared up the energy and food prices because both Russia and Ukraine are important suppliers of essential products like food and energy. About 25% of wheat, 15% of barley, 45% of sunflower products were globally exported from both Ukraine and Russia in 2019.
This is planting season for the spring crop. We hope there'll be some kind of humanitarian corridor so that farmers can plant. But more importantly, 80% of Ukraine's wheat is harvested in July. That's the winter crop. And there has to be, we hope there can be some kind of humanitarian cover so this can be harvested.
So now there's, of course, a bottleneck. Owing to the war, Ukraine's economy has shrinked drastically. In fact, is expected to shrink further by 45.1%. So Ukrainians won't just be fighting to keep their country, but also to cope with surging inflation, debt, and poverty. What's happening here is that less trade means less stability and reduced access to necessities. The global economy is even more precarious about COVID-19 as well. So the war in Ukraine is stunning chances of having any stability to the economy anytime in the near future. This intense war in Ukraine, which has gone on for over a month, has not just impacted Ukrainian economy, but also impacted the entire Western region. Say, for example, London's price inflation has jumped to its highest levels in the last 3 decades, all in the last 1 month. More divides in the world order means a fragmented economy. In the subsequent rivalry, poorer countries suffer as powerful economies turn their backs. And the Ukraine-Russia war has nations already taking sides now, thus creating unofficial blocs.
The most immediate economic effect of the war has been a sharp spike in the prices of food, energy, fertilizer, and some important minerals, for which Ukraine and Russia are key suppliers to world markets. A potential food crisis is looming. Food and energy prices were already high by historical standards before the war.
Reduced supply of food means high prices, and that's no good news for the world's poor economies. For instance, Africa and the Middle East will be the worst hit, as 50% of their cereal needs are from Ukraine and Russia. Some sub-Saharan African countries are already facing a price hike for wheat, while all eyes now are on oil and how expensive they are getting by the day. In fact, India is also facing a price rise in oil. This rising food insecurity and massive refugee crisis has really gripped the world in one of the biggest since World War II.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. You're watching a Fact Check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim suggesting Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann says he's unaware of who's running the government. The fact on that, this video is extremely old, from a press conference in December 2021 when the Chief Minister was Mr. Channi from the Congress. With that quick fact check, time for us to go into a break. To stay with me. Updates on the other side. It's also to the point.
Clothes, footwear, toys and food are going to dig a bigger hole in your pocket. Owing to the Russia-Ukraine crisis, rising energy demands and deepening climate crisis, oil prices around the world are set to rise. And India depends on oil imports to meet up to 85% of its crude oil needs. Even though Russia is not a major supplier of fuel to India, it's the second biggest exporter of oil in the world. And the conflict in Ukraine is stoking fears that there will be global supply shocks which could further inflate prices. So how can we reduce our dependence on oil? International Energy Agency recommends 10 ways that can reduce oil dependency by 2.7 million barrels a day in the next 4 months. Reduce speed limits on highways. Around 290,000 barrels per day of oil use can be saved in the short term through a speed limit reduction of just 10 kilometers per hour on motorways for cars. Many countries did so during the 1973 oil crisis too. Work from home up to 3 days a week where possible. 1 day a week saves about 170,000 barrels per day. 3 days saves about 500,000. Car-free Sundays. Banning the use of private cars on Sundays brings a number of additional benefits to public health and well-being, including cleaner air, reduced noise pollution, and improved road safety. Make the use of public transport cheaper and incentivize micro-mobility, walking, and cycling. These short-term measures can avoid around 330,000 barrels per day of oil use. Alternate private car access to roads in large cities. An odd-even system for cars. An initiative also tried in Delhi can help reduce 210,000 barrels per day. Increase car sharing and adopt practices to reduce fuel use. Carpooling should become the new way to travel. Many smartphone apps exist to arrange ride shares, and this can reduce 470,000 barrels per day of oil. Promote efficient driving for freight trucks and delivery of goods. Trucks are major consumers of diesel, and so improving the efficiency of their operations can be an important contributor to reducing oil use. Using high-speed and night trains instead of planes, where possible, saves about 40,000 barrels per day. Avoid business air travel where alternative options exist. The pandemic has accustomed us to virtual meetings. The IEA recommends virtual meetings where possible. Reinforce the adoption of electric and more efficient vehicles. usage of electric
Who doesn't like home-cooked meals? But what if home-cooked meals now become an expensive affair? Well, we could be staring
to continuing and deepening the close cooperation with India on global issues, and also to expand it, because that is what is important. During our 6th Indo-German intergovernmental consultations, we also focused on global issues, and these consultations help us deepen our relationship. India is a central partner for Germany in Asia in economic terms, security policy terms, and climate political terms. More than 1,800 German companies have recognized India's potential. They're active in India and have helped create hundreds of thousands of jobs. Our companies are well aware of the locational advantages of India, a big market, high potential for growth, and an impressionability to innovate. The higher education and science sector too is a good indicator for the ever closer integration of both our countries. More than 7,000 Indian students. Through its attack on Ukraine, Russia has violated fundamental principles of international law. The war and the brutal attacks against and on the civilian population in Ukraine show situation. Through its attack on Ukraine, Russia has violated fundamental principles of international law. The war and the brutal attacks against and on the civilian population in Ukraine show how unrestrained Russia has been in violating the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. Thus, I repeat my appeal to Vladimir Putin: end this war. And the senseless killing, withdraw your troops from Ukraine. The importance of a rule-based order is illustrated to us and impressed upon us by this war. We agree on the fact that borders should not be changed through the use of violence, and that the inviolability of borders and the sovereignty of nations has to be universally accepted. We talked about this in greater detail, the Prime Minister and I. What needs to be done now is to ensure that we achieve a better future together, not by waging wars against each other, but by pursuing economic growth and development together. What is clear is that the Indo-Pacific belongs to the most dynamic global regions, and at the same time it is confronted with a number of conflicts and challenges. Thus, Germany is going to maintain and further intensify, where possible, its varied commitment on the ground. India is amongst the very important partners of ours here. The world can only develop well if we are clear as to the fact that future relations in the world will be characterized and marked by many countries, not by a few powerful countries and nations, but by many important countries. The rise of many countries is what has become important. India numbers amongst those countries that are of greatest importance with regard to this perspective, not only because it is the country with the biggest population, but also because of the part it plays and the share it has in the global economy, which goes to say that we need to develop this global cooperation in such a way that it is not only characterized and marked by many, but also expresses a multilateral approach. And that is a very important point for us in Germany. This means that we make sure that what links some of us, democracy that is, a constitutional state, the rule of law, is something where we recognize one another. And I'm not referring to a few countries, but I speak globally here. This makes cooperation so important. Thus, I'm pleased that I have partners like Indonesia and India and also on the African continent's countries that pursue the same approach. We have to realize that democracy is an interest of mankind, and this is something that links us and towards which we bear a responsibility. Now, when we look to the importance that India is going to have in the future economically, but also as regards population growth, it is obvious and clear that India plays a key role when it comes to global climate change and tackling the consequences. The cooperation that we are engaging in this area India is broad, and I look forward and I'm pleased that we've been able to sign a number of joint declarations of intent like the one that we have signed just a minute ago. This is about climate protection, which is ever so important. Look to the impact that the present heat wave in India has had on its population. That is an indication of the fact that climate change is having an impact and that we have to do what we can to stop it. It is a topic where we again need to cooperate closely. We need to coordinate on this and many other issues. And this is the purpose of our intergovernmental consultations. When it comes to implementing the projects and measures of this partnership of ours, we will make available funds in the future, all of them together equal 10 billion euros. Thus, it is good that the ministers have agreed on a number of cooperation agreements here. They've agreed on cooperating in areas such as agricultural ecology, development cooperation, forest restoration, but also on activities in the field of renewable energies, and the solar partnership between India and Germany has played a prominent part, as has our cooperation on green hydrogen. I'm especially delighted, Prime Minister, that your initiative to enhance our cooperation on green hydrogen has borne fruit today by us setting up, taking a major step with regard to setting up a task force on green hydrogen. Another success of our bilateral exchanges today is the agreement on a migration and mobility partnership, which allows us to benefit from the enormous potential of migration and skilled labour to both our countries' interest and benefit. This goes to show that our relationship is not only broad and intensive, but it is also based on a deep sense of trust. Prime Minister, thank you very much for having come to Berlin today. Thank you for your personal commitment, which has made it possible for us to have a successful exchange of views today. And I look forward already now to the next intergovernmental consultation in 2 years' time in New Delhi.
Thank you.
Chancellor Scholz.
Friends. Guten Tag. नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मेरे और मेरे प्रतिनिधि मंडल के गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए मैं चांसलर शोल्ज का हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। मुझे खुशी है कि इस वर्ष की मेरी पहली विदेश यात्रा जर्मनी में हो रही है। इस वर्ष के शुरुआत में किसी विदेशी लीडर के साथ मेरी पहली टेलीफोन वार्ता भी मेरे मित्र चांसलर शोल्ज के साथ हुई थी। चांसलर शोल्ज के लिए भी आज की भारत जर्मनी आईजीसी इस वर्ष की किसी भी देश के साथ पहली आईजीसी है। ये कई फर्स्ट दर्शाते हैं कि भारत और जर्मनी दोनों ही देश इस महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनरशिप को कितनी प्राथमिकता दे रहे हैं। लोकतांत्रिक देशों के तौर पर भारत और जर्मनी कई कॉमन मूल्यों को साझा करते हैं। इन साझा मूल्यों और साझा हितों के आधार पर पिछले कुछ वर्षों में हमारी द्विपक्षीय संबंधों में उल्लेखनीय प्रगति हुई है। हमारी पिछली आईजीसी 2019 में हुई थी। तब से विश्व में महत्वपूर्ण परिवर्तन हुए हैं। कोविड-19 महामारी ने वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था पर विनाशकारी प्रभाव डाला है। हाल की जियोपॉलिटिकल घटनाओं ने भी दिखाया कि विश्व की शांति और स्थिरता कितनी नाजुक स्थिति में है और सभी देश कितने इंटरकनेक्टेड हैं। यूक्रेन के संकट के आरंभ से ही हमने तुरंत युद्ध विराम का आह्वान किया और इस बात पर जोर दिया था कि विवाद को सुलझाने के लिए बातचीत ही एकमात्र उपाय है। हमारा मानना है कि इस युद्ध में कोई विजयी पार्टी नहीं होगी, सभी को नुकसान होगा। इसलिए हम शांति के पक्ष में हैं। यूक्रेन संघर्ष से उत्पन्न उथल-पुथल के कारण तेल की कीमतें आसमान छू रही हैं। विश्व में खाद्यान्न और फर्टिलाइजर की भी कमी हो रही है। इससे विश्व के हर परिवार पर बोझ पड़ा है, किंतु विकासशील और गरीब देशों पर इसका असर और गंभीर होगा। इस संघर्ष के ह्यूमैनिटेरियन इम्पैक्ट से भारत बहुत ही चिंतित है। हमने अपनी तरफ से यूक्रेन को मानवीय सहायता भेजी है। हम अन्य मित्र देशों को भी अन्य निर्यात, तेल आपूर्ति और आर्थिक सहायता के माध्यम से मदद करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। आज छठी आईजीसी में से भारत जर्मनी भागीदारी को एक नई दिशा मिली है। इस आईजीसी ने एनर्जी और एनवायरनमेंट दोनों क्षेत्रों में हमारे सहयोग को महत्वपूर्ण गाइडेंस दिया है। मुझे विश्वास है कि आज किए गए निर्णयों का हमारे क्षेत्र और विश्व के भविष्य पर सकारात्मक प्रभाव पड़ेगा। आज हम इंडो जर्मनी पार्टनरशिप ऑन ग्रीन एंड सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट लॉन्च कर रहे हैं। भारत ने ग्लासगो में अपने क्लाइमेट एम्बिशन को बढ़ाकर विश्व को यह दर्शाया है कि हमारे लिए ग्रीन एंड सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ एक आर्टिकल ऑफ फेथ है। इस नई पार्टनरशिप के तहत जर्मनी ने 2030 तक 10 बिलियन यूरो की अतिरिक्त विकास सहायता से भारत के ग्रीन ग्रोथ प्लान्स को सपोर्ट करने का निर्णय लिया है। इसके लिए मैं जर्मनी और चांसलर शोर्ज को धन्यवाद देता हूं। हमारे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री स्ट्रेंथ को देखते हुए हमने एक ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन टास्क फोर्स भी बनाने का निर्णय लिया है। दोनों देशों में ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बढ़ाने के लिए यह बहुत उपयोगी रहेगा। भारत और जर्मनी दोनों को ही अन्य देशों में डेवलपमेंट कोऑपरेशन का लंबा अनुभव है। आज हमने अपने अनुभवों को जोड़कर त्रिपक्षीय कोऑपरेशन के जरिए तीसरे देशों में संयुक्त परियोजनाओं पर कार्य करने का भी निर्णय लिया है। हमारे यह सहयोग विकासशील विश्व के लिए पारदर्शी और सस्टेनेबल विकास परियोजनाओं का विकल्प प्रदान करेगा। फ्रेंड्स, पोस्ट कोविड काल में भारत अन्य बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाओं के मुकाबले सबसे तेज ग्रोथ देख रहा है। हमें विश्वास है कि भारत वैश्विक रिकवरी का महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ बनेगा। हाल ही में हमने बहुत कम समय में यूएई तथा ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ व्यापार समझौतों पर हस्ताक्षर किए। ईयू के साथ भी हम एफटीए वार्ताओं में शीघ्र प्रगति के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। भारत के कुशल कामगारों और प्रोफेशनल से कई देशों की अर्थव्यवस्थाओं को लाभ मिला है। मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत और जर्मनी के बीच हो रहे कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट से दोनों देशों के बीच आवाजाही सुगम बनेगी। मैं फिर एक बार आज की समिट के लिए, आपके इनिशिएटिव के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। थैंक यू। थैंक यू।
All right, viewers, what you just heard was the joint statement between the German Chancellor, Mr. Scholz, and the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, who's on a 3-day visit to Europe. First stopover, of course, Berlin, then Copenhagen, and then over to France. All right, viewers, shifting focus back to the point and our moot question and our moot debate. Is the state of Maharashtra getting politically polarized, especially with the loudspeaker debate only getting louder with multiple parties now jumping in? This is the latest. It's a pitched battle. Azan versus Hanuman Chalisa debate is blaring out loud. A high decibel rally. Maharashtra Navnirman Sena Chief Raj Thakre speaking to a packed venue, serving the massive ultimatum to Uddhav Thakre.
सर्व देशवासियांना माझी सर्व हिंदू बांधवांना भगिनींना माझी विनंती आहे, जर हे 3 तारखेपर्यंत ऐकले नाही, 4 तारखेला हनुमान चालीसा प्रत्येक ठिकाणी मला ऐकू आलंच पाहिजे. पोलिसांकडनं वाटल्यास रीतसर परवानगी घ्या, लाऊडस्पीकरची परवानगी घ्या, त्यांना द्यावीच लागते.
Thakre did not spare. The ultimatum was replied to by the Maharashtra CM. Uddhav Thakre roared back to not tempt him.
माझ्यावर त्या आरोप केला की ती शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना नाही. म्हटलं बरोबर आहे, बाळासाहेब भोळे होते आणि बाळासाहेबांना तुम्ही त्यावेळेला कसे वेळोवेळी फसवत गेला तुम्ही माझ्या डोळ्याने बघितले, म्हणून मी थोडासा नाही म्हटलं तरी धूर्तपणाने तुमच्याशी वागतोय. मी नाही भोळा. माझे वडील भोळे होते, ते हिंदुत्वासाठी, म्हणजे हिंदुत्व हे माझे रक्तात त्यांनीच भिनवलेले आहे. पण हिंदुत्वाच्या आडून तुम्ही जे तुमचे डाव सरत होतात त्याच्याकडे ते कानाडोळा करत होते. मी नाही करणार.
In the mix jumped in AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi, slamming the Maharashtra government over Raj Thakre's Aurangabad rally, calling it an open call for violence.
तो ये तो ओपन कॉल है वायलेंस के लिए. जब वहां की मुकामी पुलिस ने उनको कंडीशन के साथ परमिशन दिया है तो उनको चाहिए कि फौरन सोमोटो एक्शन ले कि एक बार हो जाने दो. क्या हो जाने दो? क्या एक शख्स पूरे स्टेट के पीस को दांव पे लगाएगा? क्या एक शख्स थ्रेटन करेगा औरंगाबाद की हिंदू मुस्लिम दलित के भाईचारगी को? तो पुलिस क्या कर रही है? और क्या ये क्या मतलब है कि एक बार हो जाने दो? क्या हो जाने दो? क्या सो मोटो एक्शन पुलिस नहीं लेगी? लगाइए 153 to 95 और अरेस्ट करके जेल को भिजाइए.
The BJP too has kept the heat on Uddhav government.
मंत्र्याच्या घरासमोर आम्ही हनुमान चालीसा म्हटल्यानंतर त्यांच्यावर राजद्रोहाचा गुन्हा लागला. आणि मजेची गोष्ट बघा, काल परवा आरोपपत्र दाखल केलं. त्या आरोपपत्रात काय लिहिलंय तर यांनी मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या घरासमोर हनुमान चालीसा म्हणण्याची घोषणा केल्यामुळे ते राज्य उलथवून टाकत होते, म्हणून आम्ही त्यांना जेलमध्ये टाकलं.
But this time Uddhav is giving it back.
शिवसेना प्रमुखांचं हिंदुत्व हेच आहे. त्यांनी सांगितलं होतं की मला देवळात घंटा बडवणारा हिंदू नको आहे, मला अतिरेक्यांना बडवणारा हिंदू पाहिजे. हे कुठले आले घंटाधारी हिंदुत्ववादी? घंटाधारी हिंदुत्ववाद्यांनी आम्हाला गदाधारी हिंदुत्ववाद्यांनी हिंदुत्व शिकण्याच्या भानगडीत पडू नये. आमचं हिंदुत्व हे गदाधारी हिंदुत्व आहे.
As the loudspeaker debate deafens what is the larger plot, the players are set around the Hindutva narrative. The question remains, will citizens escape unhurt from this political, communal minefield? Bureau Report, India Today. I want to cut across immediately right now to Priyanka Chaturvedi. She's MP Shiv Sena, Rajya Sabha. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Chaturvedi. My first question, ma'am. Your Mumbai Mayor, Ms. Pednekar, Kishori Pednekar, has said loudspeakers now will be removed from temples and mosques. My question is your government finally caving in to MNS and BJP pressure?
We are caving into no one's pressure. We must understand that we have categorically asked the central government to come up with a uniform policy. No state government can follow a unilateral policy when the issue needs to be coming from the center. And the similar thing works not just for Maharashtra, but across various states. None of the states, and I repeat, none of the states except for a bit of what we're hearing from Uttar Pradesh, none of the states are adhering to whatever is expected by so-called political parties who are the fly-by-night parties, who only rise up to the occasion when there is an election close by, who only work on the agenda of those who want to create disruption. I wouldn't want to answer to them. But however, the guidelines for this particular issue needs to come from the center. If the center gives us a clear authority and a clear mandate on how this would work, we'd be happy to oblige and work and abide by whatever the guidelines set by the center is.
You know, Ms. Chaturvedi, you call the MNS, you haven't named it, but you still call it the fly-by-night party. But your leaders are directly addressing the MNS. And on the other hand, Raj Thackeray has given you the ultimatum of 4th of May. The fact is, it's all possibly building up to this big, huge law and order problem. How are you going to deal with that?
We are very well within our rights as the government to ensure law and order prevails. And I think we have proven that time and time again. And no one who challenges the authority of law and order and government will be tolerated. Everyone has to adhere to norms, and no one is above the law and order machinery of the state government of Maharashtra. We have done that earlier when a sitting MLA and MP were challenging the authority of the police forces. We have done that. We have even done that when CBI was brought in for an investigation case, and we know how badly the CBI has been exposed. We have done that in the case of ED as well. We have done that in the case of Narcotics Bureau as well. And we stand by our mandate. The mandate of Maharashtra is to govern it and to ensure law and order prevails, and anyone defying that will be adhered to in what the Constitution expects us to do and constitutional norms are.
You know, Ms. Chaturvedi, the charge of sedition in the name of law and order, many would say, is a little preposterous. You know, you talk about agencies or the misuse of agencies by the center, but by using and invoking a charge like sedition, didn't you just do exactly the same? In terms of perception, it doesn't augur well for your government because you're misusing your agencies, which you charge the center of doing.
Who decides what augurs well for the state government or doesn't? Even 2 years ago, the same statements were made, and I have been on umpteen number of debates which continue to say, oh, it doesn't augur well for you. The only thing that augurs well for any state government is to ensure that law and order machinery is in place. We have seen how authorities have been bypassed and those state governments have suffered. We won't allow that to the state government of Maharashtra or the state of Maharashtra, because state of Maharashtra has been a law-abiding state. And those agencies which have been misused by the center have also been exposed for what they stand for. And talking about those who are complaining about certain charges or certain demeanor or certain behavior, they have also been exposed by the Commissioner of Police Mumbai. So all these charges and these set of lies or pack of lies, I cannot continue to debate forever. The facts speak for themselves. The High Court has upheld the decision taken by the Mumbai police, and nobody, like I said, and I repeat, nobody bypasses the law and order machinery of any state government, and nobody stands above law.
Is this
and
also a veiled threat?
That, they will have to face.
You know, two very quick questions. Is this also a veiled threat where Raj Thackeray is concerned, that you're not scared or shy of applying sedition where Raj Thackeray comes into the picture? But I also want to bring in, you know, your arch nemesis right now, which is Mr. Fadnavis as well. He has called out your government to be fake Hindutvawadis. He's called your chief minister somebody who doesn't follow what the grain of his party actually stood for once. He's also even said that the Shiv Sena was not there during the Babri demolition.
I wouldn't even want to respond to somebody who took the oath of being the chief minister overnight by misusing and bypassing all laws and the constitutional norms and the democratic norms, and had to face a lot of heat coming from everybody. For him to make these accusations is a bit rich, because he has ensured for the hunger to be in power, they've misused and bypassed every machinery which is in place and take help from the center to create a situation of law and order in the state of Maharashtra, who have tried to undermine the processes that exist in every state government. And for him to challenge us on our Hindutva, someone who has used Hindutva only for their mere politics and for their political vote banks, and have not really sincerely followed the core dharma and principle of Hindutva, for them to challenge us and accuse us is a bit rich, and I only find it amusing. And I know they are fighting on a lost ground. They can continue to fight it hard. We are not ceding an inch of space as far as Hindutva way of governance is concerned.
All right, Ms. Chaturvedi, appreciate you joining us. A keen eye on all developments from the state of Maharashtra there. The ultimatum given by Raj Thackeray is the 4th of May, 2 days from now. Is Maharashtra now boiling over in terms of the law and order situation because the Maharashtra government isn't paying heed to these ultimatums? What will the result be on ground? It's a communal minefield right now between the loudspeaker debate of Azan versus Hanuman Chalisa. Will the citizens of the city of Mumbai and the state of Maharashtra escape unhurt? That's the question. A quick break. Stay with me. On the other side is News Track.
So, in recent times, this thermal gun has become a very, very popular device which you will find in all public spaces. Anywhere you go, you will find somebody noting down your temperature using this device. And recently, the Delhi government has issued a notice that this device is essential outside all schools. No student can enter school premises without being monitored for their body temperature. How does it work exactly? And how accurate is it? We're going to tell you what this thermal gun is all about. So, body temperature is a very clear-cut giveaway sign for COVID symptoms. It's the first thing you would want to check while interacting with anybody coming from outside. This gun comes in handy. Why? Because A, it reads your temperature very quickly, and secondly, it can note your temperature without having any physical contact with the object or with the subject. So basically, when you point this at a subject or a human body, how is it noting the temperature? You see, this device is mainly made up of 3 things. There is a laser, there is a converging lens, and then there is an IR sensor inside it. All these 3 will come together to represent the temperature in digital format, which will be visible on the screen which you have behind it. Now, as soon as the gun is pointed towards a body, there is a laser which helps pinpoint where it needs to mark the temperature from. Now, coming to the mechanics of it, first of all, it is pointed towards a human body. Now, to just explain to you, every human body has a certain amount of thermal radiation which is emitted from it. The laser in this device is used to pinpoint towards the human body. Then the infrared sensor in this device will read the amount of radiation being emitted, the thermal radiation being emitted from the human body. That, through the converging lens, is then read by a thermopile. Thermopile is basically a device which helps to convert thermal energy into electrical energy. And after that, the temperature is represented on the digital screen. Is it harmful to use on kids? Well, scientifically, various experts have suggested that this statement is incorrect because the thermal gun only measures with infrared radiation that is reflected at all times by all objects around us, including human bodies. It does not use radioactive beams such as X-rays, only infrared. Thermometer guns are also FDA approved. It functions automatically. It is touchless, which is the need of the hour, and it functions automatically. It just requires you to press one button. It detects the temperature of the person from a range of 5 to 10 centimeters. Now, these thermal guns are useful because essentially they are quick. Temperature readings are obtained at a much quicker pace than traditional methods. Using a temperature gun reduces the risk of cross-contamination and spreading disease due to its non-contact approach. It is the safest bet at the moment. Now, are they accurate? Now, talking about the accuracy of this device, if we were to consider a traditional thermometer which you would place in the mouth to note body temperature, usually 98.4 degrees Celsius is considered normal. But when you are noting temperature using this device, a degree or two lesser than that is also considered normal. 98.4 in this device would mean fever. Other than that, how accurate this device is, well, there needs to be more study on it. It cannot be considered as a conclusive evidence of whether you are infected with COVID or not, or whether you have fever or not. But yes, it does help you get a decent idea about what your body temperature is.
watching India Today.
At 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. It could be one of the cruelest Mays the country has seen in a long time. Not only are temperatures rising across the country, but we also have a looming power crisis that threatens to get worse. Who is responsible for this power crisis and what are the realistic solutions? All that and much more on the news today. News without the noise.
You know Kim Tae-hyung, aka V of pop group BTS fame? Well, he's simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old. Confused? How old were you when you were born? 0? 1? In South Korea, you'd be 1 year old. Let's clear the air about this. South Korea has a unique way of calculating age. When a baby is born, it's considered a year old. And as the year changes on January 1st, the child gains a year. So no special birthdays. South Koreans count age based on their birth year and not days. A child born in December will already be 2 by January. But the president-elect Yoon Suk-yeol wants to do away with this traditional system. Because of persistent confusion and unnecessary social and economic costs, the incoming administration is looking to standardize age calculation. This was observed especially when health authorities use the international age and Korean ages interchangeably to set guidelines for COVID-19. This will also help South Korea get in line with the rest of the world. The age conundrum doesn't end here. South Korea also counts age in an international way. That means it counts age in 3 ways. For legal and administrative purposes, the country has been using the international counting system since 1962. In another way, babies are born at 0 and gain a year on New Year's. This method is mainly used to define the legal age for areas of law that affect a significant percentage of the population, including military service conscription. And the third is the Korean age system, where everyone is already a year old at birth and become older on New Year's Day regardless of the birth date. That's how Kim Tae-hyung from BTS fame is simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old, as he was born on 30th December 1995. There are multiple problems that arise with age discrepancies. It's led to wage disputes that have been dragged to the Supreme Court and ruled that workers should consider their international age for work. There have also been cases of parents...
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Sensodyne.
The Indian diaspora is on cloud 9 with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Berlin. But what will the India-Germany summit mean, not just for the two countries, but for Europe and the Russia-Ukraine conflict? Because Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made it very clear, India has always advocated peace through dialogue. There are no winners in war, is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi just said in Berlin. Both India and Germany are dependent on Russia. Germany for energy, India for weapons. Will the summit pave the way for a possible solution?
Modi Euro dash in shadow of Ukraine war. PM tour in wake of fight over neutrality. PM's Atmanirbhar foreign policy in action. Massive West expectations from India's Modi. India's neutrality forges shining new path. Spotlight on Modi's India during big war.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken of challenges and choices. Over the course of the next 65 hours, the Prime Minister has 25 engagements, including meeting 8 heads of state and government in Germany, in Denmark, and in France. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We discuss the tangible takeaways and impact, if any, on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. But first, as always, the headlines. Loudspeaker debate gets louder ahead of Raj Thakre's May 3 deadline. Agadi blinks. Shiv Sena Neta says loudspeakers will be removed from mosques and temples. The Maharashtra Navnirman Sena chief has threatened to play Hanuman Chalisa at double volume if loudspeakers are not taken down. Shiv Sena and BJP Hindutva war escalates. Maharashtra Chief Minister says BJP cheated his father Bala Saheb Thakre. Devendra Fadnavis accuses the Shiv Sena of fake Hindutva. Says the party skipped Babri demolition in Ayodhya. Stalin government in the line of fire for a custodial death. India Today accesses a shocking video of the victim being chased and hit by police in Chennai. Vignesh's family had alleged that he died of torture. Massive political face-off in Hyderabad's Osmania University. Congress claims Rahul Gandhi's entry was blocked. College claims it had no political meeting policy. Ousted Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan could face arrest. Imran Khan accused of blasphemy for shouting slogans against Shahbaz Sharif and his delegation during the delegation's visit to Medina earlier this week. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a 3-day visit to Europe. The visit comes at a time when Russia and Ukraine are engaged in a conflict, and this has actually upset the global world order. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi got a rousing reception from the Indian diaspora in Berlin. Both Germany and India could play a critical role in trying to find a solution to the Russia-Ukraine conflict and work towards a multipolar world. But will that actually happen, or is that a tall order? Because just a short while back, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made it very clear. India wanted dialogue. India stood for peace because there are no winners in war.
Країн, які надають чіткі гарантії безпеки.
In the shadow of the Ukraine war, as conflict draws Europe and NATO into another whirlpool of uncertainty, these images couldn't possibly be speaking any louder. With fanfare typical of the Indian Prime Minister's foreign visits, Modi has begun a high-speed tour of Western Europe. While the United States has indulged in public lecturing and gyan over India's stand in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, Germany has been praising India, recognizing just how singular India's foreign policy maneuvers on this issue have been. As head of the G7, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, like his predecessor Angela Merkel, shares a warm equation with the Indian Prime Minister. But that doesn't mean Germany isn't looking to leverage India to pile the pressure on Putin's Russia. An invitation to India to attend the next G7 summit in June as a special guest is also said to be in the offing.
Europe has specially aligned, and these are the countries which have aligned itself against Russia. They call it the Russian invasion of Ukraine. India, as of now, has always maintained a very balanced stand on the entire issue, a neutral stand. So it's a very important geopolitical, if you talk about India's power, its emerging value of its stand in the entire Russia-Ukraine war, and how Prime Minister Modi takes this relationship forward with Europe.
और फिर जब वो आए तो लगा हम अभी से इतने तरोताजा हैं कि हम उनका पूरे लाइफ टाइम वेट कर सकते हैं।
अभी बताइए आप मिल पाए?
हाँ मिल पाए, हम एकदम सामने खड़े थे। आते बराबर मोदी जी ने कहा शुक्रिया आप लोग इतने सुबह से आए हुए हैं, तो हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा वो सुन के कि उन्हें भी पता है कि लोग कितने वेट कर रहे हैं उनका और उत्साहित है उनके लिए।
बिल्कुल जैसे वो हमारे तरफ आए और नमस्ते करके जो मोमेंट था, मतलब
और ढोल, आप ढोल बजाने वाले हैं तो ढोल में इनके अब ज्यादा जोश होगा, पूरा ढोल ताशा है इंटू 200 पावर। गरबा के नृत्य के साथ जो जोश यहाँ पर महिलाओं में दिख रहा है, उत्साह तमाम भारतीयों में दिख रहा है, और इनके सब के बीच ये गरबा का वो रंग है जो हिंदुस्तान और हिंदुस्तान की बढ़ती हुई ताकत का एक नजारा है। जब आप जर्मनी में बर्लिन में ऐसी महत्वपूर्ण जगह पर, जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण इमारत एक तरह से ब्रांडेनबर्ग गेट है, उसके सामने आप मिनी इंडिया देखते हैं। सॉफ्ट पावर डिप्लोमेसी के साथ साथ ये देखिए अब यहाँ पर जो मौजूद पुरुष है वो भी गरबा करने लगे। गुजरात का जो रंग और जोश यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता, उसको कोई टोक नहीं सकता।
The color and fervor that frames the start of Modi's Europe tour also carries a lot of signaling, underscoring a popular leader who has spent the last 2 months navigating a series of global taunts for abstinence on Russia's invasion. With this turbulent global scenario as a canvas, the Europe tour is Modi's first international platform to flex India's uniquely forged foreign policy. A message to the world that India shapes its own relations and cannot be pressured by any side.
हमारा मानना है कि इस युद्ध में कोई विजयी पार्टी नहीं होगी, सभी को नुकसान होगा। इसलिए हम शांति के पक्ष में हैं।
From Germany, Modi heads to France, where a newly victorious President Emmanuel Macron is expected to sustain the warmth for the visiting Indian Prime Minister. Even while the Biden administration has taken public potshots at India, the two European NATO powers have handled things much more.
And let me quickly cut across to India Today's Anjana Om Kashyap.
ये तस्वीरें आप इस वक्त देख रहे हैं जर्मनी की, बिल्कुल ये तस्वीरें सीधे हम दिखा रहे हैं इंडिया टुडे पर। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपने होटल से निकलकर कॉमर्स बैंक, जहां पर बिजनेस लीडर्स के साथ प्रधानमंत्री की आज बैठक होनी है, उसके लिए वो सड़क पर जर्मनी में यूं ही निकलकर लोगों से मिलते हुए जा रहे हैं। भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी कॉमर्स बैंक पैदल ही निकल पड़े हैं। सिक्योरिटी के तमाम एहतियात यहाँ पर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, उसमें प्रधानमंत्री को आप आगे बढ़ते हुए देख रहे हैं। ये जर्मनी की सड़कें हैं, कॉमर्स बैंक प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को पहुंचना है और वो सीधा पैदल ही निकल गए हैं और होटल से प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर मिलने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुंच गए हैं। होटल एडलॉन से लेकर ये कॉमर्स बैंक की प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पैदल चढ़कर आए। एसपीजी के तमाम लोगों ने, सिक्योरिटी के लोगों ने अब जाकर उन्हें घेरा है, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री का ये तरीका, ये बहुत ही कम ऐसा आप देखते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री कोई इस तरह से विदेश में इस तरह से निकल कर जाए, लेकिन उसकी तस्वीर आप साफ इस वक्त देख रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, ये सामने का नजारा दिखाइए, ये वो होटल एडलॉन है, लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी है और 100 मीटर की ये पूरी दूरी भारतीय जो मौजूद थे वहां बीच में, उन सब के लिए हैरान रह गए। ये जो सेंट्रल प्लेस है यहाँ पर ब्रांडेनबर्ग गेट के सामने, ये पूरा हिस्सा प्रधानमंत्री पैदल चलकर आए और कॉमर्स बैंक वो पहुंचे। यहाँ से कुछ ही देर पहले निर्मला सीतारमण, भारतीय रक्षा मंत्री और विदेश मंत्री एस जयशंकर दोनों यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए थे और उसके बाद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को पहुंचना था। लोग ये मान रहे थे कि कैवलकेड में वो आएंगे, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने पैदल ही वहां होटल एडलॉन से लेकर यहाँ तक का जो सफर है वो पैदल ही निकल पड़े। जो भारतीय वहां पर मौजूद थे उनके लिए ये अविश्वसनीय लम्हा था। उनके आंखों के आगे से प्रधानमंत्री, हालांकि भारत काफी सुरक्षा का घेरा उनके साथ मौजूद था, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी वहां से निकलते हुए और एक अलग अंदाज उनका जो दिखता है, बहुत रेयर ऐसा आप देखते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी ये रही होगी और सुरक्षा के जो तमाम नियम है, पहले ही बताया गया था कि वो कार से निकलेंगे और कार से यहाँ तक आएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने अपने ही अंदाज में ये सफर भी पूरा करते हुए वो आज एडलॉन होटल से पहुंच गए कॉमर्स बैंक, जहां पर बिजनेस लीडर्स जो टॉप सीईओज हैं उन सब के साथ प्रधानमंत्री की मुलाकात होने वाली है, जिसमें रक्षा मंत्री और विदेश मंत्री दोनों ही शामिल हो रहे हैं।
So that's Anjana Om Kashyap in Berlin. The Prime Minister now heading to this Commerce Bank, where there is a very important discussion with the CEOs and business to business meeting and a very, very important leg of the Prime Minister's visit, Anjana, is to get more business in India. resilient supply chains, move to alternate and dependable markets in Western India. Renewable energy is one of his key focus areas, Anjana.
Absolutely. And Gaurav, just before, because I thought we had cut across to Aaj Tak as well as India Today, I was speaking on behalf of our viewers on Aaj Tak, but it was a very, very impressionable moment for all these Indians who were standing right in front of Brandenburg Gate. But the Prime Minister just walked in this entire distance. He's staying in Hotel Adlon on the other side, and suddenly he decides to walk across to Commerce Bank, and he reaches here within seconds. A lot of security around him, but a very important and impressionable moment for all these Indians who are standing. Now it comes to the entire, the focus of this business meeting that the Prime Minister is taking part at Commerce Bank. Absolutely. Green energy, renewable energy has been an important focus point for the Indian Prime Minister. But along with that, see, the entire resistance to India's neutral stand that we took in the Russia-Ukraine war has actually been quashed to quite an extent by the Indian government. We have made it clear to the world that India's dependence for, be it defense or our other needs on Russia, is not in the interest of the entire world. So it is very important for these other countries to build together an ecosystem in which India's dependence on Russia decreases to an extent. So it's given a kind of an opportunity where India is trying to rebuild its entire you can call it an Atmanirbhar Videsh policy, an Atmanirbhar foreign policy through which India is trying to emphasize the needs of growing economy with these other countries. And also, if you look at the statements that have been given by German Chancellor Olaf Scholz or by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India and Germany are uniquely stating that the power of the world shall not lie in the hands of a few, but in the hands of many, and those emerging, hardworking, powerful nations. G4 also, if you see, be it India, Germany, Japan or Brazil, countries who are coming together as powerful forces in the world, and the so-called balance of the world, which was actually tilted in the favor of a few earlier, is being disturbed by countries like India, and their cozy positions are being actually challenged, and countries like Germany, India getting together on important forums of the world, Gaurav.
That's a very interesting point that you make, Anjana, and stay with me. I also want to bring in our executive editor, Shiv Arur, for more on this. We'll be joined by a panel of guests. But Shiv, reduced dependence on Russia and let's move towards a multipolar world. Is there better appreciation of India's stance in Europe? Because Europe, like the United States, expects India to take a hard line on Russia, criticize Russia, reduce oil imports or weapons imports from Russia. At the same time, Germany takes a lot of energy from Russia, as does the United States of America and the rest of Europe. So is there a better appreciation of India's position? Or in this business meeting, do we see forward movement on transfer of technology and perhaps even forward movement on defense cooperation?
You know, Gaurav, the European hypocrisies over India's stand on Russia aside, let's not get into that. The very fact, as Anjana just reported, that there have been such high-level engagements between India and Germany today, India at the Nordic Summit tomorrow, and then India and France the day after tomorrow, proves that Europe may have a lot of expectations as far as India is concerned in the overall campaign to isolate Russia. But there is a very deep realization and appreciation that India's foreign policy is not aimed at Europe. It's not aimed at embarrassing any country. It's not aimed at, exposing any other nation. This is a foreign policy that is very unique to India. It is based on India's view of the world as rapidly changing. It is India's view of the world as most certainly multipolar, completely the opposite of the way, the US and Russia sometimes project it to be. And the very fact, as Anjana reported, that you've had such substantive agreements, and memoranda signed in Germany today, whether it comes to clean energy, whether it comes to skilled labor, whether it comes to, trade and economy, the very fact that it signals business as usual and much more business as usual between India and Germany today and India and France tomorrow shows that for Europe, this is a huge reality check. There may be a lot of gyanbazi as far as India is concerned on the so-called global stage, but there is a horror of realization that the world has changed and India is one of the big players.
Oh, absolutely. The world is changing, and when India talks of a multipolar world, India too is playing a very significant role here. Also joining me on the broadcast is Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, India's former ambassador to Germany, Ambassador KC Singh, former ambassador and secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. Aparajita Sarangi is a member of parliament and leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, former bureaucrat. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, in your appreciation, when the Prime Minister says there are no winners in war, India stands for peace, India stands for dialogue. But is India under tremendous pressure today in Germany, perhaps tomorrow in the Nordic Summit and day after in France, to take a harder line on Russia?
I don't think so. I think they quite accept the position that we have taken. And unlike what your correspondent believes, it is not a neutral position. It is an autonomous position. And I think the Germans and the Europeans now quite understand it. Yes, they would like us to be more critical of Russia in public, but we are not going to be doing that. And I think the Germans in particular agree with us that Russia cannot be rusticated from the international organizations.
Oh, absolutely.
And they need to be engaged and a dialogue kept open with them.
And perhaps that's a better way to ensure that Russia, is able to deliver the way the world would expect Russia to deliver when you remain engaged with Russia. Was that also the conversation? Some of the stuff that you were able to pick up, Anjana, the manner in which this engagement was taking place. India is not very keen. And before I bring in Anjana, Ambassador KC is saying, is India's stance in India's best national interest, or should India have taken a bolder decision, as some of the European countries seem to indicate, to criticize Russia and its special operations in Ukraine?
I think the pressure on India is not coming from Europe. It is coming mainly from the US. And Europeans have also there's even lack of total unity on this. They've united, but in terms of the methodology to be used in dealing with Russia, there may be variations in terms of their approaches. Even Germany, I mean, they've come reluctantly on board, but they've come, look, we say they are being hypocritical. But at the same time, they have scrapped the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which is a major investment. They've announced now that they'll stop coal imports from Russia by end of this month and gas by the end of the year. They realize, I think everybody realizes, you cannot cut off your economic links, particularly your energy links, with Russia overnight. And I don't think they're expecting that from India either. They are simply saying, okay, fine, what you say in public is okay, but they want a little more action from India in terms of isolating Russia economically. And India may not be in private completely saying no to that. I don't think we want to be. I think what was really catching their attention was that somehow the discounted oil which Russia was putting on the market, Indians were grabbing it. I don't think we've done it. We've taken some of that oil, but I don't think India has kind of opened their coffers or taken millions and millions of barrels or continuing to do that. I think there will be a balancing. India is balancing in public and in private. And the intention behind the current visit is to shift the focus, to remain focused on Ukraine in terms of principles, but at the same time bring their attention to bilaterals and deal with these countries. Germany is the largest economy. France is number 2. France is a major supplier of defense equipment to us after US and the Russians, and to some extent the Israelis.
No, so but the point remains, what is in India's national interest? Is it to take more oil? If you're getting oil at a discounted rate, why not? Aparajita Sarangi, the government is being criticized for abstaining at the United Nations repeatedly, and despite being the largest democracy, not standing up for another democracy in the line of Russian fire.
A very good evening. The best part about India is that India knows what it's doing. It's very clear as far as its foreign policy is concerned. There are no winners in war. And India believes in peace. India believes in dialogue and discussion. I think these words of Prime Minister Modi today have conveyed everything that India should have conveyed at this juncture. India is emerging as the leader at the global stage. Nobody can deny. India is according importance to all the countries, but at the same time, it's maintaining its identity. See, as far as Germany is concerned, we have a partnership with Germany for the past 70 years. Immediately after World War II,
yes,
we actually had this partnership created. And then thereafter, today, it's the largest trading partner of India in Europe with 21 billion US dollars as our bilateral trade. So Germany is very important. And as we know, this is the 5th visit of Prime Minister Modi to Germany. Of course, after taking over as German Chancellor in December 21, I think Mr. Scholz would be has welcomed Prime Minister Modi for the first time during his tenure of a couple of months. So I think we are expecting a lot from whatever has happened. I would like to say that in 2017, when the intergovernmental consultations had taken place, 12 cooperation agreements had been signed. Then in 2019, in the 5th IGC, about 21 cooperation agreements have been signed, and today also many MOUs have been signed. I think this would definitely deepen our ties, both trade ties, our cultural ties, and we are emerging as a world leader.
Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, India's stance has been that sanctions could be counterproductive and not much is achieved by pushing Russia to the wall. Germany too remains dependent on Russian energy. In your appreciation, behind the scenes, will India and Germany be able to push for dialogue and less sanctions and peace through dialogue?
Unless the Americans came into the scene, the Europeans, including Germany, believe that with the Normandy process and the Minsk Protocol, they could keep engaging Russia. Today, our task is to prevent Germany from being overwhelmed by the Ukraine crisis and return to some attention to the Indo-Pacific and start calling out China, not only Russia. Next, on Saturday, the Bundestag will call China out by having a discussion on the Uyghurs. Yes. This is what we need to do. Put a distance between Germany and China while they are dealing with Russia, which is not our priority. Our priority is to get them to distance from China somewhat and engage with the Indo-Pacific much more.
But is that easier said than done, given the deep linkages between Germany and China? Is that easier said than done?
Yes, our trade is $21 billion. German-China trade is $200 billion. It is not easy. The German industry doesn't want to relent, but the German industry also doesn't want to give up Russian energy. But there is a change coming in Germany. And when this change comes through this IGC, India is right up there, ready to offer its market, ready to offer its facilitation, to get a China plus one approach.
Okay. Ambassador KC Singh, both the US and the European Union want India to reduce energy dependence on Russia and stand with the sanctions regime. Foreign Minister Jaishankar said India is not here to please the world and be a pale imitation of what the West is, or words to that effect. In your assessment, is that the correct approach, sir?
I may not agree with this formulation. I don't think it's a question. Liberal democracy, human rights, basic values are not a Western import. They are in our Shastras, they are in Buddhism, they are in Emperor Ashoka's edicts. These are not imported values. These are integral to the Indian civilization. So I don't agree with this, that if we are following human rights or we are following basic values, those are very Indian values. They are not imported values. It's no pale copy of anything that we are doing. And secondly, we must remember, what is the intergovernmental process? The defense minister is there. So what is Germany telling you? We are telling the world we need Russia for defense. Our dependence is based on defense and energy. And those are two things Germany is discussing with you. Those are two things the French are going to discuss with you. That we are putting defense and energy on the table. In fact, green energy, not carbon-based energy. So Germany is driving you in a different direction and saying, let's deal with the future, keeping environment, keeping green energy in mind, and don't just go on the basis of carbon-based. That is the past. Okay. So those dependencies you have to move away from. So India is somewhere at an inflection point where slowly we also want to move away from over-dependence on carbon-based energy. But it can't be done overnight.
Are we also at an inflection point? Okay, when it comes to our
Mr.
relationship
Thomas,
with
I think
Russia,
you need to be
okay,
clear.
yes, Ambassador Gurjit
Defense
Singh wants to
Minister
respond.
is not in Germany.
Not just now, you're right.
No Indian defense minister in Germany is part of this delegation.
The External Affairs Minister is there
not
and the
something
Finance
that is being
Minister
discussed.
and the National Security Advisor. You're absolutely right, Ambassador Gurjit Singh. But Ambassador Gurjit Singh, you wanted to respond to Ambassador KC Singh. Go ahead, sir.
No, I agree with him that we need to diversify and from Russia. It is not to de-link from Russia. Yes, we need to diversify. But I think the most significant thing which happened today was the global sustainability partnership, which will allow India and Germany to take the SDGs to the global south. I think these are very important things which happened today. And the mobility and migration agreement, which will allow Indians to enter Germany for studying and working. These are major achievements of the IGC today.
Skilled labor going to Germany will be a major shot in the arm, both for India and for Germany. But Aparajita Sarangi, the point that Ambassador KC Singh makes is that saying human rights and the other aspects are taken from the West. He doesn't agree with what External Affairs Minister Jaishankar said. Respond, ma'am.
See, I would just like to say that India is very clear about what it is saying. India has already said, and India will walk the talk. We have had very good relationships with Germany, and India is among very few countries, a very select group of countries with which Germany has a dialogue mechanism like the intergovernmental consultations. In the last 5th IGC, I remember, there were MOUs regarding artificial intelligence, space, smart cities, urban green mobility, etc. So I think we are looking forward to deepening our ties, both trade and cultural, as I mentioned. And Prime Minister from here, as we know, is going to Denmark, is going to France. I think this is going to be a very fruitful European visit. And as far as Germany is concerned, I'm sure we are going to derive lots of benefits both ways. In fact, Germany would also derive a lot of benefits from us, and we have also been able to convey our thoughts and ideas, and I'm sure we are going to be better partners in the days to come.
Okay. Ambassador Gurjit Singh, something that I actually wanted to understand from you. There was a lot of talk about an invitation to G7. Does that happen now? Does that happen later? Or if that hasn't been spoken of, what does that indicate?
All of that has happened. The Chancellor, when he addressed the media after the IGC, one of the first things he said that I have invited Prime Minister Modi as a special guest to the G7. And
what does that indicate?
Again.
Yes.
Except that today. So it is a non-issue. We knew that the Germans were keeping it as a special gesture at the time of the Prime Minister's visit.
Okay, and is that an indication of the warming ties between the two countries? Is that an indication that there is an outreach that's happening and a better appreciation of India's stance?
Yes, I think the new government in Germany, which has different elements like the Greens and the FDP, who are not familiar with the Indian leadership because they have been out of power for so long, I think they are associating better. They are the ones whose approaches, domestic approaches, can sometimes singe India. But I think they are realizing that India is a better democracy than many others, and therefore it's time to get after China. And they will welcome India at the G7 because that puts the world order, India on the correct side of the world order in their perspective. I know Russia and China will not be there, but we are keeping all our options open. And this is, as I said in the beginning, this is not neutrality. This is real autonomy, where you are pursuing your national interest in every way possible.
Ambassador KC Singh, is that also your appreciation? Because there have been times when the West has made the point that if India doesn't support Ukraine, then India should not expect Western countries to come to India's support when China does what Russia did. Is that fair criticism?
No, that's going back to what Ambassador Gurjit Singh was saying earlier, that we should wean them away from China. Then the argument comes in, for them, Russia is an existential threat. China may be an existential threat for us. So if we are not sharing their existential threat, why should they share yours? And as far as G7 is concerned, there are 4 countries they're likely to invite. So it's not just India. It's Indonesia and India, 2 large Asian powers. and South Africa and Senegal, two big countries, Francophone and a major English-speaking country from Africa. So they are widening the outreach to two African and two Asian countries. So it's not just to India. But of course, this visit is important because Germany is the center of Europe. It's the banking, financial center. It's where it's the largest economy. It's the one with which we have the largest trade. And then, of course, comes in France. So between these two, if we show that Ukraine is not a major factor in terms of a public discourse, I think to that extent it becomes obvious that we are, that the position we taken on Ukraine will remain the same, will remain consistent. But whatever adjustments we have to do, I'm sure India will do it quietly in the private.
But that's the point. Before I bring in Aparajita Sarangi, isn't it in India's interest, if you're getting cheaper, discounted oil from Russia, take it and pass on the benefits to our people? Why not? Ambassador K.C. Singh.
No, you see, what they are saying, I don't know to what extent, because look, they are giving up their gas, which they are getting from Russia, and they've been put to some inconvenience. It looks bad in terms of public relations that India is kind of trying to benefit from the sanctions being imposed by the Western countries, that they take the hit and you take a benefit. I have a feeling that India scaled back on it. I don't think we are rushing in and kind of filling tanker after tanker. So India realizes that the optics of it is bad. Though we can say, we will do what we want. It is when you're dealing with countries and moving closer to them. Autonomy doesn't mean that you ignore their feelings on everything. So it's an adjustment and a mutual adjustment.
But
and you
haven't they ignored our feelings? What happened in Afghanistan, and in a way, it was External Affairs Minister Jaishankar who showed the West their position. He said, at least we are not telling them to do more trade. So why should we only appreciate their point and they don't appreciate our point when China transgresses our territory?
No, as far as Afghanistan is concerned, NATO had their troops there. They were fighting there. We
and
were
they
not.
pulled out. No, they pulled out.
Fighting our battle, keeping Taliban at bay. They went away. That's a problem. But at that stage, they were doing their own fighting.
And on China, they expect us to do more trade despite transgressions. So
no, you can. So it's a mutual thing. You have to pull them away from China, and they'll try pulling you away from Russia. So it's a calibrated thing, and that is what diplomacy is all about. You balance your national interests against some global principles, some global balancing, and that is how you will do it. It's not black and white.
No, so are you accusing the government of not doing that, sir? Are you accusing the government of not doing that?
No, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that's precisely what the government is doing.
Okay.
But everything they say in public is not necessarily the assurances they give or take in private.
Fair enough. We will continue to track developments on the story very closely. Aparajita Sarangi, Ambassador K.C. Singh and Ambassador Gurjeet Singh for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks. Coming up next, we will take you to Ground Zero, Ukraine. We'll show you images that you haven't seen before. And these are stunning. Ukrainian drones have bombed Russian boats. It's a blow to Russia after the sinking of the cruiser Moskva. Details coming up.
India Today TV wins big awards at ENBA 2021, bags the best channel of the year, shines bright with 15 goals. Gaurav Sawant, Best Anchor, English. Preeti Chaudhary, Best Continuing Coverage by a Reporter, English. Shivarur, Best Anchor, English. Udayan Mukherjee, Best Business Program, English. Rahul Kamal, News Director of the Year. India Today Group sweeps with a record 90 awards. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
You are...
Sri Lanka, Nepal and China. Do you know that all of these neighboring countries to India are currently facing a crisis? There is a crisis brewing across India's neighboring countries. While factors are many, there seems to be one common strand across all their problems. And that is the economy and the COVID-19 pandemic. So let's give you an understanding on what's going on across the economies of India's neighboring countries. Let's understand first Pakistan. Once again, Pakistani Prime Minister crashed out of office before completing his full 5-year term. Imran Khan, who became Prime Minister in 2018, campaigned on the promise of establishing a Naya Pakistan. But cut to March 2022, Pakistan is now in the midst of a massive debt, high inflation, unemployment at an all-time high. After which Imran Khan faced a no-confidence motion and then he was voted out. However, the country has now got yet another Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif. He is now promised to tackle the economic crisis on war footing. But certainly, his job is not going to be simple ahead. Let's cut to Sri Lanka. Just like Pakistan, India's neighbor down south, Sri Lanka, is also in serious trouble now. Sri Lankans are now facing a shortage of basic items like milk, rice, electricity and medicines. The crisis in the island nation has erupted into street protests and massive violence, as well as mass resignations of all their ministers. It all started in late November when Gotabaya Rajapaksa gathered his cabinet and made good on a campaign promise to slash taxes after winning Sri Lanka's presidential elections. The move included a near halving of value-added tax, also known as VAT. Shortly after this, the COVID-19 pandemic struck, crippling the country's economy, which was heavily dependent on tourism. While the pandemic-induced hit to Sri Lanka's economy was almost unavoidable, some analysts argue that policies prior to COVID-19 further aggravated issues. And now Sri Lanka is facing its worst economic crisis since its independence in 1948 and is currently on the verge of its first debt default. Nepal. India's neighbor in the east is also now facing economic turmoil. Like Sri Lanka, Nepal's economy has also been hit by a slump in tourism during the pandemic. The Himalayan country is now heavily dependent on tourism and the export of limited commodities. However, exports have been declining since July 2021, shortly after the country's political crisis, which led to the fall of their KP Sharma Oli government. Since then, imports have increased while remittances and earnings from tourism and exports have fully decreased. As a result, Nepal is now tightening imports of cars, gold and cosmetics. The government has also suspended the central bank governor and named his deputy the interim chief for now. China. Well, China has still managed to keep a check on its economy during the pandemic. Another COVID-19 outbreak is now keeping the country on the edge. Currently, at least 23 Chinese cities have already implemented either full or partial lockdown, accounting for approximately 22% of China's GDP. This would most likely impact China's ability to export, which could eventually stoke inflation.
A big escalation in Russia-Ukraine war on day 68. Ukraine claims to have destroyed 2 Raptor boats of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea using unmanned combat aerial vehicles. Raptor boats are equipped with 2 machine guns and can carry about 20 personnel. This is a big hit by Ukraine after the Russian Black Sea fleet Moskva's sinking.
An armed Russian boat prowling the Black Sea off the southern coast of Ukraine. The boat has no idea it has been spotted from the skies. And then this happens. In the blink of an eye, the 55-foot Russian patrol boat obliterated over the waves. Minutes later, a second boat is seen speeding away, but it's too late. This boat too has no escape because it's been struck from the skies by a relentless bombing machine. The Ukrainian government claims that these are images of two Russian Raptor-class high-speed coastal patrol boats, bombed into oblivion courtesy laser-guided bombs delivered by Ukrainian Bayraktar TB2 drones. The strikes on these two boats is enormously significant. They capture the first time in this war that these drones have actively engaged and destroyed Russian naval assets.
In over 2 months of the war, Ukrainian combat drones have got a lot of success by hitting their targets. But now, for the first time, they have achieved this success over an open ocean. Now, there are reports that Ukrainian combat drones have successfully hit Russian boats in the Black Sea.
The laser-guided munitions used in this new over-ocean attack are likely the Russian MAM, a smart micro-munition designed to hit both stationary and moving targets with devastating accuracy. The destruction of the two Russian Navy patrol boats will be a painful sting for Putin's war machine, coming 18 days after the sinking of the Black Sea Fleet's flagship cruiser Moskva, an incident that is still sending shockwaves around the world for what it means to Ukraine's defense capabilities. The two boats struck in this manner may be much smaller than the Moskva, but the signal from Ukraine is clear. No matter how small the Russian asset and no matter where it's operating, with the help of American and Western intelligence, electronics and targeting sensors, nothing will be out of reach for Ukrainian weapons. Bureau Report, India Today.
And Ukraine claims to have used the deadly Bayraktar drones from Turkey to destroy the Russian armored boats. In initial days of this conflict, Ukraine used the same Bayraktar drones to take down Russian missile and tank units. Here is a report on how Ukraine has used its Brahmastra, the unmanned combat aerial vehicles, to take on the Russian forces in this unequal battle.
Perhaps the most compelling aerial image of Ukraine's counter-strike on its invaders. Look carefully at these infrared images. What you're looking at is a Russian missile position being struck from the skies by a Ukrainian drone. The drone said to be raining this hell on Russian forces is the Bayraktar TB2, a combat drone fleet supplied by Turkey in 2019. These drones carry 4 laser-guided missiles that have proven highly effective in combat. The TB2 has a flight time of 24 hours and a communication range of almost 185 miles, with a service altitude ceiling of roughly 25,000 feet. Additionally, some of these drones create a disturbing sound when approaching their targets, which can be psychologically unsettling. The chief of Ukraine's Air Force, Lieutenant General Mykola Oleshchuk, describes the Bayraktar TB2 drones as life-giving. Each Bayraktar TB2 system consists of 6 aerial vehicles, 2 ground control stations, 3 ground data terminals, 2 remote video terminals and ground support equipment. Bayraktar TB2 UAV can carry a maximum payload of more than 55 kilos. The standard payload configuration includes an electro-optical camera module, an infrared camera module, a laser designator, a laser range finder and a laser pointer. Ukraine is the latest instance of these formidable attack drones in action. Bayraktar TB2 drones were heavily effective for Azerbaijan against Armenia in November 2002, as testified by multiple videos that emerged at that time. A precursor to this was the success of the TB2 drones against Russian-made weapons in Syria and Libya. Key aspects like low visibility and detectability thanks to the low radar cross-section makes this drone slick and agile. It is interesting to note that earlier this year, Turkey and Ukraine had an agreement in place to co-produce Bayraktar TB2 drones at a production site in Ukraine. Ukrainian Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov told reporters in Kiev that the co-production compound would also include a training center where Ukrainian pilots would be trained. This had caused a lot of resentment and anger amongst the Russian defense establishment back then. And with the drones striking Russian targets once again now, expect things to escalate further from the air. With Sai Kiran Kannan in Singapore, Bureau Report, India Today.
Ukraine has in the past 68 days mounted far better resistance to Russian forces than many expected, with of course help from arms and ammunition that they're getting from the West. The United States is ramping up their military support to Ukraine, including sending a consignment of the M777 155mm ultra-light howitzers and of course Brimstone ship-based guided missile systems to hold off Russia's advances.
Ukraine's fight back. Its monumental homeland defense for over 2 months has overwhelmed world headlines. A former Soviet state flooded with Western weapons to take on a gigantic invader has come to define a reloaded Cold War amidst the heat of a very real battle. And now, after over 2 months of death, destruction and damage, 2 more Western weapons have been lined up for the Ukrainian military. The United States has just cleared consignments of M777 155mm ultra-light artillery guns for Ukraine. A handy and powerful weapon is also in service with the Indian Army. On Thursday, the US Department of Defense released these images of M777 guns loaded into C-17 transport jets for a ferry flight to Ukraine. The Australian government has also shipped sets of M777 guns to Ukraine. The M777 is an ultra-light howitzer gun that has seen action in Afghanistan, with the capability to fire shells, including smart shells, to ranges of anywhere between 25 and 40 kilometers, and will highly welcome for Ukrainian border artillery units looking to target Russian positions. The other weapon system cleared for delivery to Ukraine is the Brimstone ship-based guided missile system. British media reports suggest that the weapons could be supplied both in their anti-ship as well as land attack versions. The missile could pack formidable close-in punch on small ships and boats in the Black Sea, a theatre where the Ukrainian military scored the mother of all kills recently with the claimed sinking of Russia's Moskva cruiser. The Brimstone could prove an even bigger nuisance to the Russian Navy's Black Sea assets. The 2 new Western weapons join a steady flow of military hardware into Ukraine, allowing the invaded nation to mount a credible defense of territory despite the enormous damage done to its soil. The weapons have been cleared at a decisive time in the combat. The latest Russian missile attacks on Kyiv, weeks after Russia had de-escalated in Ukraine's capital, suggest that Putin's war machine could still attack in areas it disengaged from. The escalation ahead will clearly see more advanced weapons and likely more destructive combat. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is serious. It's a signal of times to come. Nuclear submarines from the United States, the United Kingdom and France have docked at a naval base in Scotland as tensions escalate between the West and Russia. This comes at a time when the Russian President Vladimir Putin has threatened Europe and the United States with dire consequences in the Baltic region in case Sweden and Finland take membership of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
The third month of this war, and Putin's war machine shows no signs of really pulling back. From Kyiv to Kharkiv to the hellscape of Ukraine's Mariupol, Russia has been trembled, but Putin's iron fist remains in the battlefield. Now, with Sweden and Finland signaling their intent to join NATO, Putin has warned that there will be nuclear consequences in the Baltic region. Russia, remember, has already placed its nuclear arsenal on operational alert, brandishing them before a nervous world. But just as this fresh geopolitical quake sends shivers across Europe amidst escalating tensions between Russia and NATO, a small naval base in Scotland is seeing a not-so-secretive Western muscle flex. Nuclear submarines from the United Kingdom, the United States and France have all converged at Scotland's Clyde naval base in an apparent show of nuclear strength to a Russia that has stocked nuclear since the beginning of the Ukraine invasion. From a US Navy Virginia-class nuclear-powered cruise missile fast attack submarine to a French Rubis-class nuclear submarine, the nuclear submarines of the two NATO powers arriving together has been projected as routine, but the messaging is undeniably pointed at Russia. The Clyde naval base is also home to the Royal Navy's Vanguard-class nuclear ballistic missile submarines and Astute-class nuclear attack submarines. In other words, American, French and British nuclear submarines converging to send Putin a nuclear-tipped NATO message. While these NATO nuclear attack submarines are built for sustained and rapid underwater operations that can prove a nightmare to Russia's maritime forces, ballistic missile submarines are a whole different deal, lurking slowly and visibly, waiting for orders to deliver weapons of mass destruction at land targets. Russia's own nuclear ballistic missile submarines, remember, had ventured into the North Atlantic at the beginning of this war as a similar message to NATO. But Russia's recent test of its most capable nuclear missile, the Sarmat, has heightened nuclear temperatures dramatically and could be seen as the latest in a series of nuclear moves by Russia, compelling NATO to reciprocate with some well-defined power projection. Nuclear war may be unthinkable, but how high can such temperatures really go? Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, that is all we have time for on this special broadcast. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Coronavirus in chicken, Limsi, Zincovit, Ayush Kadha, coronavirus in ice cream. Yes, this is what India searched for in the last 2 years. Over 22.3 million were looking for information related to COVID-19 on social media. And the source here is the Indian Council of Medical Research and the National Institute of Nutrition in Hyderabad. The controlled spread of misinformation, spread of news and propaganda related to COVID-19 created an infodemic that led to panic buying and unscientific practices among people. The coronavirus pandemic did not only make us conscious of our immunity and our hygiene, but also on what we eat. A study released by the Indian Council of Medical Research and the National Institute of Nutrition in Hyderabad has revealed that Indians searched for some of the keywords during the pandemic. And those keywords include immunity, eating behavior, food safety, food scares and concerns, and COVID scare. These words showed a steep rise as people looked for answers on immunity boosters, on vitamin supplements and their brands, and Ayush Kadha during the first wave. The online survey conducted on adult Indian internet users reported a high consumption of vitamin C-rich fruits of up to 71.9%, as well as vitamin C and zinc of up to 68.2 and 61.4% respectively, and supplements also to boost immunity were widely used. Traditional Indian spices like ginger and garlic were used by 62.9% and 50.9% more respectively. And after Prime Minister's address on April 14, 2020, Prime Minister Modi shared tips to build immunity against COVID-19 as recommended by the Ministry of Ayush. The search trend of the keyword Ayush Kadha appeared for the first time in April 2020. Healthy food became trendy while people searched for vitamin D, grocery delivery and Limsi. And compared to that, junk food, food delivery, street food, all these keywords saw a decline in searches by people in India. Along with healthy food, search for immunity boosting food also surged. Most respondents, about 71.9%, reported having increased their consumption of vitamin C-rich foods like citrus fruits, guava, amla, etc. during the COVID-19 period. And dependence on homeopathy medicines for boosting immunity against COVID-19 was found to be at least an increase of 28.1%. And then it appears Indians were obsessed with hygiene during the COVID pandemic period. They use special cleaners to wash vegetables and fruits, like to remove dust and germs, were reported to be relatively higher during the COVID times than the pre-COVID times. While approximately 60% of respondents reported having reduced the frequency of ordering cooked foods via online platforms, the preference to buy vegetables, fruits and groceries from online delivery services increased significantly during this COVID period. A majority of 83% showed no concerns about the safety of foods in restaurants or eateries during the post-lockdown period. The study further concluded that more people relied on the internet compared to medical professionals to determine healthy and COVID-appropriate practices during the COVID pandemic in India.
You are watching in
Yes, I call it genocide because it's become clearer and clearer that Putin is just trying to wipe out the idea of even being able to be a Ukrainian.
Since the invasion of Russia on Ukraine, more than 13,000 people have been killed. Several reports say many women have been raped. The Bucha massacre was an eye-opener to the devastation spread across Ukraine. Amid the deaths and casualties, world leaders proclaim that Putin is committing genocide. Genocide is when a mass murder is committed against a particular group of people. It's seen as the most serious crime against humanity. An example would be the killing of 6 million Jews during the World War. So can Russia's Putin be charged with genocide? American President Joe Biden has openly stated how Putin is a war criminal and cannot remain in power.
Oh, I think he is a war criminal. He's a butcher. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power. Your family budget, your ability to fill up your tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war and commits genocide half a world away.
Believe it or not, even war has rules to follow. The rules are in treaties of Geneva and in other international laws and agreements. Under war, civilians cannot be deliberately attacked. Many weapons are banned due to the suffering they cause. This includes chemical and biological weapons. Many investigations state that killings in Bucha were deliberate. Evidence states that civilians were shot dead with their hands and feet bound. Many Ukrainian women were raped by Russian soldiers. The UK confirmed that Ukraine has used thermobaric weapons. These weapons are not banned, but their deliberate use near civilians breaks the rules of war. The International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice are set to prosecute suspected war criminals. ICJ has rules for disputes between states, but it cannot prosecute individuals. Ukraine has begun a case against Russia, but it's noteworthy that it's easier to prosecute the soldier who committed the war crime than the leader who ordered him to do so. The UN Security Council could ask the ICC to investigate this offense, but Russia also holds the power to veto it.
Watching.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Panchergard Tire, Ab Hawa Nahi Niklegi. Co-powered by Dish HD, Cricket का असली partner.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points tonight. Our big focus this Monday night is on an issue which will concern us all, particularly in this gruesome summer month of May. Powerless in peak summer. Who is to blame for the power mess, and more importantly, what really are the solutions? We'll look for that tonight on the news today. But first, as always, the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. The Prime Minister kickstarts his Europe tour with Berlin. Chancellor Scholz invites Modi for G7 summit in Germany. Prime Minister makes a clear remark saying that no one will win the war in Ukraine. Calls for neutrality in a way.
इस युद्ध में कोई विजयी पार्टी नहीं होगी, सभी को नुकसान होगा, इसलिए हम शांति के पक्ष में हैं.
A national power crisis is looming as total electricity shortage in the country hits 623 million units in April alone. Coal supply reaches critical levels in 10 states including Rajasthan, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. The Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra blinks after Raj Thakre's 3rd May ultimatum. The Neta says loudspeakers will be removed from mosques and temples. MNS says it won't hold a Maha-Aarti on Eid, postpones its protest to the 3rd. Stalin government in Tamil Nadu is under fire for a custodial death. Shocking video of a victim being chased and hit by police in Chennai accessed. Family alleges death by torture. A political face-off in Hyderabad's Osmania University after the Congress claims Rahul Gandhi's entry was blocked. College claims it has no political meetings policy. Gujarat Congress Working President Hardik Patel drops Congress from his social media handles. Weeks after lavishing praise on the BJP, is Patel crafting his exit in Gujarat's election year. After rejecting an offer to join the Congress, Prashant Kishore posts a cryptic tweet on a proposed new venture, says he's ready to serve the real masters, the people. Is PK planning to launch a political party? His decision likely to be made official later this week. The big Indian IPO reports say LIC gets bids of more than 10,000 crore rupees from anchor investors, over twice their initial quota. Ousted Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan faces arrest. Imran booked in a blasphemy case against Shahbaz Sharif and his delegation visiting Medina earlier this week.
hottest April in 122 years. Peak summer still ahead. Power consumption breaks all records. All-time high demand of 207 gigawatts on April 29th. India short of 214 million units on peak demand day. $753 train trips cancelled to facilitate coal transport. The great Indian power crisis.
That's right. Our focus today, as we enter this critical month of May with the temperatures rising, is India's power crisis that is worsening, with several states continuing to claim that they are running out of coal reserves. Haryana, Punjab, Jammu city reeling under 4 to 5 hour prolonged power cuts. It's coming at a time when an extreme heat wave is sweeping the country. Typically, a massive blame game is erupting over the crisis. The Delhi and Rajasthan chief ministers have sent SOSs to the centre over power crisis, claiming that they are not getting enough supplies. The centre, on the other hand, is refuting the claims of coal shortage and saying power plants have enough coal. The states, in many cases, have to simply pay up. Where does the truth lie? Tonight, we will first be talking to the politicians and then to the power experts. It's our top focus, the power crisis facing the country.
India is staring at a power crisis as coal reserves in several states are quickly running out. Several states across the country are reeling under long power cuts. In Jammu, people frustrated with power snags and disruption in water supply staged protests.
सर 2 प्रोजेक्ट यहाँ लगने थे बिजली के रोशनी एक्ट के अंदर जमीनें बेच करके वो डाकू बह खा गए।
कृपया लाइन पर बने रहें, आपकी कॉल ग्राहक सेवा प्रतिनिधि के पास स्थानांतरित की जा रही है।
An India Today reality check showed the calls to Uttar Pradesh helpline number giving little respite.
इस वक्त मौजूद हैं उसी हेल्पलाइन नंबर के ऑफिस में और ये आपको तस्वीरें में दिखा रहा हूँ 1912 का ये ऑफिस है, लखनऊ में ये है और हम यहाँ पर कंप्लेंट्स ये हो रही हैं कि लोग जब इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं तो उनकी कॉल ही नहीं कनेक्ट हो रही।
बिजली तो सर इस समय इतनी कट रही है कि क्या बताएं, बिजली आती है जाती है, रात में काटती है, दिन में काटती है, दिन भर बिजली काट रही है इस समय।
पहले से बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था है, पहले 4 घंटे बिजली आती थी, आज कम से कम 14 घंटे 15 घंटे बिजली या 12 घंटे मिल रही है।
Amid the raging crisis, Home Minister Amit Shah chaired high-level meet on Monday, which was attended by the Power Minister R.K. Singh and the Coal Minister Prahlad Joshi to discuss coal stock positions. Delhi, the first state to raise an SOS over deepening power crisis, said that it only had a day of coal left. Delhi government claimed lack of coordination and appealed to the centre to increase coal allocation to Delhi.
देश में 16 राज्यों में कोयले की कमी के चलते बिजली के बड़े-बड़े कट लग रहे हैं। कई घंटों के कट लग रहे हैं, कई जगह तो 20-20, 22-22 घंटे बिजली नहीं आ रही है। ये कोई आम आदमी पार्टी शासित पंजाब या आम आदमी पार्टी शासित दिल्ली की बात नहीं है, देश की बात है।
The centre rejected the claims, calling it panic-mongering and bid to mislead by Delhi government. Centre also released the data showing that most power plants have enough coal for 5 to 8 days. Opposition was quick to take on the Modi government amid the crisis. Congress's Rahul Gandhi and SP chief Akhilesh claimed mismanagement by the centre. The prolonged hot spell, lack of rains and rising electricity demands adding to the summer woes. With Samarth Srivastav, Bureau Report, India Today.
So let's raise the big question at the very outset. Who is to blame for this power crisis? The centre or the state governments? Did the government, both at the centre and in the states, get their power planning horribly wrong? Peak summer ahead is the worst yet to come. And importantly, what are the solutions? I'll be joined by Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV, Rohan Gupta, spokesperson of the Congress, and GVL Narasimha Rao, BJP MP. Later, we will be joined by Vinayak Chatterjee, Infrastructure Sector Expert and Chairman, National Infrastructure Council, and Harry Dowell, of Director General, Independent Power Producers Association of India. Before I come to my guests, here's a graphic which will tell you about one of the reasons why this country is facing a potential serious power crisis, which is simply the payment crisis. Many experts say the crisis has to do with the payments cycle at the moment. Here's the problem in a nutshell. Distribution companies or discoms in states have accumulated losses worth 5 lakh crore rupees. These discoms in turn owe power generating companies or GenCos 1.1 lakh crore rupees. And these power generators owe Coal India 12,300 crore rupees. Let me come to you, GVL Narasimha Rao, first, because the government seems to be in denial mood. You speak to the Coal Minister Prahlad Joshi, he says there is no coal shortage. Speak to Power Minister R.K. Singh, he says there is no power crisis. And yet, the Home Minister had to hold an emergency meeting today. Yet, the fact is, from state after state, particularly in North and Central India, we are receiving reports of power cuts and power shortages. Someone is not telling the truth to the people of the country. Is it the ruling BJP, sir, at the centre?
Rajdeep, the Power Minister, Sri R.K. Singh, was responding to the lies being propagated by the Delhi government, Aam Aadmi Party government, which, like last year also, they were spreading rumours and lies. And he said the numbers that they have put out are, in fact, they are not factual. There is enough coal stock within the thermal stations in Delhi. So he was referring in the context of certainly Delhi. So let's get that clear. Second, the central government has been urging the state governments to import coal to ensure that coal-based plants, import coal-based plants can operate to their full capacity or to an optimum capacity. The plant load factor in these import coal-based plants is only 66 or 67%. Okay, and the state governments are not willing to import. And the central government has also allowed them to mix imported coal to the tune of 10%, hiking it from 4%. The state governments, it is they who have actually been dilly-dallying imports. One reason for that is we can't blame the state governments as well, because the import coal prices have shot up 4 to 5 times in the last 1 year.
Yes.
And obviously we have to blame the the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which is certainly responsible for the hike in prices, because Russia is the third largest exporter of coal. So we certainly have to look at the international situation into account. And the parties like Rahul Gandhi, who only sees a crisis in power, but he doesn't see a crisis in the Congress party. I think Congress ruled Rajasthan reports the highest power crisis in the country today. And let them explain why is it so. Rajasthan has reported a shortfall of 55 million units yesterday or 2 days ago. And that continues to be the worst performing state. And of the states that owe a large amount of money to the Coal India, you mentioned 12,000 crores. 4 states stand out. These are Maharashtra, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and one more UPA ruled state. These are the 4 UPA ruled states, which the 4th one is Jharkhand.
Yes.
Maharashtra, West Bengal, Jharkhand, and Tamil Nadu. They have really been not paying up their dues to the Coal India.
Sir,
so
but
my question is,
sir, but the problem is national. You are cherry picking. 108 out of 173 plants, domestic plus imported coal-based plants, have coal at critical levels. You at the last minute on Friday had to cancel passenger trains so that the coal could be transported in time. Clearly, the mood of denial was, while there are points that you make which surely need to be looked at seriously, there is a question, sir, about this mood of denial. Why doesn't the government accept that there is a crisis? You can only resolve a crisis when you accept there is a crisis. Just as you say, Rahul Gandhi targets the government reflexively, the government's reflex reaction is, don't worry, there is no crisis. There is a crisis on the ground. That is the reality.
No, Rajdeep, because there is a looming crisis, that's the reason why central government has given out advisories. We don't want to create simply a panic. You have to act, and the state governments here have to act. Let me tell you, the amount of power generation in the state sector is more than what is generated in the central government sector. The amount of power generated in the private sector is almost twice that of what is generated in the central government sector. So it's not entirely in the central government hands.
Okay.
The states have to import power. Private sector companies have to import power to run import-based power plants. And if they don't do it, because they don't want to, they see losing money in the proposition, they can't blame the central government for it. There is enough coal available, but it is available at a very steep cost. So do the states have the capacity to bite the bullet, or at least they should own up? They cannot blame the central government for not importing and not operating their plants.
Let Rohan Gupta respond. Rohan Gupta, when I put out those figures at the outset, the fact is that many of the state-run power plants, and this cuts across BJP and opposition-ruled states, are today running at grave losses. There's a cycle, as I pointed out, where the DISCOMs are running huge losses, where the power generating companies in turn are not being paid, and they in turn are unable to pay the Central Coal India. So there's a vicious cycle out there. To blame solely the government at the center and say this is all because of Narendra Modi, as Rahul Gandhi did today, is a tad unfair. This is a crisis that has been building up over the years. It's got worse over time because the dues simply remain unpaid.
See, Rajdeep, first of all, this is the first government which is in opposition even after being power for 8 years in center. This is the first government for all the crises, whether it is power crisis, whether it is inflation, whether it is petroleum crisis, whether it is GST, the states are responsible. Because this government time is going in other issues rather than doing governance. Rajdeep, you tell me whether governance is the issue of central government or opposition party. How can you deny that there is no crisis? This is the first problem with this government. Whether it was COVID or inflation or economy, they have always denied that there is crisis. You have rightly put that if you won't admit crisis, how will you resolve it? So anybody raises question on this government, please at least accept that there is crisis. They are not even ready to do that. That shows that why they are in denial mode. See, as you rightly put, 108 power plants out of 173 power plants are in serious shortage of coal. It's not in India, there is abundant coal supply. There is absolutely no issue. Let me remind you, in last year, October 2021, due to unseasonal rains, there was a shortage of coal. And then, there was this kind of situation which central government has faced. Why they have not learnt lessons out of that? IMD has clearly predicted that this monsoon is going to be very, very hot. Why government has not taken that in consideration and planned in advance? Because this government's time, obviously you have 24 hours in day. When this government is doing all other things, what we see in television, Hindu, Muslim, obviously they won't have time to do management. And when it comes to management, they will blame opposition party. This is not the first.
No, but opposition ruled states, and Rajasthan is a classic example. I've also to answer questions about the manner in which they have handled their power supply.
See, Rajdeep, as again I have said, coal management is a central subject, right? It is responsibility of central government. Whoever are states, there are certain states which don't have coal supply. They have to manage from other states. There are power plants which are run by state governments. Obviously, it is state government's responsibility. And many governments have raised their issues of increasing the coal supply. Do you feel that this government listens to any of the demand? Yesterday, a few days back, PM was talking about reducing VAT on petroleum. And he is not answering the question that GST of all the state governments have been pending for last so many months. So this is the hypocrisy of this government, where they do not want to show the right picture, where it is their government has completely failed as far as management is concerned or governance is concerned.
Let GVL have a response before I go to Siddharth Sarabi. GVL, this will end in the typical political blame game, but at some stage, there will be, the buck stops at the center, especially on issues like power supply, buck stops at the center. The inability, I come back to, involve the states in collective decision. We talk about cooperative federalism, and yet on issue after issue, we are seeing contentious polarization between the state and the center. That is not going to resolve the problem of the states that are facing a power shortage. This blame game will not resolve the crisis.
No, it's not a question of blame game. It's a power supply is a concurrent subject, and states cannot wash off their responsibility. At one level, it's so ironical. At one level, they claim central government is trying to barge into their territory. But when power supply is, they have a duty, they have a mandate to provide power to the people at affordable prices. They want to run away from it. Central government, it's not the job of the central government to import coal and supply it to power plants in the states. It is your job. If you have not done your job, you own it up. You cannot indulge in political blame game at the BJP. You cannot target the BJP and shirk your responsibility, or just say, let us convert all this into central subjects. Let's have a discussion on this. Let's make drinking water, agriculture, power supply. Let us convert all this into the central list, so that states have no responsibility whatsoever.
You know, it's not about not having any responsibility, it is about accountability. My worry is, at the moment, there seems to be a perceived lack of accountability. And Siddharth Zarabi, Coal Ministry says, I want you to explain this to our viewers. Coal Ministry says that Coal India Limited has reported an increase of 27.2% in its output in April 22 as compared to the year ago period. So that, to that extent, Coal India is saying there is no shortage. And yet emergency services have to be deployed on Friday. 90 passenger trains were cancelled. Now there is talk of many more trains being cancelled so that stocks are replenished. Where is the problem? Somewhere, something within the chain seems to have gone wrong.
Rajdeep, you asked me several questions. Allow me a little bit of time to quickly respond. Number one, the first fact, on Friday, we had reached our highest ever demand of 207 gigawatt. And as of yesterday, that went down by 14 gigawatt to 193 gigawatt. So the latest document and this data that I have from the National Load Dispatch Center says that as of 1st May, shortage during the maximum demand peak hours was in the state of Haryana and in the state of Uttar Pradesh, 345 megawatt and 170 megawatt respectively. As per this data, and there is no other data better than this, there wasn't a shortage during peak hours. The reality, Rajdeep, in 3 bullet points for the benefit of our viewers. Number one, the fact is that many state distribution companies are not buying power from generators. One, because the generators are not willing to extend further lending to them. And second, power rates have gone up and these discoms are either in bad financial state or are unwilling to pass on the cost to consumer due to political pressure of those state governments. That has resulted in load shedding as a way to curtail demand, which went up due to a completely unseasonal, once in a 50-year kind of weather environment. The second is, yes, there is a coal supply shortage and coal is supplied for power plants primarily by the railways, but the railways cannot do it on their own. If there is demand, only then can they, so railways cannot supply on their own. So because states and state generators are not getting, wanting extra coal prices have gone up, it will be wrong to blame the railways. And the railways have responded very, very well and in quick time. And finally, the third major point that I want to do and which I had taken down is that as far as the current situation is concerned, there are several private sector power plants which are not producing power, which have been mothballed due to financial issues that happened over the years due to the economic slowdown. It would have been quite easy, relatively easy to get them switched on. Unfortunately, they are being left idle and we do not have an answer as yet to that situation.
Are you saying, therefore, Siddharth Zarabi, that it is basically the dramatic increase in demand at this time because of the energy requirements, and Is it a financially precarious condition in which many of these state electricity boards and discoms find themselves that is primarily responsible for the crisis?
A discom with two arms tied and one leg tied suddenly has to deal with 14% increase in demand, and a state government which doesn't want more metering, and a state government which does not want to touch holy cows of those who are given free power, and state governments and election reasons across the political spectrum which want more power. You can only expect them to do that much of a dance. Unfortunately, they cannot do disco with all three limbs tied.
You know, that is a question I want to raise with both the politicians. Rohan Gupta, you first. You know, there is a looming power crisis, and as we saw in this election, every political party in Punjab and in Uttar Pradesh in their manifestos said we will give free power. That, you know, at one level you talk of a power crisis and you know that the discoms are bleeding, and yet you talk of free power at election time. The thing is, it is impossible at the moment to see many of these discoms and state electricity boards becoming in the near future financially viable.
I agree with you, Rajdeep, and this is the problem with these new parties like Aam Aadmi Party and all.
It's true of all parties. It's true of all parties when it comes to free power.
I will answer your question. So even if you promise something free, there has to be management after that. It's not that if you see all the Congress government, even in Delhi, the power subsidies were always there, but we managed it well. Delhi was a surplus state when the Congress was in power with more than 60,000 crore rupees of surplus. Now today you see what is the situation of Delhi. So the issue here is not Rajdeep giving something free when obviously there is a particular class of society which is deprived and something is to be done. Yeah, you should be, but that it should be supported by the management around it. What I'm trying to tell you here is there was a trailer to this government in October 2021. Maybe due to other reasons there was a shortage. Only 4 days power supply was there. I think they should have learnt out of that. If this kind of situation is going to emerge, what is going to be then planning? IMD had given this warning clear-cut this time that this summer is going to be the hottest. I think government should have planned in advance, taken states in confidence, maybe organized meetings and all. And I think we wouldn't have seen this kind of situation. Today, blaming state governments and all, I think that's not correct. It is a primary responsibility of central government to ensure that even if there is increasing power demand, they have to meet. Now you just made a statement of Coal India saying that we increase our output by 25%. The objective of Coal India of central government is not increasing the production to meet the demand. Okay. Whatever is the demand, your governance should be capable.
There is no shortage.
The demand.
You know, the fact though is, GVL Narasimha Rao, that this is a moment where the ministry at the center needs to in some way be in constant communication with state governments. Now, I could be mistaken and maybe Siddharth can correct me, but what I am told by state governments, opposition ruled state governments, is that there has been very little communication between Delhi and state capitals. It could be, I could be mistaken. Yes, Siddharth.
Rajdeep, may I come in?
Yes.
Very quickly. There have been a spate of meetings, some of them known, some of them unknown, and I really cannot add value there. But there are two major points. There is no coal shortage. Blended coal has become expensive. Indonesian coal is expensive. If your pocket is empty and you want to eat at a 5-star, there will be problems. So I think, and let's face it, a bulk of India's power is consumed and a bulk of India's power is produced in the state sector. It is also true that in the last 7-8 years, we have invested in solar and renewable. But if you go around asking, has 20, 30, 40,000 of additional capacity been created in thermal, which is our mainstay and will remain for the next 30, 40 years. I think there's a policy mistake also that has happened. This climate thing we have taken over ourselves, and we now have at the highest temperatures people suffering. Yet I end by saying situation has improved in the last 3 days, and if the weather gods permit, we might still have some relief in the week ahead.
I'm going to be joined in a moment by Vinayak Chatterjee and Harry Daul for solutions. But one final point to you, GVL Narasimha Rao, because when I look at the numbers, the fact is BJP-ruled states are also suffering as Congress-ruled states are. So let's not make this about parties and politics. Power cuts across the opposition government divide, or should cut across. Power belongs to all states, all citizens.
Yeah, Rajdeep, as I told you, here are the numbers. The central sector power generation is only 99,000 megawatts. The states do even more, 105,000 megawatts. And the private sector is the total of these two together, 195,000 megawatts. So certainly it's not the government of India that is producing, or government central generation companies that are generating all the power. They account for less than a fourth of the total generation of power. And as regards imported coal prices having gone up, while your indigenous production of coal has increased, the prices have gone up internationally, and somebody has to foot the bill. And you can't expect the central government to foot all the bill.
Right. Okay.
So, and there is no communication record. There has been a communication between the center and the states, but it's obvious. Everybody knows at what price you can buy imported coal and what is the landed cost of imported coal. Their unwillingness to foot the bill pass on possibly the cost to the consumers. And this government has made massive efforts in restructuring the power sector. Under Atmanirbhar Bharat package itself, we have lent out nearly 1.3 lakh crores to the DISCOMs to come out of their.
Sir, the fact is that the DISCOMs are still facing a crisis. Relevant. The fact is DISCOMs at the moment are still facing a huge financial crisis. I want to leave it there. We've heard the political arguments. Let's turn to our expert. Vinayak Chatterjee is infrastructure sector expert, chairman, National Infrastructure Council at CII. Harry Dowell is a long-standing Director General, Independent Power Producer Association of India. I want you to give solutions, Vinayak Chatterjee. You've heard the politicians. There is still those who will say there isn't a coal shortage. There is a power management issue at the moment, plus the demand has increased, plus there's politics being played out. You provide us the solutions, Vinayak Chatterjee, today.
I will. And thank you for having me on the discussion, Rajdeep. I think much data, much discussion, much heat has been thrown around. Let me share three perspectives with you. One, in management jargon, this whole event is what would be called a white swan event, which means that it has occurred in the past, has reasonable frequency, has medium probability of happening, and is entirely preventable. So this is called a white swan event. So that's one, and therefore there are learnings to it, and I'll come to the solutions. The second issue to discuss or to present is that there is no one reason. There is no one reason, as you've seen in the discussions, from Coal India's shortage of production to economic rebound to unprecedented summer heat to high price of imported coal to sharp spike in railway rates demand to the dismal situation of DISCOMs. There are 7, 8, 9, 10 and political largesse and giveaways. There are about 10 wheels within wheels that are all moving together. So this is a confluence of circumstances that have happened. And finally, the perspective is what is simply called jaws of the alligator, which is that the demand, as has been said earlier, has been growing at 14%, clearly seen, whereas coal output in FY22 over FY21 has grown by only 4%. So I think that's the nub of the problem, that there is the jaws of the alligator. Demand has far outstripped coal supply for whatever reason. Now, you asked me for solutions. So since I think the important thing is, one, these events like these enable one to talk about what the country needs to do or should have done. And that really is the solution looking forward. As the saying goes, when the tide runs low, you know who's swimming naked. And therefore, let me outline for you some of the issues that should have required greater focus, greater resolution, and still can be done. One is the diversification of our energy basket. We can't have a nation where 70 to 75% of power generation decade after decade is only by coal and now gradually, hopefully, replaced by, to some extent, by renewables. We have neglected hydro hugely as a country. We have not made progress on the nuclear civil deal after 2008. And we have let gas completely escape attention in terms of it being an equally viable energy source. That's one. So diversifying our energy base is a solution. The excessive focus on renewables has led to taking our eyes off the ball so far as thermal coal is concerned. And therefore, instead of this general mood of, shall we say, global warming and etc., we have moved very fast away from coal thermal the move should have been far more gradual in terms of allowing some fresh investments to come up in a graded manner, so that the economy did not feel the shocks. Coal India, I think the 2 years of COVID depressed economic activity and the lack of demand, as has been said by the political people on the panel, have led to a certain inertia in Coal India's production. It should have reached 850 million tons, where even the coal minister in parliament has said that the target is to be 1200 million by 23-24. So if the target is 1200 million by 23-24, surely Coal India can't be operating at the level of 750 or whatever they're operating at now. The trajectory of coal output increase has certainly slowed down, and the jaws of the alligator have suddenly caught it off guard.
But essentially, you're calling for a diversification of resources, right? You're calling for a diversification of our energy resources. So we are not dependent, in a sense, anymore on a single source for our power needs. Am I correct?
Correct, Rajdeep. But also, India has strengths in hydro. We have huge untapped potential, which we have been talking for decades, but it does not receive political and bureaucratic attention, unfortunately. And secondly is the civil nuclear power deal, which I think the Manmohan Singh government staked its reputation on that deal. And we moved very close to India ramping up its nuclear production, which today, by the way, the rest of the world is warming up again after the Ukraine crisis. We need to do something quickly to focus again on nuclear. We have to reform the power distribution sector. It is the tail that wags the dog of the power sector.
But the government claims they've done that. Let me take that. No. But the government claims it is reforming the power distribution sector. You heard GVL Narasimha Rao claiming that this has been one of the achievements of the government. And the fact is, the jury is out on that. Because when I look at the state of the DISCOM company, they're still struggling. So while the government has the right intentions, the government
has announced scheme after scheme of trying to motivate DISCOMs to reform. But we have passed the stage of motivation. I think the use of the term surgical strike actually describes the amount of focused attention and decisive political action.
What would that surgical strike be? What would that surgical strike be?
The surgical strike really would be to actually force the DISCOMs to look at private participation in their operations. That does not necessarily mean selling the family silver. It just means there are many options, from management operation to franchisees to outright privatization to even insisting that, like we are doing Nal Se Jal, that all households will have water by 2024 or 100% houses will have electricity. Why can't we have a scheme that 100% will have smart meters? So basically, the time has come when, after 3 decades of waiting for the DISCOM staff and the DISCOM itself to reform itself, the time has gone.
Okay,
so the surgical strike would mean a slew of options. There are options across the spectrum of how to get private sector into the management of the electricity distribution. So that is what
Harry Daul respond to that. Will that, Harry Daul, would that be a solution? Let Harry respond, who's worked with independent power producers, because the track record, again, there is a mixed one. It's not as if independent power producers have stepped up to the plate to ensure that the power crisis doesn't loom in the way it is at the moment.
You know, I would like to start off with the point that was raised about surgical strike by you, Rajdeep. I would say 3 things. Rescue the DISCOMs, rescue Coal India, and rescue the power producers. Okay, those are the 3 things. And the point is, I think the government of the day is on top of the job. They're doing a damn good job. Today they had a meeting. And my suspicion is that the meeting they had is going to have something like the following. There'll be a financial restructuring of the debts of DISCOMs. Second, should be, and I hope there will be, a restructuring and protection of all power producing assets in the country, private or public. If they are having a debt problem from DISCOMs, they should be protected by way of a moratorium. This moratorium should be for a short phase of 3 years or 5 years, and it should be set off against the amount that the DISCOMs owe these generating companies. So banks can come in and work it out. In fact, I would say REC and Power Finance Corporation, which are under the direct control of the Ministry of Power, can do it ASAP. The third thing is that you need to appreciate that Coal India is being blasted left, right, and center for this, that, and the other. The fact of the matter remains that the whole system has to become more efficient. And I agree with Vinayak on the point that we need to have private management wherever necessary to improve the efficiency and to get rid of the inefficiencies about supply, about mining, etc., etc. Looking at the situation as it is today, I would say that we are in serious trouble, not just from what you see in the next few days, but also the weather forecast of the El Nino and the other phenomenon that's taking place.
So what would be the immediate solution? Because at the moment, the government solution is being to tell the states, go ahead, import coal. The states more or less are saying, look, we can't import it at the prices and we are being asked to import the coal.
Please understand, it takes 4 months to get the coal in. That's not going to work immediately, right? What you need to do is get the assets which are already there, which are stranded or stopped or stuck in some form or the other, because the fact that DISCOMs are not paying them, can be immediately started. And since there is coal availability, okay, I think that should be the immediate solution. That should be the immediate focus. And I think it is, because I believe today the Honorable Home Minister and the Power Minister had some meetings with some people to try and get this off the ground. So I think that's a fantastic thing. I mean, this government is on the job and is taking care of a very, very crazy situation of high temperatures and the fact that, in spite of the fact that you're moving 400, 500, 600 million tons of coal, you're still facing a crisis.
Okay.
Also, the fact that demand has gone up. Someone told me very interestingly that the Delhi peak has shifted from the normal 5 o'clock in the evening to 8 o'clock. It's gone up from 5 o'clock to 2 in the morning because everyone's got an air conditioner in the house. So they need power, for a much longer period and a lot more.
Right.
The other thing that worries me is you are stopping industry from getting coal. That's aluminium, steel, cement. These are all critical for infrastructure. So what are we going to do with that? I think that's another concern which we need to flag. But immediately, as I said, you need to have intervention from the central government to bail out the DISCOMs, bail out the IPPs who are getting wiped out because of the
But as you said, but that could again result in a vicious cycle. That won't resolve the problem, but that will at least, you're saying temporary, is a temporary solution. What we are eventually going to lead
is a temporary solution, but it gives you 3 to 5 years within which you add the capacity which Vinayak is talking about.
Okay.
And he's right that we are not adding enough thermal capacity in this country. We don't have gas as an alternative at a viable price, and we have no way of taking that forward.
Okay,
I think that's what we need to do.
Let me leave it there, gentlemen. We've had a discussion that I hope sheds more light than heat in the time that we live in. And I think what we need is more light, really, than heat. And that might, in a way at least, if the temperatures drop a bit, reduce some of that power demand. But Vinayak Chatterjee, Harry Daul, I appreciate your joining me here tonight with your solutions and giving us, in a way, a non-partisan approach to an issue that unfortunately has again got caught in a political blame game. The power crisis in the country, the real issues that matter, and hopefully the news without the noise. When we return, we'll turn to our good news story, the inspiring story of India's newfound fast-bowling sensation. From Jammu, why is Umran Malik making all the headlines at the moment? Back in a moment. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
COVID-19, an infection that shook the world and transformed our lives. 2 years on, we have learned to live with the virus. 5 variants of concern have been in circulation, and the last reported variant of concern, Omicron, is mutating. The World Health Organization has warned about mutating variants, saying the viruses will continue to change form and also variants that will come together to form recombinants. What is a recombinant virus then? A virus that is a hybrid version of 2 strains of a previous virus is a recombinant. Recently, the United Kingdom Health Security Agency said that there are 3 recombinant strains. XD, which is a hybrid of Delta and BA1 Omicron variant, XE, which is a recombination of BA1 and BA2 variants of Omicron, and XF, another hybrid of Delta and Omicron. Let's tell you about XE first. Where in the world have recombinants been found? Well, the WHO has warned about the evolved Omicron variant or recombinant virus XE. The body says it will classify XE under the Omicron umbrella until significant differences in transmission and disease characteristics, including severity, may be reported. It was first detected in the UK in January 2022, beginning of this year, and a very limited number of cases have been found in China and Thailand. While the recombinant XE is still being studied, initial reports suggest the virus has a community growth rate advantage of 10% as compared to the BA2 strain of Omicron, which has been categorized as the most transmissible strain so far. The WHO says that some media have misreported the potential growth advantage of 10% as 10 times. This is incorrect. If the 10% increase in growth is confirmed, this variant would actually just be 1.1 times more transmissible, not 10 times. Well, since it's a genetic mutation of 2 strains of existing variant, the symptoms remain the same: fever, scratchy and sore throat, skin irritation and discoloration, gastrointestinal distress, palpitation, etc.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Welcome back. Let's turn to our good news today's story. And it is a wonderful story about a young man who's making all the waves in the IPL. He's being called the Jammu Express. And no, he's not a train, but he's India's newfound pace bowling sensation. He's the fastest bowler now in the country, clocking upwards regularly at 150 kilometers per hour. The rise of Umran Malik from tennis ball cricket and from the land of Jammu and Kashmir is a story that is bringing a smile to all sports fans. Take a look at Umran's rise.
India's newest bowling sensation, the fastest bowler in the country, one who consistently bowls 150 plus kilometers per hour thunderbolts. Nicknamed the Jammu Express for he hails from India's northernmost territory, Umran has become a household name, all thanks to the Indian Premier League. But not many know about his humble origins and his tryst with the IPL. His father, Abdul Rashid, is a fruit and vegetable vendor in Jammu. And in the past, when Umran would step out to play tennis ball cricket at night, his father would secretly follow to keep a check on his son's activities. Now that his son's performances have floored the entire nation, Rashid Sahab is ecstatic that his Umran is being showered with love from all quarters.
पूरे जम्मू और कश्मीर को मेरी तरफ से मुबारकबाद है, पूरे देश को मुबारक है जितना इतना बड़ा प्यार दिया मेरे बच्चे को और अच्छा खेल रहा है। उधर जाके बहुत कुछ सीखता है इंसान, इधर गली कूचों में खेला हुआ है तो उधर बड़े-बड़े प्लेयरों के साथ खेल रहा है, हमको बहुत बड़ी खुशी है।
Even as Umran is now part of the big league, earning the big bucks, his family still hasn't given up on their daily jobs. For now, they are only hoping for their son to play for Team India, to make the nation of over 1.3 billion proud.
तो आने वाले टाइम में अपने देश के लिए खेले, अपने देश का नाम रोशन करे। आपा कहता है मैंने अपनी कंट्री के लिए खेलना है, इंडिया के लिए खेलना है, मैंने इंडिया खेलना है। तो ऊपर वाला देखो मेहनत करेगा बच्चा तो आगे जाएगा।
Umran's first foray into the IPL is also a story for the ages. It was Abdul Samad, a friend and a fellow Sunrisers Hyderabad player from Jammu and Kashmir, who first suggested Umran's name as a net bowler. And having impressed the coaching staff in training where he troubled even the likes of David Warner, Umran was drafted into the squad as a replacement for T. Natarajan, who was ruled out due to COVID.
Good evening, Danny Morrison.
बहुत सीखने को मिला इंडिया टीम के साथ रहना, बहुत अच्छा प्राउड फील था मेरे लिए। फर्स्ट था और अच्छा को मिला वहाँ पे। रवि शास्त्री सर थे, अरुण सर थे, विराट बस धोनी से। और उसके बाद में एक्सपीरियंस में खेलने का अच्छा प्राउड फील होता है अपनी कंट्री के लिए जब खेलो तो सीखने को मिलता है बहुत।
Even though he only played 3 games in the UAE leg last season, SRH saw the immense potential and decided to retain him ahead of this year's IPL. With 15 wickets already this season, Umran is already knocking on the doors of Team India. His rapid rise to stardom is just the start, for every Indian cricket fan is rooting for this young boy from Jammu and Kashmir. With Sunil Ji Bhatt in Jammu, Sports Bureau, India Today.
The wonderful story of Umran Malik. And I want to leave you tonight with a story that should get all of us thinking. In India, the politicians seem to lack a sense of humor. Cartoonists get arrested. Those who criticize the government often are also targeted. But look at the United States, where this weekend, on Sunday in fact, after a 6-year-long break, US President Joe Biden resumed the tradition of speaking at the annual White House dinner. Well, comedian Trevor Noah was the featured speaker at the dinner, and he took several digs at President Joe Biden over rising gas prices and rent. The president laughed. In India, what would happen to a Trevor Noah? Well, you never know. Think about it, and maybe that's why at times we need to look at the West also for certain democratic traditions, including that of a truly free and independent press that can ask questions of their leadership, which doesn't call them anti-national for making those jokes. I leave you tonight with a few excerpts from the event ahead of World Press Freedom Day tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubh Ratri. Let's hope for better times. Bye for now.
Fox News, I'm really sorry your preferred candidate lost the last election. There's one reason why it's great to be here again. Everyone at the White House is so excited. I told my grandkids and Pete Buttigieg they could stay up late and watch this show tonight.
I think ever since you've come into office, things are really looking up. You know, gas is up, rent is up, food is up, everything. No, it really has been a tough first year for you, Mr. President.
And Trevor, the really good news is now you get to roast the President of the United States. And unlike in Moscow, you won't go to jail.
So, you know, in recent times, this thermal gun has become a very, very popular device which you will find in all public spaces. Anywhere you go, you will find somebody noting down your temperature using this device. And recently, the Delhi government has issued a notice that this device is essential outside all schools. No student can enter school premises without being monitored for their body temperature. How does it work exactly? And how accurate is it? We're going to tell you what this thermal gun is all about. So, you know, body temperature is a very clear-cut giveaway sign for COVID symptoms. It's the first thing you would want to check while interacting with anybody coming from outside. This gun comes in handy. Why? Because A, it reads your temperature very quickly, and secondly, it can note your temperature without having any physical contact with the object or with the subject. So basically, when you point this at a subject or a human body, how is it noting the temperature? You see, this device is mainly made up of 3 things. There is a laser, there is a converging lens, and then there is an IR sensor inside it. All these 3 will come together to represent the temperature in digital format, which will be visible on the screen which you have behind it. Now, as soon as the gun is pointed towards a body, there is a laser which helps pinpoint where it needs to mark the temperature from. Now, coming to the mechanics of it, first of all, it is pointed towards a human body. Now, to just explain to you, every human body has a certain amount of thermal radiation which is emitted from it. The laser in this device is used to pinpoint towards the human body. Then the infrared sensor in this device will read the amount of radiation being emitted, the thermal radiation being emitted from the human body. That through the converging lens is then read by a thermopile. Thermopile is basically a device which helps to convert thermal energy into electrical energy. And after that, the temperature is represented on the digital screen. Is it harmful to use on kids? Well, scientifically, various experts have suggested that this statement is incorrect because the thermal gun only measures with infrared radiation that is reflected at all times by all objects around us, including human bodies. It does not use radioactive beams such as X-rays, only infrared. Thermometer guns are also FDA approved. It functions automatically. It is touchless, which is the need of the hour, and it functions automatically. It just requires you to press one button. It detects the temperature of the person from a range of 5 to 10 centimeters. Now, these thermal guns are useful because essentially they are quick. Temperature readings are obtained at a much quicker pace than traditional methods. Using a temperature gun reduces the risk of cross-contamination and spreading disease due to its non-contact approach. It is the safest bet at the moment. Now, are they accurate? Now, talking about the accuracy of this device, if we were to consider a traditional thermometer which you would place in the mouth to note body temperature, usually 98.4 degrees Celsius is considered normal. But when you are noting temperature using this device, a degree or two lesser than that is also considered normal. 98.4 in this device would mean fever. Other than that, how accurate this device is, well, there needs to be more study on it. It cannot be considered as a conclusive evidence of whether you are infected with COVID or not, or whether you have fever or not. But yes, it does help you get a decent idea about what your body temperature is.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You know Kim Tae-hyung, aka V of pop group BTS fame? Well, he's simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old. Confused? How old were you when you were born? 0? 1? In South Korea, you'd be 1 year old. Let's clear the air about this. South Korea has a unique way of calculating age. When a baby is born, it's considered a year old. And as the year changes on January 1st, the child gains a year. So no special birthdays. South Koreans count age based on their birth year and not days. A child born in December will already be 2 by January. But the president-elect Yoon Suk-yeol wants to do away with this traditional system. Because of persistent confusion and unnecessary social and economic costs, the incoming administration is looking to standardize age calculation. This was observed especially when health authorities use the international age and Korean ages interchangeably to set guidelines for COVID-19. This will also help South Korea get in line with the rest of the world. The age conundrum doesn't end here. South Korea also counts age in an international way. That means it counts age in 3 ways. For legal and administrative purposes, the country has been using the international counting system since 1962. In another way, babies are born at 0 and gain a year on New Year's. This method is mainly used to define the legal age for areas of law that affect a significant percentage of the population, including military service conscription. And the third is the Korean age system, where everyone is already a year old at birth and become older on New Year's Day regardless of the birth date. That's how Kim Tae-hyung from BTS fame is simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old, as he was born on 30th December 1995. There are multiple problems that arise with age discrepancies. It's led to wage disputes that have been dragged to the Supreme Court and ruled that workers should consider their international age for work. There have also been cases of parents trying to cheat the birth registration system because of worries that their children born in December will be at a disadvantage at school as a result later in life. Efforts were made in 2019 and 2021 to change the law. 2 lawmakers proposed legislation to adhere to the international age, but experts are divided on what the new measure means for Korean society, and the bills were not signed into law.
Действительно уникальное оружие будет укреплять боевой потенциал наших вооруженных сил. Надежно обеспечит безопасность России от внешних угроз и заставит задуматься тех, кто в пылу оголтелой агрессивной риторики пытается угрожать нашей стране.
Putin wants his enemies to think twice before threatening Russia, as he claims to have one of the world's most powerful missiles. Russia test-launched the Sarmat missile, a new nuclear-capable intercontinental ballistic weapon. So how powerful is the weapon, and should his enemies be really worried? As per Russian media, Sarmat is a 3-stage liquid-fueled missile with a range of 18,000 kilometers. The missile is 35.3 meters long and 3 meters in diameter. But what makes it so unique and powerful is its mechanism to elude anti-missile defense systems.
In association with Men of Platinum. Modi Euro dash in shadow of Ukraine war. PM tour in wake of fight over neutrality. PM's Atmanirbhar foreign policy in action. Massive West expectations from India's Modi. India's neutrality forges shining new path. Spotlight on Modi's India during big war.
And the Prime Minister made it very clear, there are no winners in war. He's advocated dialogue for peace as a way forward. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Berlin. He'll be spending about 65 hours in Europe, traveling across 3 countries, Germany today, Denmark tomorrow, and France day after, having 25 events, meeting 8 world leaders. But in a short while from now, the Prime Minister will interact with the diaspora once again. He's likely to speak to them for about 40 minutes. We'll cut across straight to Berlin, get you more on that big story. We'll also tell you about nuts and bolts of this very, very crucial first leg of the visit to Germany. The Prime Minister has been invited to be a part of the G7 summit in Berlin. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines at 10. Loudspeaker debate gets louder ahead of Raj Thakrae's May 3 deadline. The Mahavikas Aghadi government blinks. Shiv Sena Neta says loudspeakers will be removed from mosques and temples. The Maharashtra Navnirman Sena chief has threatened to play the Hanuman Chalisa at double the volume if loudspeakers are not taken down. Shiv Sena and BJP Hindutva war escalates. Maharashtra Chief Minister says BJP cheated his father, Bala Saheb Thackeray. Devendra Fadnavis hits back, accuses the Shiv Sena of fake Hindutva, says the party skipped Babri demolition in Ayodhya. MK Stalin government under fire for a custodial death. India Today accesses a shocking video of the victim being chased and beaten up by the police in Chennai. Vignesh's family alleged he died of torture. Massive political face-off in Hyderabad's Osmania University. Congress claims Rahul Gandhi's entry was blocked. College says it has no political meetings policy. Ousted Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan could face arrest. Imran Khan accused of blasphemy for slogans shouted against Shahbaz Sharif and his delegation during their visit to Medina earlier this week. So it's almost like a festival of India in Berlin. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to address the Indian diaspora. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Anjana Om Kashyap for more on this big event. Anjana, tremendous excitement in the air.
Gaurav, I can't hear you very clearly because the drums have started here and the dole tashas that we were showing you across the day. The Indian diaspora is supposed to interact with Prime Minister Narendra Modi right here. And what I can tell you, the man here who's leading this Raman Bagh entire munch here clearly told us that the Prime Minister will himself be beating the drum here. So we see these important visuals here. We have business leaders from across Germany of Indian origin who are here already, who are supposed to be welcoming the Prime Minister. The Indian diaspora is already here to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But everybody's eyes are on that drum because it's all ready and kept there. And at least these gentlemen believe that along with them, Prime Minister Modi is going to be playing the drums. A very important event in many ways because approximately more than 5,700 kilometers from New Delhi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be interacting with the with Indians who are in Germany, the entire Indian community, and how they interact with the Prime Minister, and how Prime Minister Narendra Modi's connect with the Indians here is going to be very, very interesting. And the visuals, the cameras are not being allowed inside as of now, but whatever Prime Minister Modi says will obviously be in front of the country and in front of all the Indians here who are waiting. I can show you on the other side of the road, Gaurav, interestingly, you see Indians who are all gathered here from this side to the other. They're all waiting. The more fortunate ones have managed it inside, but the others are all waiting outside to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he enters here, Gaurav.
Very, very interesting, and it's been a very fruitful day so far as India-Germany bilaterals are concerned. The Prime Minister has been invited to the G7 summit. The Prime Minister also talking about sustainable energy. There is a lot of understanding on clean energy, hydrogen energy, and of course education and work. Indian professionals working in Germany. It's a win-win for both the countries, Anjana.
Absolutely. And Gaurav, see, in terms of how India is pitching its place in post the Russia-Ukraine war is very, very crucial. India has clearly stated, Prime Minister Modi has clearly stated, there are no winners in war. Everybody is a loser. And in terms of humanity, India stands with the people of Ukraine for the losses that this war is bringing about. But on the other side, how India is pitching itself with countries like Germany, our relationship with each country is going to be independent of the stand we have in the Russia-Ukraine war. So interestingly, if you see geopolitically, India has placed itself with its independent foreign policy. In fact, it's the creation of a new legacy, and a lot of countries who have been appreciating it are sure to follow, where any country does not have to establish its relationship with another country just on the basis of how they're faring in the Russia-Ukraine war. But again, coming back to where we are right now, because it's very difficult to listen to your questions. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is arriving here, Gaurav Sawant, we're showing you visuals of the entire cavalcade that is already here, because it's right now, this moment you see the police of the German police.
अच्छा अंजना, उत्साह बहुत होगा, अंजना उत्साह बहुत होगा दर्शकों में कि प्रधानमंत्री पहुंच रहे हैं, उनसे मिल रहे हैं। अंजना, जबरदस्त उत्साह होगा दर्शकों में वहां।
बिल्कुल, और ये तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं गौरव, ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, जर्मन पुलिस का पूरा कैवलकेड यहाँ पर आया हुआ है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पर कुछ ही लम्हों में पहुंचने वाले हैं। जबरदस्त जोश और उत्साह है। एक तरफ दिखा दीजिए, ये ड्रम है, उसकी थाप है, और ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अब यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं। माना जा रहा है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो इंडियन डायस्पोरा के साथ इंटरेक्ट करने जा रहे हैं, उधर भी आप देखिए जबरदस्त जोश और उत्साह है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं, और भारतीय जो यहाँ पर पहले से मौजूद है, ये ढोल लगाना, ढोल ताशा, माना जा रहा है कि प्रधानमंत्री उसमें भी शामिल हो सकते हैं। सामने भारतीयों का समूह है जो प्रधानमंत्री का इंतजार कर रहा है, और अब एक बिल्कुल अलग अंदाज में यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पर मौजूद भारतीयों को वेव करते हुए, एक बार वो नजारा भी आपको दिखा रहे हैं। सड़क के उस पार तमाम भारतीय मौजूद है, और उन सबको वेव करके प्रधानमंत्री उनका अभिवादन करते हुए अब इस इंडियन डायस्पोरा की तरफ बढ़ेंगे जो यहाँ पर है। और ये ढोल ताशे जो आज सुबह से ही आपको बजते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उसकी धूम देखिए, उसकी धमक देखिए। माना जा रहा है कि ये जो ढोल यहाँ पर रखा हुआ है, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, ये देखिए, जैसा कि हमने बताया था आपको, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पर ढोल ताशा बजाते हुए उन तमाम हिंदुस्तानियों के साथ, जो रमन बाग मंच है यहाँ का जर्मनी का, उसके साथ प्रधानमंत्री ढोल की ताप पर यहाँ बजाते हुए, जो जोश है, जोश इज हाई जिसे कहा जाता है, और एक तरीका होता है जिसमें वो इस तरह से शामिल होकर भारतीयों का उत्साह और भी बढ़ाते हैं, और फिर उसी अंदाज में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी नजर आ रहे हैं, बिल्कुल अलग अंदाज में, थाप और ढोल ताशे की थाप पर वो यहाँ झूमते हुए भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं भारतीयों के साथ। और अंदर वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण, विदेश मंत्री एस जयशंकर, पीएमओ की तरफ से जितेंद्र सिंह भी आए हुए हैं, और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अब आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। ये नजारा हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, ये देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ से आगे बढ़ते हुए भारतीयों के साथ इंटरैक्ट करने के लिए अब अंदर जा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का इंतजार अंदर मौजूद भारतीय कर रहे हैं पूरे जोश और उत्साह के साथ, और माना जा रहा है कि उनकी जो अंदर में बातचीत होगी भारतीयों के साथ, उसमें सार निकल कर आएगा कि भारत, जर्मनी में जो बसे हुए भारतीय हैं, उनको लेकर क्या सोच रखते हैं और उनको लेकर क्या नीति आगे ले जा रहे हैं। तो एक बार यहाँ नजारा भी आपको दिखा देते हैं, जो भारतीय यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, बाहर से उन्हें देखिए, बाहर से यहाँ पूरे भारतीय मौजूद हैं, जो जबरदस्त जोश और उत्साह दिख रहा है उनका, जोश और उत्साह देखिए। सड़क के उस पार से थे, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री ने चूंकि उनका अभिवादन किया तो उनका भी जोश बना हुआ है। पूरी सड़क पर इस कोने से उस कोने तक भारतीय मौजूद थे। कई जो खुशनसीब लोग थे वो तो अंदर पहुंच गए थे, लेकिन कई ऐसे लोग भी थे जो बाहर में ही जिन्हें इंतजार करना पड़ा, और वो सब जवाब यहाँ ढोल की ताप पर, इधर आगे आ जाइए, ढोल की ताप पर देखिए आप, सब झूमते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। ये तस्वीर है इस वक्त जर्मनी की, आप देख रहे हैं बर्लिन में, जहां पर भारतीय समुदाय के साथ प्रधानमंत्री की ये शाम की मुलाकात है, उनके साथ इंटरैक्शन है, और उन सब का नजारा यहाँ पर उत्साह दिख रहा है, क्योंकि जो भारतीय यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं वो यहाँ पर जबरदस्त जोश के साथ दिख रहे हैं। आइए चलते हैं उनके पास और जल्दी से उनसे रिएक्शन ले लेते हैं कि उनकी आखिर क्या सोच है। ये भारतीयों का जोश है जो आप देख रहे हैं। मोदी मोदी जो दादू 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 मोदी 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 माता की देखकर अभिवादन किया। आप लोग खुश हुए? प्रधानमंत्री भारत माता की जय, माता की जय, मोदी की वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। प्रधानमंत्री
chants of Vande Mataram that you hear outside, and these are images inside. Virtually everyone on their feet to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister and capture these moments on their mobile phone cameras. All the mobile cameras virtually are out, and people want a glimpse of the Prime Minister. What we are also being told is that the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, they're already here at this event. This is an event for the diaspora. The Prime Minister will speak about India's growth, India's journey, and the world, acknowledging where India stands today and where India is headed in the times to come. When it came to the and they're all on their feet to listen to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and to welcome him. Let's dip in for a moment and listen in.
मोदी मोदी के नारे वो लगा रहे हैं और ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि किस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री के दौरे ने उनमें आत्मविश्वास को और ज्यादा बढ़ा दिया है।
साथियों, जर्मनी में भारतीय समुदाय और बर्लिन में भारतीय दूतावास की ओर से मैं हमारे प्रिय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का बहुत गर्मजोशी और उत्साह से स्वागत करता हूं। आज हमारे यहाँ एकत्रित होने का आनंद हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की उपस्थिति से कई गुना बढ़ गया है। हमें ये अवसर प्रदान करने के लिए हम प्रधानमंत्री जी के आभारी रहेंगे। प्रिय साथियों, जर्मनी में भारतीय समुदाय आज 2 लाख से अधिक है। आप लोगों के निरंतर प्रयास और परिश्रम से आज भारतीय समुदाय जर्मनी में अपनी एक खास पहचान बना रहा है। यहाँ पढ़ रहे हमारे 30,000 से अधिक भारतीय छात्र भारत जर्मनी संबंधों के उज्जवल भविष्य का प्रतीक है। मुझे विश्वास है कि भारतीय समुदाय ऐसे ही प्रगति करते हुए भारत जर्मनी संबंधों को और मजबूत करता रहेगा। जर्मनी में भारतीय समुदाय भले ही बाकी देशों की तुलना में संख्या में छोटा है, लेकिन आपके प्रति प्यार, आदर और आपके स्वागत करने के जोश में कोई कमी नहीं है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आपसे निवेदन करता हूं कि हमारे प्रिय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से स्वागत करें।
माता की, भारत माता की। नमस्कार। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मुझे मां भारती के संतानों को आज जर्मनी में आकर के मिलने का अवसर मिला है। आप सभी से मिलकर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। आप में से बहुत से लोग जर्मनी के अलग अलग शहरों से आज यहाँ बर्लिन पहुंचे हैं। आज सुबह मैं बहुत हैरान था कि ठंडी का समय है, यहाँ भारत में गर्मी बहुत है इन दिनों, लेकिन कई छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी सुबह 4, साढ़े 4 बजे आ गए थे। आपका ये प्यार, आपके आशीर्वाद, ये मेरी बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। मैं जर्मनी पहले भी आया हूं, आप में से कई लोगों से पहले भी मिला हूं। आप में से कई लोग जब भारत आए हैं तब भी कभी कभी मिलने का मौका मिला है। और मैं देख रहा हूं कि हमारी जो नई पीढ़ी है, जो यंग जनरेशन है, ये बहुत बड़ी तादाद में नजर आ रहे हैं और इसके कारण युवा जोश भी है। लेकिन आपने अपने व्यस्त पल समयों में से ये समय निकाला, यहाँ आए। मैं हृदय से आप सबका बहुत आभारी हूं। अभी हमारे राजदूत बता रहे थे कि यहाँ संख्या की दृष्टि से तो जर्मनी में भारतीयों की संख्या कम है, लेकिन आपके स्नेह में कोई कमी नहीं है। आपके जोश में कोई कमी नहीं है। और ये दृश्य आज जब हिंदुस्तान के लोग देखते हैं तो उनका भी मन गर्व से भर जाता है। दोस्तों, साथियों, आज मैं आपसे न मैं मेरी बात करने आया हूं, न मोदी सरकार की बात करने आया हूं, लेकिन आज मन करता है कि जी भर के आप लोगों को, करोड़ों करोड़ों हिंदुस्तानियों के सामर्थ्य की बात करूं, उनका गौरवगान करूं, उनके गीत गाऊं। और जब मैं कोटि कोटि हिंदुस्तानियों की बात करता हूं तो सिर्फ वो लोग नहीं जो वहां रहते हैं, वे लोग भी जो यहां रहते हैं। मेरी इस बात में दुनिया के हर कोने में बसने वाले मां भारती के संतानों की बात है। मैं सबसे पहले जर्मनी में सफलता के झंडे गाड़ रहे आप सभी भारतीयों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का ये समय भारत के लिए, हम भारतीयों के लिए और विशेष करके हमारे नौजवानों के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण समय है। आज भारत मन बन चुका है और भारत ने वो मन बना लिया है। भारत आज संकल्प लेकर के आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज भारत को पता है कहां जाना है, कैसे जाना है, कब तक जाना है। और आप भी जानते हैं कि जब किसी देश का मन बन जाता है तो वो देश नए रास्तों पर भी चलता है और मनचाही मंजिलों को प्राप्त करके भी दिखाता है। आज का आकांक्षी भारत, एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया, आज का युवा भारत देश का तेज विकास चाहता है। वो जानता है कि इसके लिए राजनीतिक स्थिरता और प्रबल इच्छा शक्ति कितनी आवश्यक है, कितनी अनिवार्य है, वो आज का हिंदुस्तान भली भांति समझता है। और इसलिए भारत के लोगों ने 3 दशकों से चली आ रही राजनीतिक अस्थिरता के वातावरण को एक बटन दबा करके खत्म कर दिया। भारत के मतदाता को पिछले 7-8 साल में उसके वोट की ताकत क्या होती है और वो एक वोट हिंदुस्तान को कैसे बदल सकता है, उसका एहसास होने लगा है। सकारात्मक बदलाव और तेज विकास की आकांक्षा ही थी कि जिसके चलते 2014 में भारत की जनता ने पूर्ण बहुमत वाली सरकार चुनी और 30 साल के बाद ऐसा हुआ है। ये भारत की महान जनता की दूरदृष्टि है कि साल 2019 में उसने देश की सरकार को पहले से भी ज्यादा मजबूत बना दिया। भारत को चौतरफा आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जिस तरह की निर्णायक सरकार चाहिए, वैसी सरकार को ही भारत की जनता ने सत्ता सौंपी है। मैं जानता हूं साथियों कि उम्मीदों का कितना बड़ा आसमान हमसे जुड़ा हुआ है, मुझसे जुड़ा हुआ है। लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि मेहनत की पराकाष्ठा करके खुद को खपाकर कोटि कोटि भारतीयों के सहयोग से, उन कोटि कोटि भारतीयों के नेतृत्व में भारत नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंच सकता है। भारत अब समय नहीं गंवाएगा। भारत अब समय नहीं खोएगा। आज वक्त क्या है, इस वक्त का सामर्थ्य क्या है और इसी वक्त में पाना क्या है, वह हिंदुस्तान भली भांति जानता है। साथियों, इस साल हम अपनी आजादी का 75वां वर्ष मना रहे हैं। मैं देश का पहला प्रधानमंत्री ऐसा हूं जो आजाद हिंदुस्तान में पैदा हुआ हूं। भारत जब अपनी आजादी के 100 वर्ष मनाएगा, अभी 25 साल हमारे पास है, उस समय देश जिस ऊंचाई पर होगा, उस लक्ष्य को लेकर के आज हिंदुस्तान मजबूती के साथ एक के बाद एक कदम करते हुए तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, भारत में ना कभी साधनों की कमी रही और ना ही संसाधनों की कमी रही। आजादी के बाद देश ने एक मार्ग तय किया, एक दिशा तय की, लेकिन समय के साथ जो बहुत सारे परिवर्तन होने चाहिए थे, जिस तेजी से होने चाहिए थे, जितने व्यापक होने चाहिए थे, किसी न किसी कारण से हम कहीं पीछे छूट गए। विदेशी हुकूमत ने भारतीयों का साल दर साल जो आत्मविश्वास कुचला था, उसकी भरपाई का एक ही उपाय था, फिर से एक बार भारत के जन जन में आत्मविश्वास भरना, आत्मगौरव भरना, और उसके लिए सरकार के प्रति भरोसा बनना बहुत जरूरी था। अंग्रेजों की परंपरा की बदौलत सरकार और जनता के बीच में एक भरोसे की बहुत बड़ी खाई थी। शक के बादल मंडरा रहे थे, क्योंकि अंग्रेजों की हुकूमत में जो देखा था उसमें उसके परिवर्तन नजर आए। उसके लिए जो गति चाहिए, उस गति का अभाव था, और इसलिए समय की मांग थी कि सामान्य मानवीय की जिंदगी में से सरकार कम होती चली जाए, सरकार हटती जाए। मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट, मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस। जहां जरूरत हो वहां सरकार का अभाव नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन जहां जरूरत न हो वहां सरकार का प्रभाव भी नहीं होना चाहिए। साथियों, देश आगे बढ़ता है जब देश के लोग, जनता जनार्दन स्वयं उसके विकास का नेतृत्व करे। देश आगे बढ़ता है जब देश के लोग आगे आकर के उसकी दिशा तय करें। अब आज के भारत में सरकार नहीं, मोदी नहीं, बल्कि देश की कोटि कोटि जन ड्राइविंग फोर्स पर बैठे हुए हैं। इसलिए हम देश के लोगों के जीवन से सरकार का दबाव भी हटा रहे हैं और सरकार का बेवजह का दखल भी समाप्त कर रहे हैं। हम रिफॉर्म करते हुए देश को ट्रांसफॉर्म कर रहे हैं। और मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, रिफॉर्म के लिए पॉलिटिकल विल चाहिए, परफॉर्म के लिए गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी का एस्टैब्लिशमेंट चाहिए और रिफॉर्म के लिए जनता जनार्दन की भागीदारी चाहिए। और तब जाकर के रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म की गाड़ी आगे बढ़ती है। आज भारत ईज ऑफ लिविंग, क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ, ईज ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट, क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन, ease of mobility, quality of travel, ease of doing business, quality of services, quality of products, हर क्षेत्र में तेजी से काम कर रहा है, नए आयाम स्थापित कर रहा है। वही देश है जो आप जिसे छोड़ करके आए थे ना, यहां देश वही है। ब्यूरोक्रेसी भी वही है, दफ्तर भी वही है, टेबल भी वही है, कलम भी वही है, फाइल भी वही है। वही सरकारी मशीन है, लेकिन अब नतीजे बहुत बेहतर मिल रहे हैं। साथियों, 2014 से पहले जब भी मैं आप जैसे साथियों से बात कर रहा था तो एक बहुत बड़ी शिकायत, और आपको भी पुराने दिन याद होंगे या कभी आज जाते होंगे तो देखते होंगे, जहां भी देखो लिखा होता था वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस। मैं किसी की आलोचना नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन हमारे यहां होता यही रहा कि पहले कहीं सड़क बनती है, फिर बिजली के लिए सड़क खोदी जाती है, फिर पानी वाले पहुंचते हैं, वो पानी फेर देते हैं, फिर टेलीफोन वाले आते हैं, वो कुछ और ही खड़ा कर देते हैं। एक सड़क बजट खर्च हो रहा है, काम खत्म नहीं हो रहा है। ये मैंने सिर्फ एक उदाहरण दिया क्योंकि आपने अपनी आंखों से देखा है। और इसलिए होता है कि सरकारी विभागों का एक दूसरे के साथ न तो संवाद होता है और न ही जानकारियों का कोई तालमेल। सब अपनी अपनी दुनिया बनाकर उसमें बैठे हुए हैं। हर एक के पास रिपोर्ट कार्ड है कि मैंने इतनी सड़क बना दी, कोई कहे कि मैंने इतने तार डाल दिए, कोई कहे मैंने इतनी पाइप डाल दी, लेकिन परिणाम वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस। इन साइलोज को तोड़ने के लिए अब हमने पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान बनाया है। चारों तरफ उसकी तारीफ हो रही है। हम हर डिपार्टमेंटल साइलोज को तोड़कर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से जुड़े हर प्रोजेक्ट में सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर लेकर आए हैं। अब सरकारें, सभी विभाग अपने अपने हिस्से का काम एडवांस में प्लान कर रहे हैं। इस नई अप्रोच ने डेवलपमेंट के कार्यों की स्पीड को बढ़ा दी है और स्केल भी बढ़ा दिया है। और भारत की आज अगर जो सबसे बड़ी ताकत है तो वो स्कोप है, स्पीड है और स्केल है। आज भारत में सोशल और फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, उस पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश हो रहा है। आज भारत में नई शिक्षा नीति को लागू करने के लिए सहमति का एक वातावरण बना है, तो दूसरी तरफ नई स्वास्थ्य नीति, उसको लागू करने पर काम चल रहा है। आज भारत में रिकॉर्ड संख्या में नए एयरपोर्ट्स बनाए जा रहे हैं। छोटे छोटे शहरों को एयर रूट से जोड़ा जा रहा है। भारत में मेट्रो कनेक्टिविटी पर जितना काम आज हो रहा है उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। भारत में आज रिकॉर्ड संख्या में नए मोबाइल टावर्स लग रहे हैं। अब भारत 5G दस्तक दे रहा है। भारत में भी, भारत में आज रिकॉर्ड संख्या में गांवों का ऑप्टिकल फाइबर से जोड़ा जा रहा है। कल्पना कर सकते 6 लाख गांवों में ऑप्टिकल फाइबर नेटवर्क पहुंचेगा। हिंदुस्तान के गांव दुनिया के साथ किस प्रकार से अपना नाता जोड़ेंगे, इसकी आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं। भारत में और जर्मनी में बैठे हुए आप लोग इस बात को ज्यादा समझ पाएंगे। भारत में जितनी फास्ट इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी है, और इतना ही नहीं, तालियां तो अब बजने वाली है। तालियां इस बात पर बजने वाली हैं कि जितना सस्ता डेटा है वो बहुत से देशों के लिए अकल्पनीय है। पिछले साल पूरी दुनिया में हुए रियल टाइम डिजिटल पेमेंट्स, कान खोल दो, रियल टाइम डिजिटल पेमेंट में से मैं पूरी दुनिया की बात कर रहा हूं। अब भारत छोटा नहीं सोचता है। रियल टाइम डिजिटल पेमेंट में से 40% भागीदारी भारत की है। साथियों, मैं एक और बात आपको बता दूं, जिसे जानकर पता नहीं आप बैठे रहेंगे कि नहीं बैठे रहेंगे, लेकिन आपको जरूर अच्छा लगेगा। भारत में अब ट्रैवल करते समय, कहीं आते जाते समय जेब में कैश लेकर चलने की मजबूरी करीब करीब खत्म हो चुकी है। सुदूर के गांव तक भी अपना मोबाइल फोन पर ही हर तरह के पेमेंट आपके लिए काफी है दोस्तों। साथियों, आज भारत में गवर्नेंस में टेक्नोलॉजी का जिस तरह इंक्लूजन किया जा रहा है, वो नए भारत की नई पॉलिटिकल विल भी दिखाता है और डेमोक्रेसी की डिलीवरी क्षमता का भी प्रमाण है। आज केंद्र, राज्य और लोकल सरकारों की लगभग, ये भी आंकड़ा थोड़ा अजूबा, आज आपके लिए अजूबा होगा, केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार और लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट, इनकी करीब करीब 10,000 सेवाएं, 10,000 सर्विसेज ऑनलाइन उपलब्ध है। सरकारी मदद हो, स्कॉलरशिप हो, किसान को फसल की कीमत हो, सब कुछ अब डायरेक्ट बैंक अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर होते हैं। अब किसी प्रधानमंत्री को ये कहना नहीं पड़ेगा कि मैं दिल्ली से 1 रुपया भेजता हूं और 15 पैसा पहुंचते हैं। वो कौन सा पंजा था जो 85 पैसा घिस लेता था? आपको ये जानकर भी अच्छा लगेगा कि बीते 7-8 साल में भारत सरकार ने, आंकड़े याद रहेंगे, मैं इतना सारा बता रहा हूं, डरो मत, ये आप ही का पुरुषार्थ है, आप ही की कमाल है। पिछले 7-8 साल में भारत सरकार ने डीबीटी, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर, सीधा एक क्लिक किया, जो हकदार है उसके खाते में पैसे चले गए। डायरेक्ट जो डीबीटी के द्वारा हमने पैसे भेजे, वो अमाउंट है 22 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक। यानी अब आप जर्मनी में हैं तो आपको बता दूं, $300 बिलियन से भी ज्यादा बेनिफिशियरीज के खाते में पैसे पहुंचे हैं। बीच में कोई बिचौलिया नहीं, कोई कट की कंपनी नहीं, कहीं कट मनी नहीं। इस वजह से सिस्टम में कितनी बड़ी ट्रांसपेरेंसी आई है और उसके कारण जो भरोसे की खाई थी, उस खाई को भरने का बहुत बड़ा काम इन नीतियों के कारण, इस नीयत के कारण और इस टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से हो पाया है। साथियों, ऐसे टूल्स जब हाथ में आते हैं, जब नागरिक एम्पावर होता है, तो बहुत स्वाभाविक है वो आत्मविश्वास से भर जाता है। वो खुद संकल्प लेना शुरू करता है और वो स्वयं संकल्प को सिद्धि में परिवर्तित करने के लिए परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा करके देखता है और तब जाकर के देश दोस्तों आगे बढ़ता है। और इसलिए दोस्तों, नया भारत आप सिर्फ सिक्योर फ्यूचर की नहीं सोचता, बल्कि भारत रिस्क लेता है, इनोवेट करता है, इंक्यूबेट करता है। मुझे याद है 2014 के आसपास हमारे देश में, इतना बड़ा देश, सिर्फ 200-400 ही स्टार्टअप्स हुआ करते थे। कितने? जरा याद रख के बोलो ना यार। हाँ, और आज 8 साल पहले 200, 300 या 400 स्टार्टअप्स, आज 68,000 से भी ज्यादा स्टार्टअप्स दोस्तों, मुझे बताइए, आपने सुनने के बाद कहां 400, कहां 68,000, 200, 400 से 68,000, आपका सीना गर्व से भर गया कि नहीं भर गया? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? और साथियों, इतना ही नहीं, सिर्फ स्टार्टअप्स की संख्या एक बात है, आज दुनिया के सारे पैरामीटर्स कह रहे हैं कि इसमें दर्जनों स्टार्टअप्स यूनिकॉर्न बन चुके हैं। और अब मामला यूनिकॉर्न पे अटका नहीं है दोस्तों। आज मैं गर्व से कहता हूं कि मेरे देश में बहुत सारे यूनिकॉर्न्स देखते ही देखते डेकाकॉर्न भी बन रहे हैं, यानी $10 बिलियन का लेवल भी पार कर रहे हैं। मुझे याद है, मैं जब गुजरात में सीएम वाली नौकरी करता था, और किसी भी हमारे साथी बाबू को पूछता है बच्चे क्या करते हैं, तो बोले आईएएस की तैयारी करता है। ज्यादातर यही कहते थे। आज भारत सरकार में बाबुओं से पूछता हूं कि भाई क्या करते हैं बेटे, बेटी क्या कर रही है, बोले साहब वो तो स्टार्टअप में लग गए। ये परिवर्तन छोटा नहीं है दोस्तों। साथियों, मूल बात क्या है? मूल बात यही है, आज सरकार इनोवेटर्स के पांवों में जंजीर डालकर नहीं, उनमें जोश भर करके उन्हें आगे बढ़ा रही है। अगर आपको जियो स्पेशल क्षेत्र में इनोवेशन करना हो, नए तरह के ड्रोन बनाना हो, या स्पेस के क्षेत्र में कोई नई सैटेलाइट या रॉकेट बनाना हो, इसके लिए सबसे खुला, सबसे नर्चरिंग वातावरण आज हिंदुस्तान में उपलब्ध है दोस्तों। एक समय में भारत में कोई नई कंपनी रजिस्टर कराना चाहता था तो उसे रजिस्ट्री में कागज डालने के बाद वो भूल जाता था, तब तक रजिस्ट्री नहीं होती थी। महीने लग जाते थे। जब भरोसा बढ़ जाता है, सरकार का नागरिकों पर भरोसा बढ़ता है, नागरिकों का सरकार पर भरोसा बढ़ता है, अविश्वास की खाई खत्म होती है। नतीजा ये आता है कि आज अगर कंपनी रजिस्टर करनी है तो 24 घंटे लगते हैं दोस्तों, 24 घंटे। बीते कुछ वर्षों में सरकार की एक आदत थी, एक चैम्बर हो ऑफिस का, 6 टेबल हो, नंबर 1 ने जनवरी में आपसे कुछ चीजें मांगी, नंबर 2 के टेबल वाला फरवरी में फिर वही मांगेगा, फिर नंबर 5 वाला टेबल फरवरी एंड में कहेगा यार वो कागज लाओ जरा, मुझे जरूरत है। यानी नागरिकों को लगातार हजारों की तादाद में दोस्तों कंप्लेंट, ये लाओ वो लाओ, ये लाओ वो लाओ, और वो लेकर के क्या करते थे वो जाने और आप जाने। साथियों आप हैरान हो जाएंगे, अब ये काम भी मुझे करना पड़ रहा है। 25,000 से ज्यादा कंप्लेंट्स खत्म किए हमने। इतना ही नहीं, मैं 2013 में चुनाव के लिए तैयारी कर रहा था, क्योंकि मेरी पार्टी ने घोषित कर दिया था कि इसको प्रधानमंत्री बनाने वाले हैं। तो मैं जाता गया, ऐसे भाषण करता था लोगों से। तो एक दिन दिल्ली में सब व्यापारियों ने मुझे बुलाया, तो व्यापारी का बड़ा सम्मेलन था, और उसमें जो मेरे आगे सज्जन बोल रहे थे वो कह रहे थे देखिए वो कानून बना है, वो कानून बना है, ये कानून बना है, इसका कानून हुआ, सारा ढेर सारे कानून बता रहे थे। अब चुनाव के समय तो सब लोग यही कहते हैं ठीक है मैं कर लूंगा, लेकिन दोस्तों मैं जरा दूसरी मिट्टी का इंसान हूं। तो मैं भाषण देने के लिए खड़ा हुआ, ये 2013 की बात है। मैं भाषण देने के लिए खड़ा हुआ, मैंने कहा भाई आप लोग कानून बनाने की बात करते हैं, मेरा तो इरादा ही अलग है। मुझे पता नहीं, मैं आपको बताऊंगा वोट दोगे कि नहीं दोगे, मेरी तो छुट्टी कर दोगे आप लोग। मैंने कहा मैं आपको वादा करता हूं मैं हर दिन एक कानून खत्म करूंगा आकर के। बहुत लोगों को आश्चर्य हुआ था कि ये इंसान को कुछ समझ नहीं है रहा सरकार क्या होती है, ऐसे ही माना होगा और क्या। लेकिन आज दोस्तों मैं आपको मेरा हिसाब दे रहा हूं, पहले 5 साल में 1500 कानून खत्म कर दिए दोस्तों। ये सब क्यों? ये नागरिकों पर ये कानूनों की जंजाल का बोझ क्यों? ये भारत देश आजाद हो चुका है ना, देश मोदी का नहीं है, देश 130 करोड़ नागरिकों का है। अब देखिए देश में पहले तो हमारा देश की विशेषता देखिए साहब, देश एक संविधान 2 थे। क्यों इतनी देर लगी? पुराने जमाने में कहते थे ट्यूबलाइट। मालूम है ना 2 संविधान थे। 7 दशक हो गए दोस्तों, 7 दशक हो गए एक देश एक संविधान लागू करते करते। अब लागू हुआ दोस्तों। गरीब को राशन कार्ड दोस्तों, अगर वो जबलपुर में रहता है, राशन कार्ड वहां का है, और अगर मजबूरन उसको जयपुर में जाना पड़ा जिंदगी गुजारने के लिए, तो वो राशन कार्ड काम नहीं आता था। देश एक ही था लेकिन राशन कार्ड अलग थे। आज 1 नेशन 1 राशन कार्ड हो गया। पहले कोई देश में इन्वेस्टमेंट करने आता था, गुजरात में जाता था तो एक टैक्सेशन, महाराष्ट्र जाता था दूसरा टैक्सेशन, बंगाल में जाता था तीसरा टैक्सेशन। अगर उसकी 3-4 कंपनियां, ये कंपनी गुजरात में, दूसरी कंपनी महाराष्ट्र में, तीसरी बंगाल, तो तीनों जगह पे अलग अलग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को अलग अलग कानूनों से कारोबार चलता था। दोस्तों, आज टैक्स व्यवस्था एक जैसी लागू हो गई कि नहीं हो गई? और हमारी वित्त मंत्री यहां बैठी है, निर्मला जी। अप्रैल महीने में क्या हुआ मालूम है ना? जीएसटी का रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन हो गया है 1,68,000 रुपीज, 1,68,000 करोड़। वन नेशन वन टैक्स की दिशा में ये मजबूती के साथ हुआ कि नहीं हुआ दोस्तों? साथियों, मेक इन इंडिया आज आत्मनिर्भर भारत का ड्राइविंग फोर्स बन रही है। आत्मविश्वास से भरा भारत आज प्रोसेस ही आसान नहीं कर रहा है, बल्कि प्रोडक्शन लिंक इंसेंटिव से इन्वेस्टमेंट को सपोर्ट भी कर रहा है। इसका बड़ा प्रभाव भारत से होने वाले एक्सपोर्ट पर भी दिख रहा है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले हमने $400 बिलियन एक्सपोर्ट का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया। अगर हम गुड एंड सर्विसेज को देखें तो पिछले साल भारत से $670 बिलियन यानी करीब करीब 50 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एक्सपोर्ट हुआ है। आंकड़ा देख करके हाथ जम गए क्या? भारत के अनेक नए जिले नए नए देशों में नए नए डेस्टिनेशन पर एक्सपोर्ट के लिए अपना दायरा बढ़ा रहे हैं और तेजी से एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। और उसका एक मजा भी है, जो आज देश में बन रहा है ना, जीरो डिफेक्ट जीरो इफेक्ट के मंत्र से लेकर के चल रहा है कि प्रोडक्शन की क्वालिटी में डिफेक्ट नहीं है और प्रोडक्शन में एनवायरनमेंट पर कोई इफेक्ट नहीं है। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के तीसरे दशक की सबसे बड़ी सच्चाई ये है कि आज इंडिया इज गोइंग ग्लोबल। कोरोना के इसी काल में भारत ने 150 से ज्यादा देशों को जरूरी दवाइयां भेजकर अनेकों जिंदगियां बचाने में मदद की है। जब भारत को कोविड के वैक्सीन बनाने में सफलता मिली तो हमने अपनी वैक्सीन से करीब 100 देशों की मदद की है। दोस्तों, साथियों, आज का ताजा खबर रुकावट के लिए खेद है। आज विश्व में गेहूं की कमी का सामना दुनिया कर रही है। फूड सिक्योरिटी के लेकर के दुनिया में बड़े बड़े देश चिंतित है। उस समय हिंदुस्तान का किसान दुनिया का पेट भरने के लिए आगे आ रहे थे। साथियों, जब भी मानवता के सामने कोई संकट आता है तो भारत सॉल्यूशन के साथ सामने आता है। जो संकट लेके आते हैं, संकट उनको मुबारक, सॉल्यूशन लेकर के हम आते हैं, दुनिया का चाय चयकार हो जाता है। यही दोस्तों, यही नया भारत है, यही नए भारत की ताकत है। आप में से जो लोग वर्षों से भारत नहीं गए हैं, शर्मिंदगी मत महसूस करो, लेकिन उनको जरूर लगता होगा आखिर ये हुआ कैसे, इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन आया कैसे। जी नहीं साथियों, आपका आंसर गलत है। मोदी ने कुछ नहीं किया है, 130 करोड़ देशवासियों ने किया है। साथियों, ग्लोबल होते भारत में आपका योगदान भी बहुत होने वाला है, अहम होने वाला है। आज भारत में लोकल के प्रति जो क्रेज पैदा हुआ है वो वैसा ही है जब आजादी के आंदोलन के समय स्वदेशी वस्तुओं के लिए पैदा हुआ था। अरसे तक हमने देखा कि लोग ये बताया करते थे कि ये चीज हमने उस देश से खरीदी है, ये चीज उस देश की है, लेकिन आज भारत के लोगों में अपने स्थानीय उत्पादों को लेकर के गर्व की नई अनुभूति आई है। आपको भी पता होगा, आज से 20 साल 10 साल पहले जब आप घर चिट्ठी लिखते थे कि मैं फलानी तारीख को आ रहा हूं, तो फिर घर से चिट्ठी आती थी, आते समय ये ले आना। आज जब जाते हो तो घर से चिट्ठी आती है कि यहां सब मिलता है, मत लाना। मैं सही बता रहा हूं कि नहीं बता रहा हूं? यही है ना। दोस्तों, यही ताकत है और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं वोकल फॉर लोकल। लेकिन आपका लोकल यहां वाला नहीं। दोस्तों, ये जो दम पैदा हुआ है ना, इस चीज को बनाने में किसी भारतीय की मेहनत लगी है। उस हर प्रोडक्ट के किसी भारतीय के पसीने की महक है दोस्तों, उस मिट्टी की सुगंध है दोस्तों। और इसलिए जो हिंदुस्तान में बना हुआ हो, हिंदुस्तान की मिट्टी की जिसमें सुगंध हो, हिंदुस्तान के युवा का जिसमें पसीना लगा हो, वो हमारे लिए फैशन स्टेटमेंट होना चाहिए दोस्तों। आप देखिए, एक बार ये फीलिंग अनुभव करेंगे ना, तो वाइब्रेशन अगल बगल में पहुंचते देर नहीं लगे लोगों। और फिर देखना जब जाओगे आप कि मैं हिंदुस्तान जा रहा हूं 10 दिन के लिए, तो यहां से लोग चिट्ठी देंगे कि वापस आते समय हिंदुस्तान से ले आना। ऐसा होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? ये काम आपको करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? देशियों में एक शानदार उदाहरण बताता हूं आपको, बड़ा सिंपल सा उदाहरण बताता हूं। और मैं उदाहरण देना चाहूं खादी। आप में से सब खादी को जानते हैं। खादी और नेता चोली दामन का नाता था। नेता और खादी अलग नहीं होते थे। खादी आते ही नेता दिखता था, नेता दिखते ही खादी दिखती थी। जिस खादी को महात्मा गांधी ने जिया, जिस खादी ने भारत में आजादी के आंदोलन को ताकत दी, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद उस खादी का भी वही हाल हुआ जो आजादी के दीवानों के सपनों का हुआ था। क्या देश का दायित्व नहीं था? जिस खादी से गरीब माँ को रोजी मिलती है, जिस खादी से विधवा माँ को अपने बच्चों को बड़ा बनाने के लिए सहारा मिलता था, लेकिन धीरे 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 उसको उसके नसीब पर छोड़ दिया गया और एक प्रकार से वो मृत्यु के कगार पर आके खड़ा था। मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना तो मैंने बीड़ा उठाया। मैंने कहा भाई, आप बड़े गर्व से कहते हैं घर में किसी को कि मेरे पास ये फैब्रिक है, ये फैब्रिक है, ये फैब्रिक है, यहाँ की साड़ी है, यहाँ की साड़ी है, यहाँ का कुर्ता है, कहते हैं ना? हाँ बोलो तो सही। अरे सच बोलने में क्या जाता है यार। तो मैं कहता था यार एक आध खादी भी तो रख लो, मेरे पास ये फैब्रिक है, फैब्रिक है, खादी भी रख लो। साथियों, बात बहुत छोटी थी, लेकिन मैं आज देश के सामने सर झुकाता हूं। मेरे देश ने इस बात को भी गले लगाया और आपको जानकर के आज आनंद होगा, आजादी के 75 साल के बाद पहली बार जब देश आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है, इस वर्ष खादी का कारोबार 1 लाख करोड़ रुपयों को पार कर गया, पहली बार हुआ। कितने गरीब विधवा माताओं को रोजी रोटी मिली होगी। देखो, पिछले 8 साल में खादी के उत्पादन में जो लगभग 250% की वृद्धि हुई है। और आप दायरा देखिए दोस्तों, मैं जिस मिजाज से स्टार्टअप की बात करता हूं ना, उसी मिजाज से खादी की भी बात करता हूं। जिस मिजाज से मैं सैटेलाइट की बात करता हूं, उसी मिजाज से मैं सॉइल की भी बात करता हूं। साथियों, आज मैं आप सभी से ये आग्रह करूंगा आगे कि भारत के लोकल को ग्लोबल बनाने में आप भी मेरा साथ दीजिए। यहां के लोगों को भारत के लोकल की विविधता, भारत के लोकल की ताकत, भारत के लोकल की खूबसूरती से परिचित आप बहुत आसानी से करवा सकती है। सोचिए, दुनिया में इतना बड़ा इंडियन डायस्पोरा, हर देश में फैला इंडियन डायस्पोरा, और इंडियन डायस्पोरा की विशेषता यह है, जैसे दूध में शक्कर मिल जाती है ना, वैसा ही मिल जाता है ये। और पता ही नहीं चलता, वैल्यू एडिशन कर देता है, दूध को मीठा बना देता है। जिसके पास ये सामर्थ्य है, वो आसानी से हिंदुस्तान के लोकल को अपने प्रयासों से जर्मनी की धरती पर ग्लोबल बना सकता है। करोगे? कैसी आवाज दब गई? करोगे? कहने में क्या जाता है, मोदी जी कहाँ दोबारा आए। दोस्तों, मैं आप पे भरोसा करता हूं, आप करेंगे, मुझे विश्वास है। दोस्तों, मैं आपको एक और बात याद दिलाना चाहता हूं। हमारा योग हो, हमारा आयुर्वेद हो, हमारी ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन के प्रोडक्ट्स हो, आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते इसका आज इतना पोटेंशियल है। आप हिंदुस्तान से हैं ऐसा कहते ही सामने वाला आपको पूछता होगा, योग जानते हो? पूछता है कि नहीं पूछता है? और आप कुछ भी नहीं जानते, सिर्फ नाक पकड़ना बता दोगे तो भी मानेगा हाँ यार ये मास्टर है। भारत के ऋषि मुनियों की तपस्या की आबरू इतनी है कि आप एक छोटा सा बोर्ड लगा दो या कोई ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म खड़ा कर दो और नाक पकड़ना सिखा दो, डॉलर देकर के फी देने आएगा कि नहीं आएगा? क्या ब्रांड वैल्यू बनाई होगी अपने ऋषियों ने साहब, हैं? हजारों वर्ष पहले ऋषि मुनियों ने जो तप करके छोड़ दिया रास्ता, आज दुनिया गला लगा रही है, लेकिन क्या आप उसके साथ जुड़े हैं क्या? मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा, 21 जून को इंटरनेशनल योगा डे है, बहुत दूर नहीं है। अभी से टोलियां बना करके चारों तरफ छा जाइए दोस्तों, हर किसी को नाक पकड़ना सिखा दो दोस्तों। नाक काटना नहीं सिखाना है। साथियों, आज आपके बीच एक विषय की चर्चा करना चाहता हूं, वो है क्लाइमेट एक्शन। भारत में क्लाइमेट चैलेंज से निपटने के लिए हम पीपल पावर से टेक पावर तक हर समाधान पर काम कर रहे हैं। बीते 8 साल में हमने भारत में एलपीजी कवरेज को 50% से आसपास से बढ़ाकर करीब 100% कर दिया है। भारत का एलईडी बल्ब, आप जर्मनी वाले हैं तो जरा बल्ब वाली बात जल्दी समझोगे। भारत का लगभग हर घर अब एलईडी बल्ब उपयोग कर रहा है। स्ट्रीट लाइट्स एलईडी हुए। उजाला योजना के तहत हमने देश में करीब 37 करोड़ एलईडी बल्ब बांटे हैं, 37 करोड़। और एलईडी बल्ब का उपयोग ऊर्जा बचत के लिए होता है, एनर्जी सेविंग के लिए होता है। और आप जर्मनी में सीना ठोक करके लोगों को कह सकते हैं कि भारत ने एक छोटा सा परिवर्तन ला करके क्या किया है, और इसके कारण लगभग 48,000 मिलियन किलोवाट आवर बिजली बची है। और प्रतिवर्ष करीब 4 करोड़ टन कार्बन एमिशन कम हुआ है। 4 करोड़ टन कार्बन एमिशन कम हुआ है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि इस एक योजना ने एनवायरमेंट की कितनी बड़ी रक्षा की है। साथियों, ऐसे ही प्रयासों की वजह से आज भारत अभूतपूर्व स्तर पर ग्रीन जॉब्स के क्षेत्र में एक नया क्षेत्र खोल रहा है, आगे बढ़ रहा है। मुझे खुशी है कि भारत और जर्मनी ने भी क्लीन एनर्जी को लेकर एक बहुत बड़ी पार्टनरशिप की तरफ कदम उठाया है। साथियों, आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में हमने क्लाइमेट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को नेक्स्ट लेवल पर ले जाने का भी फैसला किया है। मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं। भारतीयों ने देश के हर जिले में, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट, यानी आप अंदाज कर सकते हैं जी क्या क्या मैं बता रहा हूं। हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 75 नए अमृत सरोवर बनाने का संकल्प लिया है, तालाब बनाने का। यानी देश में करीब आने वाले 500 दिवस में, 500 डेज में 50,000 नए वाटर बॉडी बनेंगे, पॉन्ड्स बनेंगे, या तो पुराने पॉन्ड को पुनर्जीवित किया जाएगा। जल ये जीवन है, जल है तो कल है। नारे तो बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं, लेकिन जल के लिए भी तो पसीना बहाना पड़ता है दोस्तों। क्या आप इस अभियान से जुड़ सकते हैं? आप जिस गांव से आए हैं उस गांव में एक तालाब बने, उस तालाब बनाने में आपका भी सहयोग हो। आप भी उनको प्रेरित करें और आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में अमृत सरोवर बनाने में दुनिया में फैले हुए हर हिंदुस्तानी का योगदान था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं आपको कितना आनंद होगा। साथियों, भारत की बेहतरीन समझ रखने वाले मशहूर जर्मन विद्वान मैक्स मूलर ने इंडो यूरोपियन वर्ल्ड के शेयर्ड फ्यूचर की बात की थी। आप में से सब लोग यहां दिन में 10 बार उसका उल्लेख करते होंगे। 21वीं सदी में उनको जमीन पर उतारने का ये बेहतरीन समय है। भारत और यूरोप की मजबूत साझेदारी दुनिया में पीस और प्रॉस्पेरिटी सुनिश्चित कर सकती है। ये साझेदारी निरंतर बढ़ती रहे। आप भी इसी उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मानव कल्याण के लिए भारत के कल्याण में कुछ न कुछ योगदान देते रहें, क्योंकि हम तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वाले लोग हैं। साथियों, आप जहां हो बहुत आगे बढ़ो, फलो फूलो, आपके सारे सपने पूरे हो, ये मेरी आपके लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। और 130 करोड़ देशवासियों की शुभकामनाएं आपके साथ हैं। आप खुश रहें, स्वस्थ रहें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So Prime Minister Narendra Modi there speaking in Berlin, talking about India's journey, India's success story and his government's achievements post 2014. The Prime Minister spoke of 5G and how internet is transforming this country. He spoke of the advantages of DBT or direct benefit transfer to a tune of $300 billion. No leakage. He did, of course, take political pot shots, saying once upon a time there was a Prime Minister who said for every rupee sent from Delhi, only 15 paise reached the beneficiaries, indicating that some palm gobbled up 85 paise. And there you see Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he was talking about the advantages of direct benefit transfer, where the entire money, $300 billion, went straight to the people that money was meant for. The Prime Minister also gave that breaking news, as he put it, of the world being extremely worried about facing an acute shortage of wheat. The reason, of course, he didn't mention in this address, but the reason is the Ukraine conflict, and Ukraine, which is known as the bread basket of Europe.
तो क्या बोलेंगे सर?
नहीं, अब मैं पूछूंगा ऐसा कैसे हुआ, लेकिन यहाँ तबियत संभालिए आप लोग।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पर पूछते हुए कि मीडिया को बाहर रखा गया है इस इवेंट से, लेकिन इंडियन डायस्पोरा में जो जोश है वो आप देख रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं, आपको अभिनंदन करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो तमाम भारतीय सामने मौजूद हैं उन सब के सामने जाते हुए प्रधानमंत्री उनका अभिवादन करते हुए, और जो जोश अंदर में दिखा था प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने भारत की जो नीति है, जो विकास की राह पर है, उन सब का खाका एक तरह से यहाँ पर किया। और ये देखिए एक बार फिर दहाई जोश जिसका जिक्र आज सुबह से ही हो रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी लोगों का अभिवादन स्वीकार करने के बाद यहां से निकलते हुए इंडियन डायस्पोरा के साथ उनकी ये मुलाकात, जिसमें अपने शब्दों के जरिए, अपने भाषण के जरिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने नए सिरे से उनसे एक संपर्क साधने की कोशिश की। जिस मोदी कनेक्ट की बात होती है वो मोदी कनेक्ट एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर दिखता हुआ जब वो इंडियन डायस्पोरा को यहाँ पर एड्रेस कर रहे थे, और जबरदस्त जोश आप यहाँ पर मौजूद लोगों में देख रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अब यहाँ से निकलते हुए, उनका पूरा काफिला यहाँ से निकलता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर मौजूद मीडिया के लोगों को भी नमस्ते करते हुए, कई सारे इंडियंस जो अंदर मौजूद थे वो भी अब बाहर आ गए हैं। और सामने उस तरफ से भी देखें आप तो जोश और उत्साह दिख रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पर इंडियन डायस्पोरा को एड्रेस करने के बाद यहाँ से रवाना होते हुए, और ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं कुछ लोग जो दूसरी सड़क से, आप सोचिए कि लगभग 1 घंटे ये सभी लोग यहाँ बाहर में इंतजार कर रहे थे, और 1 घंटे तक यहाँ पर इंतजार करने के बाद अब वो वंदे मातरम के नारे लगा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री को रवाना करते हुए उनका जोश दिख रहा है। रुक जाइए मैम, रुक जाइए। उनका जोश दिख रहा है साफ, और कुछ ही लम्हों का इंतजार है जिसके बाद प्रधानमंत्री का काफिला यहाँ से निकलेगा। और जो भारतीय अंदर मौजूद थे जिन्होंने ये पूरा कार्यक्रम देखा है, अब वो धीरे धीरे बाहर यहाँ से निकल रहे हैं। सुरक्षा के तमाम इंतजाम, रूट क्लियर होने के बाद प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ से रवाना किए जाएंगे। और ये तस्वीरें आप इस वक्त बर्लिन की देख रहे हैं। सामने से मोदी मोदी के नारे लग रहे हैं, वंदे मातरम के नारे लग रहे हैं, भारत माता की जय के नारे लग रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का काफिला निकलता हुआ। कुछ भारतीय जो अंदर मौजूद थे वो जा रहे हैं। अब ये आप देख रहे हैं सामने भारतीयों का जोश और उत्साह है, और ये काफिला यहाँ से निकलता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा के तमाम इंतजाम, और बर्लिन में अब उनके कार्यक्रम का इसके बाद उनका भोज है चांसलर शोल्स के साथ। और सामने वाली गाड़ी में भी आप देखेंगे कि चाहे वो जो पूरा इंडियन डेलीगेट है, जिसमें वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन है, जिसमें विदेश मंत्री एस जयशंकर हैं, जिसमें पीएमओ की तरफ से यहाँ पर मंत्री आप जितेंद्र सिंह को देख रहे हैं, और ये देखिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पर मौजूद, वो वेव करते हुए। और प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ से अब रवाना होने वाले हैं। प्रधानमंत्री रवाना होने वाले हैं। बच्चों में देखिए किस तरह का जोश है सभी।
अभिवादन करते
ये काफिला प्रधानमंत्री का यहाँ से निकल रहा है, और जोश दिख रहा है प्रधानमंत्री को। अब बाय बाय वाले मोड में ये आप देख रहे हैं तमाम जो भारतीय डेलीगेशन। बताइए क्या कुछ सुना आप लोगों ने?
हमने जितना हिंदुस्तान प्रोग्रेस कर रहा है उसके बारे में सुना, एंड वी फील प्राउड ऑफ इट। वंदे मातरम।
इंडिया का टी-शर्ट पहना।
हमें प्राउड है मोदी जी पर, और ऐसे में
उनका भाषण सुनकर
बहुत अच्छा।
यूथ के लिए बहुत जरूरी है, उन सबको पता होना चाहिए कि हमारी
I tried not to cry because see what I am wearing here. This is only for Modi.
और आपने तिरंगा बनाया
से लेके नीचे तक ऑल इंडियन, और आज मोदी जी की वजह से ये फीलिंग आई है that we are proud Indians in Germany. So let's say it guys, मोदी है तो मुमकिन है,
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है। जय श्री राम। मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, मोदी है तो मुमकिन है। हर बार मोदी सरकार।
थैंक यू सो मच मोदी जी। अगर आप नहीं होते तो हम लोग की इतनी इज्जत यहाँ नहीं बढ़ती। वी फील वेरी वेरी प्राउड। वी फील प्राउड एज एन इंडियन, एंड वी आर रियली मेकिंग प्लान्स कि हम इंडिया जाएं और हमारे साथ जर्मन्स को भी इंडिया लेकर जाएं। हम दिखाना चाहते हैं कि मोदी का नया इंडिया
2024 अगेन मोदी जी, अगेन मोदी जी। मोदी 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 मोदी।
ज्यादा बोलने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती।
One of the best Prime Minister India could ever get, and we are very proud of him, and we are very proud Indians. Thank you so much for visiting Berlin.
Students, I think this was very important.
हिंदी में बोलिए।
ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट था स्टूडेंट्स के लिए। हम यहाँ से फ्रैंकफर्ट इंडियन स्कॉलर एसोसिएशन को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं। बहुत मोटिवेटिंग था। आई थिंक ये सबके लिए एक यादगार पल था, और हमारे लिए बहुत ज्यादा।
मोदी जी जैसा नेता ना था, ना है, ना आएगा।
मोदी है तो मोदी और उत्साह है जिस पर आप देख रहे हैं। कुछ और लोग जो अंदर आए हैं उनसे मिलकर आते हैं। इधर आइए। जो लोग अंदर आए, आप लोग भाषण सुना आपने? कैसा था?
बहुत अच्छा था, बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत ही अच्छी खुशी, बहुत ही अच्छी फीलिंग थी। आई कांट टेल यू इन वर्ड्स।
मतलब आप लोगों के लिए देश से जुड़ने का भी एक मौका रहता है।
जी।
आप लोग बताइए कि आप लोग के अंदर से आ रहे हैं? नहीं। अच्छा, भाषण सुनकर और कौन निकल रहा है? यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं, आप बोलना चाहेंगे? आप लोग भाषण सुनकर आए? चलिए, तो जो जोश यहाँ पर, आप बोलिए।
दुनिया की जो सबसे बड़ी डेमोक्रेसी है, उनके प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो 1.35 बिलियन लोगों को यहाँ पे रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, यूरोपियन यूनियन की सबसे बिगेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी है जर्मनी, और इसका ये सिंबलाइज करता है कि इंडिया की क्या पावर है आज की तारीख में, और जो करिश्मा है मोदी जी का, जो हर जगह पे जहाँ पे जाते हैं वहाँ पे देख सकते हैं आप, इतने सारे लोग हैं और 4-5 घंटे से लोग यहाँ।
ये हमारा पूरी दुनिया की
भाषण सुने,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सुने हैं, बेस्ट भाषण था और ये दुनिया का सबसे बेस्ट प्राइम मिनिस्टर है। ऐसा लीडर दुनिया में कहीं भी नहीं है और मेरा हिसाब से कोई आएगी भी नहीं है। मुझे इतना उम्मीद है मोदी जी से, और ये मेरे को इतना भरोसा है, इंडिया को वर्ल्ड में नंबर 1 मोदी जी ही करा के रखेंगे और कोई रास्ता ही नहीं है।
आप बताइए।
और मेरे हिसाब से तो बहुत सारा गेम प्ले रहता है, बहुत सारा पॉलिटिक्स वगैरह तो पता ही है आपको, बट द स्टिल मोदी जी जो भी स्टैंड लेके चलते हैं, जो भी उनको बोलना होता है अलॉन्ग विद देयर उनकी मिनिस्ट्रीज, आई थिंक ये सबसे वन ऑफ द बेस्ट है एंड वी आर रियली प्राउड ऑफ आवर प्राइम मिनिस्टर रियली।
तो ये एक बार नजारा दिखा दीजिए जहां पर ये पूरा कार्यक्रम हुआ, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का यहाँ पर बड़ा सा पोस्टर लगा हुआ है और यहीं पर जोश के साथ तमाम भारतीय आए थे। मुझे लगता है आगे वाले हिस्से में हम चलें तो कुछ और लोग। आपने भाषण सुना?
हेलो मैम। यस,
भाषण सुना?
यस।
कैसा एक्सपीरियंस था?
इट वाज रियली नाइस, स्पेशली फॉर द इंडियन डायस्पोरा।
हिंदी में बोले।
ओके। इंडियन डायस्पोरा के लिए और हम लोग जो भारतीय विद्यार्थी यहाँ पर पढ़ते हैं उनके लिए वो बहुत ही इंस्पिरेशनल स्पीच थी। हम लोगों को भारत में जो भी विकास हो रहा है, जितने भी स्टार्टअप्स हैं, जो चुनौतियां हैं, जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, उनके बारे में बताया गया। हमारा हौसला बुलंद किया गया, हमें भारत के लिए कुछ करने के लिए उत्साहित किया गया, प्रेरित किया गया। वो बहुत बड़ी बात।
आप बताइए आपको कैसा लगा?
बहुत ही अच्छा। हमें यहाँ पे इतना प्राउड फील होता है ना कि जब मोदी जी आ रहे हैं और सब ऐसे इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं और
एक कम्युनिटी में एक त्योहार की तरह भी लगता है। कुछ और लोग यहाँ पर है। हाँ।
आपके साथ एक फोटो लेनी।
अभी पहले आप बताइए कि अंदर भाषण कैसा लगा?
बहुत ही बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया, सुपर अमेजिंग। मतलब हम यहाँ ये जर्मनी की धरती पे रह के जो हमें ये मोदी जी का भाषण सुनने मिला है, वी आर वेरी प्राउड टू बी इंडियन।
और हमारे गुजरात से है तो हम लोग ने जय स्वामीनारायण करके मोदी काका को वेलकम किया।
अच्छा। तो गुजरात वाला डबल रंग चढ़ गया था। कुछ और लोग आप बताएंगे कैसा लगा?
हम लोग गुजरात से नहीं है लेकिन फिर भी मोदी जी को देखे तो देखते ही रह गए बस। मतलब उनको सुनना एक शुरू से बचपन से इच्छा था हम लोग का। मेरे को लगता है आधातर लोग जो बैठे थे उनको बस देखते देखते ही खुशी हो रहा था, अंदर से खुशी आ रहा था। इट वॉज फैंटास्टिक।
ये अनुभव आप बताइए, आपके लिए कैसा रहा?
इट वॉज अमेजिंग। थैंक यू सो मच मोदी जी यहाँ आने के लिए एंड वी आर रियली प्राउड टू बी इंडियन। हम कहीं भी रहे, जैसे कि आपने कहा, चारों और हर जगह इंडियंस है। थैंक यू सो मच। भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम।
अरे फोटो बाद में, आप लोग पहले बात कीजिए। ये पूरा हुजूम दिखाइए हमारे दर्शकों को। आप लोग बताइए कैसा?
It was great. Like we are seeing him in front of our eyes. It's really great, and we were representing Durga Village from Nuremberg.
हम लोग ऑल द वे बायन से आए हैं।
हिंदी से बोलिए। हाँ, तब मजा आएगा।
तो म्यूनिक से आए, बहुत दूर कल से आए हैं। वी वर सो एक्साइटेड कि आज ये देख पाएंगे एंड लाइव मोदी जी को देख पाए एंड इट वाज सो इंस्पायरिंग। बहुत अच्छा लगा एंड आई होप टू सी एक्सपीरियंसेस अगेन।
मतलब अभी एक एक्सपीरियंस खत्म नहीं हुआ, अगले की है। राधा, आप बताइए आपके लिए कैसा?
मेरे लिए तो बहुत ही ज्यादा इंस्पायरिंग था। हम सब बहुत ज्यादा आतुर थे एक्चुअली मोदी जी को सुनने के लिए और जर्मनी के कोने कोने से हम यहाँ पे आज बर्लिन में आए हैं और इट वॉज अमेजिंग।
कौन सा हिस्सा उनके भाषण का आपको सबसे अपील कर रहा था?
डिजिटल इंडिया।
मैडम ये मोदी एक सेकंड भी बोरिंग नहीं था।
एक सेकंड भी बोरिंग
नहीं। हम लोग और एवरीवेयर मेस्मराइज्ड विद हिज।
He knows how to involve with people.
People connect. Exactly.
कुछ बड़ा नहीं है। मोदी सरकार की जय।
देखिए यहाँ पर तो लोग अच्छे खासे प्रभावित हैं।
हमने आपको ट्वीट भी किया था।
हाँ, ठीक है।
यही कहने के लिए।
अनुभव कैसा था?
अनुभव एकदम जबरदस्त था।
इधर आइए, आप भी आइए, आगे आइए। बताइए आप लोगों के लिए कैसा अनुभव था? आइए मैम, आइए।
बहुत ही अच्छा था। हम तो सुबह से बैठे थे, मतलब कब देखेंगे। फाइनली वी सॉ हिम। It was really exciting. Amazing.
Plain words, मोदी है तो मुमकिन है। 2024 once more.
ये देखिए उनके लिए कंपेयर।
मतलब मोदी जी जो हैं उन्होंने हमारा देश का नाम विदेश में भी बहुत ऊंचा किया है और मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग बहुत गर्व महसूस करते हैं कि हम उस देश से आते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हैं और क्योंकि उन्होंने जो किया है इसीलिए उनको हमारा सबका साथ मिल रहा है। देखिए मतलब विदेश में भी और देश में भी, और वो दोबारा आए हैं जो है सत्ता में। हम चाहते हैं कि अगली बार भी आए और वो स्वस्थ रहे और बार बार आए।
जल्दी से बोले।
एक छोटी सी बात, इतना गर्व कभी पहले महसूस नहीं होता था।
जितना अब हो रहा है। हम लोग 18 साल से हैं हम यहाँ पे, लेकिन जो फीलिंग अभी आती है मोदी जी जब से सरकार में है, पहले नहीं था।
44 साल से आप 44 years
78 I come here in Germany. Yeah.
आपको कैसा लगा भाषण?
Very very good. Very very good.
चलिए ठीक है, सब फुल मार्क्स देते हुए आप बताइए कैसा है?
बहुत ही ज्यादा मतलब इट्स अ ड्रीम कम ट्रू टू सी मोदी इन पर्सन, मीट हिम, टू सी निर्मला सीतारमन मैम, like really a dream come true. It's an honor, absolutely fantastic, and it's very encouraging for expats living outdoor in India to hear those words from Modi ji.
मिट्टी से जुड़ने का एक मौका मिल जाता है। आगे बढ़ रहे बहुत सारे लोग हैं।
अंजना जी एंड मोदी जी इन डबल पैक टुगेदर।
आपके लिए कैसा एक्सपीरियंस?
बहुत ही अच्छा था। मोदी जी का जो बोलने का जो जोश था वो बहुत ही लाजवाब था। हम तो फैन फिर से हो गए।
स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में बोला और जो डाटा का इंडिया में चल रहा है वो सब चीजों के बारे में।
आपका फेवरेट पार्ट क्या था?
ही इज वेरी इंस्पिरेशनल एंड मुझे इतने सब सुन के यस आई वाज लाइक अमेज्ड कि इतना सब हुआ है इंडिया में लिटरली। या
चलिए, तो ये जोश हमने आपको दिखाया। तमाम जो भारतीय यहाँ पर थे जिन्होंने ये भाषण सुना है, उनका जोश यहाँ पर देखते बन रहा है।
So look at the enthusiasm, that tremendous enthusiasm amongst the diaspora, moved by what the Prime Minister said, especially about India's growth journey and the trajectory. This is where the big takeoff is expected, especially when the Prime Minister talks about how the Indian farmer may just come to the rescue of the world, a world that's facing an acute shortage of wheat, and how India is now trying to export wheat so that countries like Egypt and several others may benefit. Wheat from Ukraine, because of this crisis in the region, that wheat may not be available to the world, and this is where India is trying to help. The Prime Minister said गेहूं की कमी का सामना दुनिया कर रही है, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान का किसान दुनिया का पेट भरने के लिए सबसे आगे खड़ा हुआ है. Then he went on to say, whenever the world faces any trouble, it is India and Indians that come up with a solution. So whether it's the use of internet data in India, the cheapest or direct benefit transfer, the Prime Minister spoke of $300 billion worth of DBT directly into the accounts of the beneficiaries. No leakages here. We will continue to track the Prime Minister's journey. Tomorrow he's in Denmark. He meets the heads of government of Nordic states. Of course, there's another diaspora event there. And then on day 3, it's France. India Today will continue to get to the latest. But a quick break. On the other side, Ukrainian drone bombs Russian boats. It's a big Ukraine hit after the sinking of the Black Sea Fleet flagship Moskva. Details coming up.
COVID-19, an infection that shook the world and transformed our lives. 2 years on, we have learned to live with the virus. 5 variants of concern have been in circulation, and the last reported variant of concern, Omicron, is mutating. The World Health Organization has warned about mutating variants, saying the viruses will continue to change form and also variants that will come together to form recombinants. What is a recombinant virus then? A virus that is a hybrid version of 2 strains of a previous virus is a recombinant. Recently, the United Kingdom Health Security Agency said that there are 3 recombinant strains. XD, which is a hybrid of Delta and BA1 Omicron variant. XC, which is a recombination of BA1 and BA2 variants of Omicron. And XF, another hybrid of Delta and Omicron. Let's tell you about XC first. Where in the world have recombinants been found? Well, the WHO has warned about the evolved Omicron variant or recombinant virus XE. The body says it will classify XE under the Omicron umbrella until significant differences in transmission and disease characteristics, including severity, may be reported. It was first detected in the UK in January 2022, beginning of this year, and a very limited number of cases have been found in China and Thailand. While the recombinant XE is still being studied, initial reports suggest the virus has a community growth rate advantage of 10% as compared to the BA2 strain of Omicron, which has been categorized as the most transmissible strain so far. The WHO says that some media have misreported the potential growth advantage of 10% as 10 times. This is incorrect. If the 10% increase in growth is confirmed, this variant would actually just be 1.1 times more transmissible, not 10 times. Well, since it's a genetic mutation of 2 strains of existing variant, the symptoms remain the same: fever, scratchy and sore throat, skin irritation and discoloration, gastrointestinal distress, palpitation, etc.
Watching India Today.
A big escalation in Russia-Ukraine war on day 68. Ukraine claims to have destroyed 2 Raptor boats of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea using unmanned combat aerial vehicles. Raptor boats are equipped with 2 machine guns and can carry about 20 personnel. This is a big hit by Ukraine after the Russian Black Sea fleet Moskva's sinking.
An armed Russian boat prowling the Black Sea off the southern coast of Ukraine. The boat has no idea it has been spotted from the skies. And then this happens. In the blink of an eye, the 55-foot Russian patrol boat obliterated over the waves. Minutes later, a second boat is seen speeding away, but it's too late. This boat too has no escape because it's been struck from the skies by a relentless bombing machine. The Ukrainian government claims that these are images of two Russian Raptor-class high-speed coastal patrol boats, bombed into oblivion courtesy laser-guided bombs delivered by Ukrainian Bayraktar TB2 drones. The strikes on these two boats is enormously significant. They capture the first time in this war that these drones have actively engaged and destroyed Russian naval assets.
In over 2 months of the war, Ukrainian combat drones have got a lot of success by hitting their targets. But now, for the first time, they have achieved this success over an open ocean. Now, there are reports that Ukrainian combat drones have successfully hit Russian boats in the Black Sea.
The laser-guided munitions used in this new over-ocean attack are likely the Russian MAM, a smart micro-munition designed to hit both stationary and moving targets with devastating accuracy. The destruction of the two Russian Navy patrol boats will be a painful sting for Putin's war machine, coming 18 days after the sinking of the Black Sea Fleet's flagship cruiser Moskva, an incident that is still sending shockwaves around the world for what it means to Ukraine's defense capabilities. The two boats struck in this manner may be much smaller than the Moskva, but the signal from Ukraine is clear. No matter how small the Russian asset and no matter where it's operating, with the help of American and Western intelligence, electronics and targeting sensors, nothing will be out of reach for Ukrainian weapons. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is serious. It's a signal of times to come. Nuclear submarines from the United States, the United Kingdom and France have docked at a naval base in Scotland as tensions escalate between the West and Russia. This comes at a time when the Russian President Vladimir Putin has threatened Europe and the United States with dire consequences in the Baltic region in case Sweden and Finland take membership of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
The third month of this war, and Putin's war machine shows no signs of really pulling back. From Kyiv to Kharkiv to the hellscape of Ukraine's Mariupol, Russia has been trembled, but Putin's iron fist remains in the battlefield. Now, with Sweden and Finland signaling their intent to join NATO, Putin has warned that there will be nuclear consequences in the Baltic region. Russia, remember, has already placed its nuclear arsenal on operational alert, brandishing them before a nervous world. But just as this fresh geopolitical quake sends shivers across Europe amidst escalating tensions between Russia and NATO, a small naval base in Scotland is seeing a not-so-secretive Western muscle flex. Nuclear submarines from the United Kingdom, the United States and France have all converged at Scotland's Clyde naval base in an apparent show of nuclear strength to a Russia that has stocked nuclear since the beginning of the Ukraine invasion. From a US Navy Virginia-class nuclear-powered cruise missile fast attack submarine to a French Rubis-class nuclear submarine. The nuclear submarines of the two NATO powers arriving together has been projected as routine, but the messaging is undeniably pointed at Russia. The Clyde naval base is also home to the Royal Navy's Vanguard-class nuclear ballistic missile submarines and Astute-class nuclear attack submarines. In other words, American, French and British nuclear submarines converging to send Putin a nuclear-tipped NATO message. While these NATO nuclear attack submarines are built for sustained and rapid underwater operations that can prove a nightmare to Russia's maritime forces, ballistic missile submarines are a whole different deal, lurking slowly and visibly, waiting for orders to deliver weapons of mass destruction at land targets. Russia's own nuclear ballistic missile submarines, remember, had ventured into the North Atlantic at the beginning of this war as a similar message to NATO. But Russia's recent test of its most capable nuclear missile, the Sarmat, has heightened nuclear temperatures dramatically and could be seen as the latest in a series of nuclear moves by Russia, compelling NATO to reciprocate with some well-defined power projection. Nuclear war may be unthinkable, but how high can such temperatures really go? Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, that is all we have time for on this special broadcast. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
So, in recent times, this thermal gun has become a very, very popular device which you will find in all public spaces. Anywhere you go, you will find somebody noting down your temperature using this device. And recently, the Delhi government has issued a notice that this device is essential outside all schools. No student can enter school premises without being monitored for their body temperature. How does it work exactly? And how accurate is it? We're going to tell you what this thermal gun is all about. So, body temperature is a very clear-cut giveaway sign for COVID symptoms. It's the first thing you would want to check while interacting with anybody coming from outside. This gun comes in handy. Why? Because A, it reads your temperature very quickly, and secondly, it can note your temperature without having any physical contact with the object or with the subject. So basically, when you point this at a subject or a human body, how is it noting the temperature? You see, this device is mainly made up of three things. There is a laser, there is a converging lens, and then there is an IR sensor inside it. All these three will come together to represent the temperature in digital format, which will be visible on the screen which you have behind it. Now, as soon as the gun is pointed towards a body, there is a laser which helps pinpoint where it needs to mark the temperature from. Now, coming to the mechanics of it, first of all, it is pointed towards a human body. Now, to just explain to you, every human body has a certain amount of thermal radiation which is emitted from it. The laser in this device is used to pinpoint towards the human body. Then the infrared sensor in this device will read the amount of radiation being emitted, the thermal radiation being emitted from the human body. That, through the converging lens, is then read by a thermopile. Thermopile is basically a device which helps to convert thermal energy into electrical energy. And after that, the temperature is represented on the digital screen. Is it harmful to use on kids? Well, scientifically, various experts have suggested that this statement is incorrect because the thermal gun only measures with infrared radiation that is reflected at all times by all objects around us, including human bodies. It does not use radioactive beams such as X-rays, only infrared. Thermometer guns are also FDA approved. It functions automatically. It is touchless, which is the need of the hour, and it functions automatically. It just requires you to press one button. It detects the temperature of the person from a range of 5 to 10 centimeters. Now, these thermal guns are useful because essentially they are quick. Temperature readings are obtained at a
Everyone said the road was impossible. Everyone said, not in our lifetime. Everyone said the battle was unwinnable. Only KCR believed and made it possible. And how?
A holiday in space. It's a dream that could soon become reality. Today, the conquest of the space tourism market is dominated by two private US companies, Virgin Galactic, founded by British billionaire Richard Branson, and Amazon chief Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin. Neither is offering an orbit of the Earth. Rather, tourists will be propelled dozens of miles into the atmosphere for just a few minutes. The aim is to get close to the imaginary line where space begins, the Kármán line, 100 kilometers up where the sky darkens and the curvature of the Earth can clearly be seen. Virgin Galactic will have 6 passengers on board Spaceship 2 VSS Unity, attached to a carrier spacecraft. Once released at an altitude of 15,000 meters, the spacecraft will fire its rocket and head for the sky. There, passengers will float in zero gravity for several minutes before returning to Earth at Virgin Spaceport in the Mojave Desert in New Mexico. The price of a ticket is $250,000. Blue Origin has developed the New Shepard, a traditional rocket carrying a capsule with a capacity of 6. After the launch, the capsule breaks away and continues its journey while the rocket returns to Earth. Passengers will be able to leave their seats and for a few minutes take advantage of the view through large windows. The capsule then gently falls to Earth. SpaceX and Boeing are developing their new capsules to transport NASA astronauts from 2020. They are likely to cushion their investment by offering private tourist flights. A US startup called Orion Span hopes to place a luxury space hotel into orbit. The company says it hopes to welcome the first guests in 2022.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone said the road was impossible. Everyone said not in our lifetime. Everyone said the battle was unwinnable. Only KCR believed and made it possible. And how?
The preferred choice of television audience in mega cities. India Today, #1 English news channel. There's nobody closer to the battle.
Massive shelling. This entire camp was attacked. And now we'll see how fierce the fighting is at the border.
Nobody closer to the line of fire. One team has the world riveted.
Visited Jonas Satya Rautre in Volvanaka, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। नमस्कार। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मुझे मां भारती के संतानों को आज जर्मनी में आकर के मिलने का अवसर मिला है। आप सभी से मिलकर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। आप में से बहुत से लोग जर्मनी के अलग अलग शहरों से आज यहां बर्लिन पहुंचे हैं। आज सुबह मैं बहुत हैरान था कि ठंडी का समय है, यहाँ भारत में गर्मी बहुत है इन दिनों, लेकिन कई छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी सुबह 4, साढ़े 4 बजे आ गए थे। आपका ये प्यार, आपके आशीर्वाद